Here it is. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite guy who totally hates racist women. I mean, just the women, not racist men, just racist women. Adam Friend.
Well, I don't even know if you know this, but one of my favorite women, AOC, is actually racist AF.
Real? Oh, I take it back. Okay. He only hates racist men. Women get a pass as long as they're hot. Okay, well, how about this? Hates racist men and unattractive racist women.
Look, is it wrong to think I can change them? I can change them. I can fix this. How are we supposed to?
It depends on the person, I guess, right?
Look, how are we supposed to get them not to be racist if we can't? If we just exile them, Sitch? Come on.
There you go. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Gotta try.
Before we start, let's do some housekeeping here at the Sitch and Adam show.
Oh no! Don't please.
You
never.
Don't like the Sam
ever,
Harris voice?
Never call it housekeeping again.
I know. Isn't that the worst? Okay. Anyway,
so
we have
lame.
some news. We have some big news.
Yes, that's much better. I like that. So we're doing recorded videos. We did. I don't know how. What do you mean?
Oh,
are you still there?
Oh,
they can hear me.
Oh, the stream just went to no data for a second, so I think it was on your end. But anyway.
Okay.
So just continue what you're saying.
I don't remember what I was saying.
We are trying to do videos, at least one video every day a week.
Oh, look, it did go to yes. F's in the chat. Huh. Okay. Anyway, we're back. So yes, we're trying to do one recorded video a day, at least one, maybe up to 3, depending upon whether or not stories are available. We don't want to fill your guys' inbox up with a bunch of lame garbage. So like, obviously we're trying to up our content game. And I think we're even going to do some scripted videos. We were talking about doing a scripted video on Lady Ballers. So Sitch and I both watch Lady Ballers. Have tons of interesting things to
Daily Wire's new hit comedy that's gonna trigger the wokies.
Yeah, exactly.
Lady Ballers.
So we're gonna try to do a scripted video on that and possibly even turn it over to CT for some fancy editing. So, but we're gonna do daily recorded videos. Those will have a green thumbnail. I have a pinned comment in the chat that you can click on. There's a playlist I put together with all of them in case you miss them. So I know some people have trained themselves not to click on our stuff because they're expecting clips, but this is brand new content. So stuff that isn't clipped from a live stream. Sitch and I recorded it. So anything else, Sitch, or is that
thanks
everything?
so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 20 gifted memberships.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, PC, for the 10 gifted memberships before we even start. Thank you.
Yeah. And it looks like Xerxes did 10 gifted memberships as well.
Oh, did he? I don't see that on my end. That's weird.
Okay. I see.
But thank you, Xerxes, for the 19 months, saying, was Sitch doing his deep research on the lady of the hour, Mia Khalifa? No! Listen, you're not going to like what this individual is going to say in this stream. Okay? You might have to change your opinion about who you use for your personal enjoyment time. Okay, if she was on the
list. Your
list.
spank material.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it so crudely, Adam, but yes.
Wow. Oh, okay. Interesting. Someone pointed out that this was show 304. I don't know if you know what an odd coincidence that is, but
what does that mean?
304? Well, you'll have to look that up yourself.
Oh my God. Is this some like police code when someone calls in a 304 or something?
A 304? Yes.
Oh no, it's just ho like on the calculator.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
I didn't think about that. That is funny. That is funny, actually.
It is. Well, everyone pointed it out immediately.
Wow. Listen, it's been a long time since I've been in school, okay? I didn't catch that.
So what is the crux of the show today? What are we going to be deep diving into?
we're gonna watch
deep diving into.
Right. So we're gonna watch this and then possibly a second video, which is Abby Martin. Abby Martin is a big old leftist America bad type. A lot of people had asked us to cover. She was on Tim Dillon's show very recently, and she said some crazy things. He actually asked her some very interesting questions, which she either answered crazily or dodged completely. She made a lot of claims that were not accurate.
Yes.
But in that interview, she talks about how she had an interview with Mia Khalifa, the porn star. And I thought, that's interesting. Mia Khalifa got a lot of notoriety because on October 7th, on the day of the attack, she basically simped for Hamas in a very, very openly explicit way. That's completely insane. And to my knowledge, she has never, ever apologized or retracted or changed any of her positions on that. And so I was like, oh, I should check out this conversation that Abby Martin had with Mia Khalifa and see what that's about. And I did. And it was even more insane than the Tim Dillon conversation.
Okay. Well, I didn't listen to this one. I listened to the Tim Dillon one, and man, it's frustrating because she's going through making all those claims that drive me bonkers. And every time Tim Dillon turns around and says, well, what exactly do you mean by apartheid? She never answers the question.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's so sad. So expect some triggering here, which is what you guys are here for anyway.
Right.
So
anyway,
should we get into it?
Let's get into it. We're going to jump around a little bit because it's long.
Is there any background on Abby Martin other than that she's just America bad?
She's an America bad leftist. She used to work for RT. To her credit, even when she was working for RT, she did criticize Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014 when they took Crimea.
Wow. Okay.
So I was like, oh, that's good. But then after that, she's completely gone the whole, in terms of the current Russia invasion, her brain melted into the whole, everything is the West's fault sort of for Russia to invade Ukraine. Russia has no personal responsibility for invading their own neighbor and doing all that stuff. And it's kind of wild to me that, I forget who it was. I was listening to this conversation and someone was talking about, some people had sent me links to, what was it called? It was the Urban War podcast. And they're kind of talking about kind of the various strategies and how, you would deal with tunnel warfare and things like this. And the guy brought up this really good point, which is he didn't understand why all the people that are so critical of Israel are not seemingly so critical of Russia when Russia is literally intentionally doing all the things that they're accusing Israel of doing, where Russia would just blow up hospitals, blow up buildings, give people zero warning, is intentionally just doing the kind of genocidal actions that Israel is trying to avoid to do, according to this guy anyway, is trying to avoid to do. And it doesn't seem like those same people who are just so vehemently pro, are so vehemently anti-Israel seem to have the same ire towards Russia doing these actions. It's kind of interesting.
Right. Yes.
And same thing for Abby. I don't know why Abby is not losing her mind over this, but whatever.
I mean, I have a suspicion why, but it's not very pretty.
Well, it's because, it's because America bad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think it's because it's white people killing white people, and I think it's because it's America bad. I think those are the two things.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
But anyway, so let's jump into this.
Sarah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for coming on the Empire Files. I have to say that I was very thrilled that you responded to me and that you wanted to come on.
Are you kidding? You're literally an idol of mine. I am so honored to be speaking with you. I'm very much looking forward to this. I have so much respect and admiration for you, and I'm very grateful that someone like you exists and has put out the things you've put out and committed so much of their life into researching and shedding light on things that really get brushed under the table in the West. So no, you're a legend and an icon.
Thank you. That is extremely sweet. I have to say that the more I learn about you, I love you even more than I did by just following your social media. I mean, you're an amazing woman, and I'm super stoked to have you on, and I've been looking forward to this. So this is great. I love how outspoken you are on Palestine, especially. I mean, duh, you're Lebanese. Obviously, you're gonna like have a strong opinion about what Israel is doing, but I love that you will not back down, because there is so much media backlash every time. It's like the New York Post writes an article about every tweet that you make. I mean, that's how much in the spotlight your opinions are. And it's nuts just how much people really, really are incited by what you say about this. And it's super important. I mean, when you look at what you are actually saying, this is the most amazing thing about it, because the headlines are all just like running with,
wait, was that a giant Freudian slip or what? Did you catch that? Well, I think she meant to say inspired, but she said incited, like incitement to violence.
Maybe, yeah. So I want you to hear how she describes her tweets that the New York Post is reporting on, and then I sent you some pictures, Adam, after she describes
to bring up the tweets. Okay,
yeah, just so you can see the tweets.
Pretty sure I've seen these tweets, and they are like very, I mean, inciting.
Yeah, it could be like, okay, it's a very interesting way of categorizing Abby Martin, sure.
And it's super important. I mean, when you look at what you are actually saying, this is the most amazing thing about it, because the headlines are all just like running with, Mia Khalifa says this and that. And then when you actually like dig into the article and see what is it that you're saying that's so controversial, it's actually completely not controversial, complete factual statements. Like, I want to go back to this post.
Okay. So before she brings up the one she's going to bring up as an example, she just said, the New York Post is, they're commenting, they're reporting on all your tweets. And when you look into them, they're completely true. That's what Abby Martin says. When you look into these controversial tweets, they're completely true. Okay. So why don't we bring up some of these tweets to see, these completely true tweets that she's referring to here.
Just normal tweets that, anyone might tweet out.
Right. We're just normal men here, making normal tweets, apparently, according to Abby Martin.
So I got I think I've got the 4 up. Which one do you want first? The 4 or the?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You read the 4 first. So
there you go.
Here's a collection. So if you notice, the date of these is October 7th.
Right.
Okay. So this means this is as Hamas is attacking Israel and killing people, raping people, everything.
So let's see some of these tweets. Let's read some of these tweets together.
So here's the first one. Mia tweets out, "Can someone please tell the freedom fighters in Palestine to flip their phones and film horizontal?"
Oh, so she's worried about the way they're live streaming the killings.
Yeah.
She wants them to be more cinematic.
Right. This is some of those great, truthful, inciting tweets, Abby, huh? Is this the tweet you're talking about here?
Yeah, when you film your war crimes, you always need to film them in horizontal mode. That's what's most important.
Yes.
Yeah. You'd hate to upload the wrong format for your war crimes.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And part of the reason is that she said, it's kind of cut off, but she says, "I can't believe the Zionist apartheid regime is being brought down by guerrilla fighters in fake Gucci shirts. The biopics of these moments better reflect that." So she wants the movie to be made about, Hamas people killing, raping, kidnapping civilians. She thinks that's, a good thing, a funny thing, I guess, to comment on as it's happening. But
interesting.
She also says, so she was dropped from some company that she was working with for this.
Right.
And she said, in response to her being fired from her job, she said, "The most press you'll ever get out of me for your shitty little company. You quite literally couldn't pay me to post about it publicly before. I thought it was so bad. It's free Palestine until Palestine is free." So this is I believe on October 8th. So she's saying it's free Palestine until Palestine is free, meaning that therefore the actions of what Hamas did that day were justified because, they can do anything until they're free.
Okay.
Okay. And then obviously she says America supports and funds apartheid. This is on October 7th.
That's the question. Is it Tom Dillon? That's the question the other podcaster was asking Abby that I was anxious to hear an answer for.
Which was what?
What is apartheid? How are they defining
what is an
apartheid?
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So.
She also posted a picture of Hamas people in the back of a truck. You see they have guns. They appear to be shooting a police officer, an Israeli police officer, through his window or something. And she tweeted this out and said, "This is a Renaissance painting."
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Very nice. She also tweeted out, she pinned this on October 7th. She said, this is while the people are being killed, massacred. This tweet apparently got at least 84,000 likes, which is horrific. She says, if you can look at the situation of Palestine and not be on the side of the Palestinians, then you're on the wrong side of apartheid, and history will show that in time. This is on October 7th.
Okay. I think she's wrong about that. How about you?
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a big wrong. It's a big fail.
Right.
It's a big L right there. That while people are being kidnapped, raped, murdered, kidnapped, to throw that out there, not agreeing with that. She also, on October 8th, she criticized Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner said something, she made some tweet about, praying for, supporting Israel. And she said that Kylie Jenner is an idiot for doing this on October 8th. Somebody tweeted out completely before any of the violence started, nothing to do with politics. Someone just randomly tweeted out, did anyone else feel the vibe shift just now? I'm so serious, by the way. And Mila quote tweeted that once the killing started and said, Zionist settlers in occupied land and stolen homes this morning. Okay.
What's that? Yeah.
She also said, this is on October 7th, she said, any celebrity supporting Israel is just doing it for the money. And she also said, regarding the holding the phones horizontally, she said, I just want to make sure there's 4K footage of my people breaking down the walls of the open air prison they've been forced out of their homes and into, so we have good options for the history books that write about how they freed themselves from apartheid.
That ain't gonna happen. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are some of she had more, obviously, but those are some of the plethora of insane, disgusting, horrific, vile tweets that Mia Khalifa put up on October 7th, October 8th. She's explicitly defending Hamas. She's explicitly cheering on Hamas. To my knowledge, she has not at any point said, she didn't do Norman Finkelstein. She didn't say, oh, I didn't know how bad it was. She just stood by all of this stuff. These are the tweets that the New York Post reported on. These are the tweets that Abby Martin, who I guess is just a horrible person in this context, said were, true, or was cheering on these tweets and cheering on Mia's, not backing down from this. So either Abby Martin, I guess, agrees with this, or is so ignorant that she has no clue that she said all this stuff, even though this is all the stuff that made all the newspaper articles she was talking about.
We should talk about the giant irony here too, since Hamas is a fundamentalist religious sect of Islam. How do they feel about pornography and pornographers?
Yeah, they're not in favor of it.
Right. And Mia Khalifa is a porn actress.
Yes. She does pornography, yes.
How would she be treated in the Gaza Strip.
Well, as a very fabulous gay man on Twitter said today, he said, I support Israel because I'd rather be getting head in Tel Aviv than getting beheaded in Gaza.
Yeah, she'd likely be made an example of relatively quickly.
Yeah. And it's very strange too, because and we're going to find out through the course of this conversation, Mia is Lebanese. She's from Beirut, I believe. And she does not like Hezbollah. She hates Hezbollah, which makes sense, obviously. And I believe she's actually banned from returning to her own home country because of her pornography. So I don't know why she doesn't also see Hamas through that same lens.
Well, because she feels like they're doing her bidding.
I guess.
They're doing the things that she would like to do herself if she had the ability to do them.
Right.
That's why people latch on to these fundamentalist groups, because they feel like they can get something out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Regardless of the fact that they themselves would be beheaded were they forced to live under Hamas or Hezbollah or any one of these fundamentalist Islamic regimes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing she just hates that, is what you're saying. And then also, she just hates Israel so much that it doesn't matter. Her brain is melted on the subject matter. So,
right.
So those were the tweets. Those were some of the controversial tweets that Mia put out. Let's see what tweet Abby's going to ask her about, right? Let's see what kind of crazy tweet that Abby's going to show her audience that says, like, listen, this is what Mia's being attacked with, right? And it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
It's a truck tweet, right? Obviously, she's going to bring that up.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe it would be very interesting. It could be a hard conversation where she says, listen, you said all this crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily agree with all this stuff. Why did you tweet this, right?
Yeah. What was the backlash like?
I mean, Abby Martin is a journalist. So.
Yeah. Hard-hitting journalist.
Hard-hitting journalist. Doesn't just listen to the regime propaganda,
Right. Didn't you say she worked for Russia Today?
Listen. Okay.
See, what is it that you're saying that's so controversial? It's actually completely not controversial, complete factual statements like, I want to go back to this post during the Sheikh Jarrah ethnic cleansing in 2021, because I think that this really just symbolizes how deranged the press can be when it's trying to demonize someone. You simply posted a photo of you drinking a bottle of wine, like an old bottle of wine from France. Looked good. It looked awesome. It was a great photo. And you just were like, this wine is older than your apartheid state.
So
that's a spicy tweet she's gonna go to.
That's the tweet. So out of all the tweets that I just read to you, that we showed to you, for some reason, I guess dishonesty, Abby brings up a tweet from 2 years ago that has not at all what's got her into all this trouble that currently, she's in.
This is the hard-hitting. She's like, you tweet a lot of really hard-hitting stuff, and what I admire is that you don't take any of it back.
Yeah.
Like this wine tweet from 2021.
Yep. This is it. This is the big tweet. The big boom, dropping some bombs tweet, right? Right here.
Well, I mean, if she's going for spicy, I feel like we just pulled up five tweets that are at least 1,000 times spicier than this.
Yes. So Abby goes on to say how some people were criticizing this because apparently the wine she was drinking was was a year that it's like French wine that was from the years that the Nazis occupied France. And so they were like saying, oh my God, did you intentionally chose a wine where the Nazis controlled France because you're like pro-Nazi or something, which, I think is silly. I don't think that was probably the thought process. But this to me, it should be just really clear right out of the gate that Abby Martin is a dishonest actor. She is not a real journalist. She is a propagandist and a liar, because I don't believe for a second Abby Martin doesn't know the tweets that got Mia in trouble. And if you were not familiar with that information, which a lot of people aren't, because not everyone's terminally online like we are, and a lot of people listening. A lot of people probably listen to Abby Martin. They are not familiar with Mia Khalifa, the porn star, any of the controversial things she said. And this is the only fucking tweet that Abby Martin, the dishonest person pretending to be a journalist, brings up to her own audience. So if you're in her audience, you would have no clue that Mia said all this insane crap. You think, oh, she just criticized Israel being an apartheid state and the media went after her. That's all you think if you listen to Abby Martin.
Yeah, you're totally gonna have a deceptive view of the whole situation.
Yes, it's insane. This is so wildly dishonest. Like, there's no defense. There's no defense of this level of just intentional dishonesty.
Yeah. Because she lost a job over those tweets. I think it was a job for Playboy.
Yeah, she lost some Playboy job and she lost some other job for some other company.
Well, I'm sure it didn't make a difference. She probably makes most of her money off of OnlyFans anyway,
she does.
So
yes.
It's not like she got fired. I did see a lot of people trying to play it up like she was going to be destitute after this. And I thought, that ain't, sorry, the world is much more sinister than that. Like she's probably ended up making money off of this. And that's
I'm sure a bunch of these, I'm sure a lot of people that subscribe to her on OnlyFans don't give a shit. And I'm sure lots of insane, degenerate, people are like, oh, actually, supported her because of this. So
yeah, but Abby Martin has no excuse, obviously.
Yeah.
Why is she doing this? Other than that she's just a dishonest hack.
To me, this really very crystal clear, because I was listening to some of the things Abby Martin says in this conversation. I was listening to some of the things she said in the Tim Dillon conversation, and she always frames things in a completely one-sided way. And I'm kind of used to that. And you're like, okay, that's like a level of bias that it's dishonest, but it's like a level of bias you sort of get. But this is so blatant that I just cannot see it as any way than just being an intentional lying, piece of crap.
Does she mention that she's a porn actress? I mean, I noticed in her intro, she's glowingly made her sound like an activist, not really a...
I don't remember.
We'll find out. Look, I'm looking for it.
Mm-hmm. And holy shit, did minds explode, where you actually had Avi Mayer, who is essentially like a spokesperson for the IDF. He's the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, and he's a pretty high-profile Israeli.
But she's going to complain about the wine tweet, which we don't need to hear. Doesn't bring up any of the other tweets. So
I can't remember who it was, but I heard I saw a transcript of some leaked audio of someone saying that it's not a left and someone on the Israeli side saying it's not a left and right divide. It's a young and old. The younger generation is catching on to everything, and we need to do everything we can to stop that. And TikTok was mentioned, and all of these platforms that are used to spread awareness and shine light on all of this. They're terrified of these things.
It was Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League, and it was a leaked audio recording where he actually said, quote, "We have a major generational problem. All of the polling I've seen suggests it's not a left-right gap. The issue is young and old." And I think that really, it strikes to the heart of the problem, because Israel's losing hold of the narrative that they've been they've maintained the narrative for so long because of the collusion with the press. I mean, they're a junior collaborator of the U.S. empire. They work in concert with the U.S. corporate media. I mean, so...
Okay. Okay. So there was an interesting thing that came out where the ADL guy, made this comment about, it's not the left, the rise of anti-Semitism doesn't seem to be attached to the left or the right. It seems to be a generational thing, or also the rise of anti-Israeli ideas. Why do you think the young generation in America is a lot more anti-Israeli?
Because of the wokeness lens, obviously. They see Israel as colonialists.
Right.
White colonialists.
Yes. Yeah, it's very clear to me. It's mostly because of the woke lens, mostly because of exactly what you said. Also, people tweeted out, and I think Elon Musk retweeted it, where someone had done research that showed that the amount of anti-Israel and anti-Semitic content was insanely high on TikTok. And they showed that they did some polling data that showed that supposedly, the more TikTok content a person consumed or said that they consumed, the more likely it is that they were very anti-Israel and more likely that they had anti-Semitic attitudes.
Yeah, we have the CCP basically feeding propaganda to all of our kids, which is, our Congress is out to lunch on this. I don't understand why they even, what are you doing, Congress?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, maybe this will be the wake-up call. One hopes. I think like a year or 2 years ago, I said, listen, I know a lot of the far-right people, anti-Semitic, but they don't understand. The anti-Semitism on the left is the ticking time bomb that might destroy wokeness.
Well, look, we went from
the Jews might destroy wokeness.
We went from the fairness doctrine, where they literally had a law in place saying that you had to give equal time to both liberals and conservatives, Republicans and Democrats in mainstream media news, right? Mm-hmm. We went from that to turning our news over to TikTok and the CCP.
Yes.
What the heck has happened here?
Well, it's interesting because Abby was saying, listen, these kids, they're not susceptible to the U.S. imperial propaganda.
Yeah, they're acceptable to the CCP propaganda.
Exactly, Abby. What the hell? How is this? How are you so blind to this?
Look, who is more susceptible to propaganda, Sitch? Someone who has a lifetime of experience watching media and seeing propaganda and discerning it from not propaganda, or kids?
Oh, I'm so glad that you just said that. It's so funny that you said that. Okay. Because you haven't actually seen this conversation.
I haven't. No.
Because they're about to go on and say how they're about to go and praise children and say that children have some magical immunity to propaganda. Children are uniquely qualified to talk about these sorts of events.
Most people on the left, and I'm sad to say this, look, my moral intuitions are very much on the left. I want to help people, but so many people on the left are just fundamentally naive about human psychology. Just basic human psychology goes right over their heads. And I have a feeling we're going to witness a lot of that in this conversation. If it is what you're saying it is.
Well, we'll see.
The U.S. corporate media, like all allies of the U.S. empire, they just basically run press releases from the IDF, and they're just their media stenographers. And so for the longest time, up until the advent of social media, Israel's just been able to have this stronghold on like what the talking points are. But as you've seen Palestinians dictate their own reality, that's slipping away more and more. And they are so desperate. I mean, we know that they have war rooms at Tel Aviv University with dozens, probably hundreds, if not thousands of people who are literally employed to correct the record online, whether it's Wikipedia or whatever. We know that Israeli officials try to take down pro-Palestine posts on TikTok and Twitter, but it still isn't working, Sarah. I mean, because Palestinians are showing us real time, like, these are the atrocities. This is our life. You can't argue with that. But of course they try, right? They're even grotesquely insinuating that these people are all like working as actors, and all the the dead babies are like toys. And I mean, it's fucking sick.
Oh, so the part where she talks about the kids not being susceptible to propaganda is later in the conversation. That comes up again later. But regarding this thing, I mean, here's the thing. Some of this is true in that sometimes I have seen tweets where people say, "Oh, this person's a crisis actor," and like there's no evidence of it. That's untrue. But the same
all
token,
that is like the new thing, right? To call everyone a crisis actor.
Yes, exactly. But the same token, just as I've seen videos of people point to Palestinians that are dead and called them Israelis or whatever, I've seen lots of accounts posting pictures of people that died in Syria, from Assad killing them, and from the whole Syrian civil war situation, posting those, saying that these are Palestinians that Israelis are killing. I have seen pictures of people holding baby dolls and pretending that they're children. So the propaganda exists on both sides here. And you're just naively stupid and deluding yourself if you don't think that's the case.
Right. Yeah. If you think your side is not using propaganda, but the other side is exclusively using propaganda, you're a fool.
Yeah. It's just silly.
It's truly dystopian. It makes you feel like, are we living in the same world? Like how can someone like stand and say these things and perpetuate these things when we're seeing it with our own eyes? We're seeing the reality that is in Gaza, and we're seeing the reality that is in Tel Aviv and the rest of Israel. When it's not just Gaza that isn't safe. We haven't even touched on the West Bank and Israeli citizens who are of Palestinian descent being arrested in their homes simply for standing in solidarity with children who are being murdered in their own homes. It's lunatic.
It's twisted beyond belief. And I think that really strikes to the heart of why you are such a threat, because we're talking about, like, especially like Gen Z, millennials, Gen Z, people know what the hell's going on. You look at even like polling for just support for Israel, it's exactly the same thing. And I don't think it's necessarily just distrust in corporate media, although I do think that has a huge role to play. I think that, people who grew up, especially in a post 9/11 world, it's like that's just like the meme. It's like the media lies us into war over and over again. So why would you believe them now? But I think more important.
This is an important thing that, I've always tried to focus on, which is that obviously here we've talked a lot about how the mainstream media has lied or has been very dishonest about certain things, usually, in the realms of politics, things, when I try to give something a political slant, very often it's framed in a very dishonest way.
Of course.
The problem is this kind of leads some people to very lazy thinking, where they say, well, if the quote mainstream media, which again, when we say mainstream media, you're saying all of, the left-wing media, all of the right-wing media, you kind of put them all into a giant box and you say, well, the mainstream media is dishonest. So therefore, automatically, whenever they say anything about any story, I'm just going to automatically assume, number one, it's untrue and just take the opposite position. That's just as stupid and lazy as just assuming everything they say is true.
Yeah, of course. Could be true. It could be false. You have to look in.
Right. You have to actually take the time to look at the story and say, well, let me try to read this and see what's going on here and see that, some of the telltale signs of whether it seems believable or not. Is it too on the nose? Is it quoting anonymous sources? Blah, blah, blah. They just look at something and say, well, the mainstream media says it, so it must automatically be the opposite of that. That's going to lead you down a pathway of just taking you to stupid land, which apparently, I guess, Abby is on board with, I guess, currently. Though I suspect it's really only, like most people, it's just, I read an article that confirms my bias. It's true. I read an article that goes against my preconceived notions of reality. It must be fake news, which is, I'm assuming, how Abby just interprets this stuff, considering how she's talking about it.
That is most people. That is the way most people consume media, obviously. If it's against what they want to believe, then it's fake news. If it's exactly what they want to believe, then all of a sudden the paper that they've been castigating as getting it wrong every single time is, a reputable source now that it agrees with me. So,
right.
Yeah. But look, it takes a long time. I mean, most of the time I'm forcing myself just to have an agnostic position on this kind of stuff because I don't know much about it.
But that's the problem, is that it's uncomfortable. I think we are wired, we evolved to be uncomfortable, to be agnostic about things. We want to just have like a very clear, decisive attitude psychologically. But I think when you come to a lot of news, especially breaking news, especially political news, that's highly tribal, highly controversial, you have to sort of just adopt from the offset an agnostic opinion on everything and just start from that position, because otherwise it's just too easy for you to get suckered into believing something.
I am noticing, because it does come up time and time again. There's all these these words that people are using in this discussion: apartheid state, open air prison, concentration camp. So look, I'm agnostic on those terms because I'm looking for their justification, their reasoning behind it. And the people that most commonly use those terms never give any kind of justification. It's like,
yes,
please give me some examples. But I am reading books on the situation. I am coming across horrible things that the Israelis have done to Palestinians, horrible things Palestinians have done to Israelis. So, I mean, the more I read on this, the more I think, well, nobody's hands are clean here. It doesn't seem like really anyone is the sweet, innocent, oh, I didn't do anything wrong. No one can kind of claim that moral high ground status. So I just like, what are you going to do? Obviously, there are things. Look, the Hamas attacks are detestable. Like there's no excuse for that. I keep asking myself, okay, even if you can come up with justifications for this apartheid state, and I guess apartheid state is just defined as two populations living with different laws. One law for one population, one law for another. I guess Jim Crow would be the best example in the America context, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a situation where you can go off indiscriminately and murder and kill and
No.
maim and rape innocent people? I don't think it is, right?
Yeah.
And
well, that's
well, apartheid is also it's different than slavery. I've heard like the Finkelstein guy compared it to actual slavery, like not just Jim Crow, but slavery. So I mean, you're taking these incremental steps away from just abhorrent situations. Things are progressively getting better and better. And my read of the situation is every time violence breaks out, you take giant steps away from the incremental improvements towards a better situation.
You know, it's an interesting question that all these people are too cowardly or stupid to actually have a conversation about is, you know, what, if anything, is there any possible scenario where like just raping and killing innocent civilians would ever be morally, ethically justified?
Right. That's the conversation I want to have.
Right. Under like a normative, like a normal, not insane moral system. And the only thing I could even maybe think of, and I wouldn't even be sure this is like, if you have, because I've said on the stream, I said that like, you know, Norman and the other people, they try to say like, oh, these people broke out of a concentration camp.
Right.
Right. And I remember when I heard that, I said, okay, first of all, that's not true at all. But even if it was true, if I were to grant that was true, that like literally these people in Gaza were living in the same circumstances as like Jews in a concentration camp.
Right. Yeah. They broke out of Auschwitz.
Right. If Jews broke out of Auschwitz and started just killing and raping like every German they could find,
innocent Germans,
yeah, like and children, like that wouldn't be justified. Even that wouldn't be justified during the Holocaust. I don't know why that like would be here, you know, justified here when it's not.
Now,
even
if they were beheading the prison guards, okay, now we're having a conversation, right? Like they're literally the people oppressing them.
Yeah, and I was like really stretching hard to like try to figure out some like way that this would be justified. I couldn't really think of one. I couldn't really conceive of like why would this would ever be justified unless it was some like ridiculous scenario. You know, like an evil deity says you must commit these actions or I'll kill all life on the planet. You know, some like absurd thing that's not like realistic. And they never actually have the conversation about that. They never actually explain their rationale here.
They can't. That's why, look, as soon as they start talking about this in any detail, they realize that their whole worldview falls apart. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because one of the big things you would hear against, or that would be used against Israel, say Israel is engaged in collective punishment with the bombings in Gaza.
And if there's proof of that, which there might be. I don't know. At this point, I have no idea.
Right. If that turns out to be the case, obviously that is a horrific war crime. But the thing that's interesting to me is that they for some reason are able to sort of perceive that on Israel But when it comes to Hamas's actions, they're like the fact that that was a quote form of collective punishment. They're going and killing, kidnapping, and raping innocent people that have, nothing to do with whatever they've suffered. That doesn't perceive to them as some kind of form of fucked up collective punishment.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it is collective punishment. I'm sure there are people that were murdered on October 7th that voted against Netanyahu, that were against the settlers in the West Bank.
Oh, yeah.
That were in favor of people pulling out of Gaza.
There were people that were kidnapped who were actively working with, Palestinians to try to improve the situation in Gaza, who were killed and kidnapped. There are multiple people, like dozens of people that reported were on that side of peace and were just killed or kidnapped.
Yeah, I heard different numbers. I think on Tuesday I said I had read or heard that it was 1,500 work visas. I heard another source that said they were closer to 10,000 work visas.
Mm-hmm.
So not that it's you said it's like 2 million population, so it is pittance, but still, I mean, it's 10 times 1,000.
Well, yeah, sure. And but you got to start somewhere, obviously.
Of course. I was listening to another interview with Yusuf Hassan, the guy who his dad was one of the founding members of Hamas. And he was saying that everybody in Gaza would just kill to immigrate to Israel. They're like,
right.
Why do I want to live here? I'd much rather live in Israel where it's nice. Yeah.
Importantly, is that Israel's control over the narrative for so long. I mean, this goes back to the clash of civilizations. It goes back to just that idea that Arabs are terrorists. And it, of course, was cemented further with 9/11. But
see, all of this is just such simple-minded thinking. It's like all of this is being driven by their racism against the Palestinian people. Yeah. That's everything. That's all. This entire situation is just, they look at a Palestinian person and they see terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think this situation is that simple, Sitch?
No. Not even remotely. Well,
yes.
Going back to, and this is related, going back to what I said about how they can see the collective punishment or potential collective punishment that Israel is doing with, bombing, but they're completely blind to the collective punishment of Hamas. I mean, this is just really the most classic example of, your Heidian moral intuitions. The morality binds people into a group and then blinds them. It blinds them to the dangerous thing about morality and moral systems is that if you're not careful, morality will blind you to the wrongdoings that your in-group does to the out-group.
Yes.
It's totally fine. The out-group does not deserve the same universal rights and moral consideration and weights that your in-group does. And this is, to me, this is part of why
it's literally apartheid. It's different laws for different people.
Exactly. To me, this is part of why the concept of universal rights and natural rights under liberalism are just so amazing, such an amazing cultural development, because it's a way to kind of push back against this, I think, natural intuition that humans have to just say, listen, they're part of the out-group, so we can, do whatever we want to them.
Yeah, it's more too than just blinding you, because of the way the social system is set up with these purity spirals. Even if you are able to see the indiscretions on your side, the social system is constructed that if you speak out against them, people are going to accuse you of being outside of the tribe anyway. So the incentive structure is bad as well. So I think that's one of the chief reasons why evolution has kind of pushed us to just be blind to them, to not be able to see them.
100%. Yeah. I mean, when we saw, it was last week or the week before last week, where 2 Palestinians were publicly lynched in the West Bank for supposedly, helping, being traitors, supposedly helping Israel in some capacity or something.
Really? So it was Palestinians being lynched by other Palestinians?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Publicly.
Wow. Okay. I can't remember if we talked about it on a Sunday stream or a Tuesday stream, but I had read the Yusuf Hassan's book. He's the son of one of the founding members of Hamas, and in prison they did a lot of torturing people because they are so paranoid of traitors that they tortured a lot of very, very innocent people and got them to admit to heinous things. And that's a huge problem in a situation where people are paranoid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says, I don't know if any of this has ever been confirmed in terms of the accusation, but the two men, Hamez Mubarak and Azman Jawabra, were accused of being, they were accused of confessing to serving as informants for the IDF. And so they were killed, dragged through the streets, spit on, and then hung from electric poles where they had their limbs cut off.
Oh my God.
By a shouting crowd. So,
Wow.
There you go.
Ouch.
It's always been a racist, dehumanizing trope that Israeli colonialism and U.S. imperialism has relied on to advance their goals in the Middle East. And this caricature is super successful, but it's waning, I think, in large part because Americans are like meeting Arabs more. Like, we're getting out of our comfort zone. There's a lot of, diaspora of a lot of like refugees around the world. Like, a lot of people, their neighbors, their friends, their coworkers, like they're meeting people and they're like, oh, this isn't what I've been told by the media forever. And of course, social media, like kids who are following you, all of these kids who are following like iconic, powerful, influential, popular Arab people, whether it's musicians or artists or just like fashion icons. I mean, that's dispelling the myth real time as well. And you can't propagandize to people who are like young because they're seeing it.
Okay, this irony is just destroying me, Sitch. Like, you understand the argument that she's making here? She's saying, look, there's this racist stereotype that people believe all Arab people are terrorists.
Yeah.
And since people are meeting these people who are Arab, influencers and whatnot, it's dispelling that myth that they're terrorists.
Right.
Well, she's sitting across from a literal terrorist sympathizer. What is happening here, Sitch? How is Mia Khalifa dispelling the myth, which I agree, it's a terrible, terrible stereotype. But when you sit across from someone who is a literal terrorist sympathizer, it kind of plays into that stereotype a bit.
Does it not? That's a fantastic point. Yeah.
Look,
that's so true.
I'm like, what? Wouldn't it be nice to bring someone on your show that's Arab, that is not insane?
Right. Yeah. And part of like the thing that is really disgusting about this conversation is like, there's some people that is like, the Mia Khalifas, the Abby Martins, the Norman Finkelsteins of the world, who they're just like horrible people who just basically they either directly simp for Hamas or indirectly simp for Hamas.
Well, I think they're useful idiots. I'm not certain there's anything going on upstairs in any of these people, to be honest with you.
Well, no, so like Mia's not a useful idiot. She's like true believer. Maybe Abby's a useful idiot, right? But she's so far in that camp that like Norman, I basically in my mind group them together in terms of just like horrible people. But then there's people, and this is a completely legitimate position to have, where there are people that think that Hamas is a horrific, evil organization, say that what they did on October 7th was horrific evil, but still want to argue against the Israeli action in Gaza right now and say that, they're killing too many civilians, they're, causing too much damage, that it's immoral, blah, 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 blah. And like, okay, that's like we can have a conversation about that, and that's a legitimate conversation. It's a legitimate moral position, whether you agree with it or disagree with it. And it's unfortunate that Abby and Mia and all these other psychopaths seem to constantly get kind of so much focus from social media. and get so many likes, so many retweets, so many views because what they're saying is so fucking insane. And apparently, like, having that insane take appeals to the lowest common denominator of so many people on the platform.
Yeah, that's what's scary. That's what's terrifying, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's basking in this insanity. It's being propagated.
Oh, and also, I just thought it was funny that, like, the irony too is that she's like, listen, you know, to these kids, you know, they're not listening to the media, you know, propaganda. They're following you and listening to your propaganda.
Right, which, I mean, she's getting her propaganda straight from Hamas. So
right.
Just like fashion icons. I mean, that's dispelling the myth real time as well. And you can't propagandize to people who are like young because they're seeing it for themselves and they're just following these people themselves instead of like what old people are telling them who to hate.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they're following Mia herself and saying Mia's cheer on, you know,
yeah.
Hamas kill, kidnap, and rape innocent, you know, Israeli civilians. Yeah, they're seeing it for themselves, Abby.
They even are deluded on that, though, because so many of the people are, you know, they're looking for ways to get around the fact that what they did was horrific. Like, they don't want to acknowledge that the rapes took place, even though there's a bunch of firsthand accounts of survivors of the fact that people were being raped. They're not going to film themselves raping women. Okay. They film themselves beheading people. There's plenty of that on film.
Right.
So I don't, it's like, so they can't deny the beheading, but they're denying the rapes, even though there's firsthand accounts of it. So look,
well,
I think there's plenty of evidence. It's hard to deny, but they themselves don't want to admit that because they know it's morally reprehensible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the irony here is you have women simping for rape here, intentionally or unintentionally. And, you know, because they say this in this conversation, Abby says this in the Tim Dillon conversation, Second Thoughts, insane psychopathic crew brought on some woman to make a whole case about how there's no evidence for rape, you know, or for rapes that occurred. So I looked into this because I was like, okay, what is the evidence? What are they talking about? And it's, you know, a lot of it is what you're saying. There was firsthand accounts of women who witnessed other women being raped. You know, one of the more prominent ones was there was a woman at the music festival who a woman got shot and like right next to her and died. And so she took her blood and smeared it all over her own face and like put the bodies on top of her, basically hid under a bunch of dead bodies to survive. And she witnessed multiple people being raped at the music festival.
Yeah.
There was multiple, and this is kind of why like the people that are saying that there's no evidence are just so despicable, because there was a lot of people after this, you know, after October 7th happened and finally Israel controlled the area again, and people were going in, a lot of medical responders, a lot of volunteers were going in to like deal with all the corpses because there's thousands of corpses in this area. And people reported that they would walk into like rooms and they would find a woman, you know, naked, handcuffed to the bed with her head, brains blown out, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I wonder what happened in this room. And it's like, oh, well, the person that found the scene, they didn't think to like say, hey, let me take a fucking photograph of this horrific thing I witnessed, because some utter piece of shit on the internet is going to say, well, pics or it didn't happen. Like they didn't think to necessarily take a picture of that horrific thing. So all these people,
if they did, you think they want those pictures? Their family want those pictures on the internet? These people are fucking disgusting.
Right. That is true. And supposedly, by the way, there was a woman who gave a report, or there's a woman who is actually compiling a report of all these claims. And she says that there are, first of all, she said, you're right. She said there are pictures of bodies and like this. But a lot of it is just people who found bodies describing the bodies they saw. I guess they're all lying. I guess all the pictures are fake. They actually did do some DNA forensic evidence for some of the bodies they found that were raped. They found multiple bodies in states that would obviously imply they were raped. They found multiple bodies, male and female, that had suffered genital mutilation of sorts. And supposedly and I was listening to what this woman was saying. Apparently there's a video of something so horrific that I won't even describe what happened that exists, but I don't think we'll ever see because it's just so like despicable. So
yeah, they don't see these people as human beings. The fact that they think they wouldn't rape them, they see them as animals. They see them as cockroaches. There's like, they'll do whatever they want to them.
Yeah. And there was two, at least that I saw there were two accounts of captured Hamas people that one of them said that they were told that they could do whatever they wanted to the woman by their whoever was commanding them. And another one was told specifically to like, torture as many people as possible. And so this idea that these like complete idiots have, these people who are just so intentionally trying to be blind to this because they hate Israel so much, like they're so biased so much, they just want to pretend like, oh yeah, they just went in there and killed a bunch of, thousands of innocent civilians, kidnapped, 200 plus civilians. But no, they would never rape anyone. Like that's just beyond, they would never burn anyone alive. That obviously didn't happen. Like these people are insane. They're delusional.
They took a bunch of women and they haven't returned the women. They returned like the old people.
Well, see, that was an interesting thing too that I was wondering about because so this is a somewhat of a tangent, but so there was a ceasefire obviously recently. And they were doing hostage exchange. Yeah. They're doing hostage exchange and everything. And then what's interesting or weird is that it was Hamas that broke the ceasefire. Hamas, the people that were begging for the ceasefire, they started launching rockets, and there was a person that did a drive-by shooting on a bunch of Israelis in a terrorist attack, and Hamas said that was our guy. They admitted that they were behind that attack. So Hamas is very clearly intentionally ending the ceasefire. And I don't know if anyone said this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it doesn't seem to me to be big far out there. Because my first thought when they were returning hostages was, they're returning children and they're returning old people. And I saw that there were some young women that were being returned, but I was wondering, because if there's a young woman who has been raped and is a hostage,
they can't return them.
She will never be returned.
Yeah.
She will never be returned. And I was actually wondering if maybe the reason that Hamas intentionally broke the ceasefire,
because they can't return any of them. They raped them all.
Is because they wanted, Israel was saying, you need to give us back the women. You said you're going to give us back the women. And they maybe have reached a point where they literally cannot return any more female hostages because they've all suffered sexual assault.
So disgusting. And it's so disgusting that these two idiots, these fucking morons, these people who sit in the West and talk about women's rights are on this podcast talking about this, just completely delusional, basically spreading fucking lies.
Yes.
When there's all those people over there that are suffering. Look, they're probably still getting raped.
I'm sure. Yeah. They even, and she says, I don't remember if it was in this conversation. I think it was actually the Tim Dillon one, because this might have been before the ceasefire. She says like, oh, from what we've heard, like they treated the prisoners well.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did you hear? I don't know what she's talking about. Because like when I looked into the stories, it was like, first of all, it's like, okay, so they had a bunch of people who were basically living in a room for 50 days on like the most meager food possible, like to just survive. Okay, in some horrid conditions, many times there was like no light, barely any light. They just sit in a room of sweltering heat for this entire time. Some of the people were physically abused. Some of the kids were intentionally branded accordingly. That at least two kids said that they intentionally put their legs on like a hot motor pipe, like a hot motorcycle pipe, to brand them so they could be identified if they ran away. There were kids that were covered in like lice and other bugs. There were kids who supposedly were forced to watch, some of the October 7th footage.
Oh my God.
There were, like people that got these kids talk about how like the kids are obviously like completely traumatized and like seem like completely different like children than they were before, obviously. And how some of them like are like they're just so like they're afraid to speak. Like they're just so quiet now and everything because, they were saying that like they weren't allowed to talk or because the guards would threaten to kill them. like you have these children who, by the way, most of these kids that were held hostage, their families died on October 7th. Their parents and siblings got killed and murdered, and then they were held hostage for 50 days. And this dumb idiot, Abby Martin, is like, well, they were held in good conditions.
Who knows what they told them? They're probably terrified to speak because they said, if you say anything, we're going to hunt you down and kill you.
Right.
They're probably terrified to say anything to the authorities.
Yes.
It's so sick.
It's wild to me, but whatever. Listen, Israel bad, I guess. America bad, right?
People have been asking us to invite apostate prophet onto the show a bunch of times. I checked out one of his streams for the first time. He did a stream with another guy who speaks Arabic, and they went through some of the October 7th footage to translate what the guys were saying. And it's horrific. It's completely horrific. Yeah.
Exactly. The younger generation is not susceptible to it. They're offended that they think that they'll fall for it. They're really offended by not valuing their intelligence and thinking that they would just simply believe them when they can see for themselves and they can read about it for themselves. And I think that there's been a little bit of a bell curve post 9/11. Arabs, everyone was a terrorist, and the more that a lot of us have been put in the mainstream, like Rami Youssef and Rima Faki winning Miss USA in 2011, like all of these people representing us and showing the world who we are and who we can be, that kind of shifted. And now I feel like we're back in the post 9/11 world, or they're trying to get us back there, and it's not going to work because the younger generation has already seen these people, the people who are smart and who are speaking up about it and who are representing the right side of history.
So as you said, Adam, Mia here is completely trying to do all she can to undo any of this progress.
Look, the irony is just off the charts here. It's totally off the charts. She's saying, look, we're right back where we were right after 9/11, as she's literally posting, love emojis for terrorists on her timeline.
Yeah.
Look, it makes me wonder about this Miss USA. When's the mask going to fall off for her?
Right.
You're not doing your people any sort of service here.
No.
Yeah. You're making them all look like shit.
I don't think that, like, when October 7th happens, I don't think a bunch of Americans are like, oh my God, we have to go be racist against, Muslims. I don't even think that was like really the thought process. I think, and by the way, I'm not saying this is not justified at all. Racism is not justified. But I think what's going to help make people racist is people like Mia, people who are, of Middle Eastern descent, who are basically simping for Hamas. That is going to help make more people racist.
People are going to be racist. Like, there's going to be racists who just innately don't like people who are not like them. I mean, that's unavoidable. It takes work to kind of treat people as individuals. It's something that we don't normally do. Our psychology is very groupish.
Yes.
Our default is to see people in groups and to use stereotypes, be they negative or positive stereotypes.
Yeah.
So look, the problem that they're laying out is a real problem. The problem of stereotypes, the way that what they're doing is completely playing into the stereotypes, which is just the irony here.
Yeah.
It's like you're not doing anything to fix the stereotype. You're actually making it worse. So,
yeah.
But the unawareness of it is, that's the part that's just, as she's talking about all these kids with the high IQs, I'm going, this person is an idiot.
Yeah. Well, just the idea that like children are magically have some magical protection.
No, children are just as tribal as everyone else. What are you talking about?
Children are more susceptible.
Worse.
To me, and they get into this like later in more detail. If you think children are less susceptible to propaganda, you're too stupid to have a public thought about anything political whatsoever. Because you know, like that is the biggest tell for cognitive dissonance. Because every person intuitively knows that children are the most susceptible to propaganda. That's why every ideology, every religion, every political group wants to get the kids when they're young and proselytize them. We all know this. Everyone knows this is true. And yet these idiots, because they're so blind to it, they have no free will. Their elephant is so in control of everything. They're going to be like, well, because the children agree with us, that must mean that they're, have some magic defense against propaganda.
We literally have laws in place for advertising to avoid advertising things that products like cigarettes in a way that children will find attractive. I mean, we have those laws in place because everybody knows children are little dum-dums, man. They'll fall for anything.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Right. But no, when the kids agree with you, it's because they have some, magic secret ability, because kids are like from the mouth of babes, the magic wisdom flows.
Oh yeah. The religious scripture, that's what they're turning to.
Yeah.
This idea needs to be destroyed. This idea that racism is taught. I fundamentally disagree with that. Tribalism is innate. You have to teach people not to be tribalist.
Right.
And it's very, very difficult. And some people it never works on.
Mm-hmm.
Look up to, and that's who they're going to listen to. And also I think seeing the difference in the people who are showing up at the protests or showing up at any place that are being occupied. They're seeing that it's young, diverse, culturally, racially, religiously diverse groups of people versus old white people who are showing up for Zionism and defending a Holocaust and calling for a non-ceasefire, which is the most insane thing in the entire world. I don't care.
In case you really needed to hammer home this sort of intersectional leftist brain rot here, listen, all the bad people, they're all old and white. I don't know if you know this. All those bad people.
Yeah, she's racist as fuck.
They're all the old white people. But all the people on the side of righteousness, people on the right side of history, they're diverse. Okay, they're all very diverse.
Yeah. Gaza is so diverse. Sitch. There's a plethora of diversity going on in Gaza.
Yeah.
I don't care who is fighting. If you're against a ceasefire, what?
I mean, it's racism. And I think that we should be really clear about that because Israel, again, has depended on...
I like
people
that.
Are idiots. It's insane.
The irony, Abby Martin is immune to irony. She cannot perceive irony or something. Because, you had the situation where you have Mia promoting terrorists, that she missed. And now Mia literally just did a racism in front of her. She literally did a racism right in front of her.
Yeah.
And Abby's like, you're so right. The bad people are all racist.
Right. She's like, it's all these old white people. You're so right. They're all racist. Yeah.
What the hell? How do you miss that?
This is gold. This is gold, Sitch. This is like nuclear levels of cringe.
I watched
How is this even possible?
I watched this video and it has over 100,000 views, but I'm like, how is this video is insane. How do so many people watch this garbage?
Yeah, they all lap it right up because it's a new thing. It's a new narrative.
Even the
Israel
title of
bad, America bad, white people bad, old people bad.
Yep.
We're so young, hip, and diverse.
Look, she's got a nose ring. Okay, she's very hip, Adam.
The idea that you can just be completely racist and just basically a terrorist sympathizer and think that you're on the right side of history is baffling to me.
I like that even the video is called Confronting Israel's Racism and Propaganda.
Right. Look at this. This is like luxury beliefs at its finest. It's like, look, all we need is the racism hammer. We can solve all this.
Yeah.
These people are idiots, Sitch.
Let me read a couple super chats.
Why is this like why I've never heard of this Abby Martin before, but man.
I remember I've heard about her for a while. I'm trying to remember where I don't remember if she was like inserting herself into the whole Syria civil war conversation, but I've heard about she's been like one of these big, America bad lefty types for a long time.
Wow. They are just a menace to society.
Yeah. Let me read a couple of super chats. Renaro Zoro is here for $20. Says, you guys need to watch Godzilla -1. It's amazing. 9/10 best film I've seen in years. I think it's only in theaters till like the 7th. It's a solid piece of cinema.
Godzilla -1. I'm in the mood for a good movie.
There you go. I mean, I never liked Godzilla, but everyone says it's really great. So maybe.
How can you not like Godzilla?
I just never been into the concept.
It's a theatrical release, huh? Okay, cool. Thanks for the tip.
Scottski02 for $20 says Mia wanted Hamas to film in horizontal mode because she's used to being filmed in HD. There you go.
Yeah.
True.
Yes.
Very true. Select for $5 says Abby Martin argued with Sam Harris through the medium of Joe Rogan on the Palestine stuff several years ago. I mean, that's probably where I first heard about her or something, but
yeah, and insane.
Unlike folding in progressivism to their identity. That's why they have this whole fake veil of being LGBTQ friendly. And, they have gay pride march. I mean, gay marriage isn't even legal in Israel. And also it's so targeted to try to fold in liberalism and just well-intentioned liberals who don't consider themselves racist, but that's falling apart too, because.
So regarding the gay marriage thing, it's true that gay marriage is not legal in Israel. Israel has a lot of what I would argue are dumb religious aspects of Judaism kind of baked into certain parts of the law, even though the society is, mostly, to my understanding, secular. But that being said, Israel is I believe, the only country in the Middle East that, even though they don't perform gay marriage in Israel, you can leave the country, get gay married, come to Israel, and they will acknowledge your marriage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And no other Middle Eastern country, to my understanding, has gay marriage or will even acknowledge gay marriage.
Well, you couldn't get gay married in America just not that long ago.
That is true.
Yes.
And what's even weirder, which I never knew about this, apparently it's like Tel Aviv is like known as a big hotspot for gay men in like the entire world. And supposedly, I mean, this seems not to be true to me because the number seems so high. There's like a bunch of websites that claim that 25% or 20% of Tel Aviv's population is gay or something. That I cannot imagine that that's true. But apparently Tel Aviv is supposed to be some like, Mecca for gay people. I don't know why, but so apparently it's like all the gays love, Israel.
I mean, San Francisco is kind of the Mecca for gay people in the United States. So.
Right.
San Francisco and West Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
The more Israeli society is revealed, like you can no longer just wash away what they're doing and be like, oh, it's just Netanyahu's government. No, it's not. The entire government is a fascistic force. The entire state of Israel is based on an ethno-state, and it's based on an artificial majority that only exists because of the expulsion of indigenous inhabitants. And the quicker people realize that, the faster Israel is falling apart. And, it's so crazy. I was in Jerusalem. Well, I was in the West Bank in 2016. It was amazing. I mean, Palestinians are the most beautiful, gracious people in the world. I went into Jerusalem for like 30 minutes. And then as I'm just talking to people on the streets, it was so...
Well, okay. Before she gets onto this insane thing that she's about to say, I want to talk about the whole ethno-state thing. It's interesting that she brings up, she's like, oh, Israel is a fascistic project that was based on an ethno-state. Does she not understand that the whole conflict started because two sides wanted the country to be ruled by different groups of people? Like the non-Jewish Arabs wanted a country where they would be in control and their religion would be the dominant religion. And the Jews wanted their own country where they would be in control and Judaism would be the dominant religion. Both sides wanted a quote ethno-state or a theocratic state of some fashion. That's kind of what started the conflict. Neither side was like, listen, let's all live together in a huggy-buggy liberal secular democracy. That was not the that's not how the conflict started in the 40s, Abby. Like this comment is so bafflingly stupid.
Right. I mean, the Palestinians want an ethno-state, obviously. When they talk about from the river to the sea, they're talking about an ethno-state without Jews.
Yes. And this is going to come up, what she's about to say, which is like insane. There's a guy who has a very interesting YouTube channel it's called Corey Gill Schuster. The Corey Gill Schuster Ask Project. And he's been doing this for years. He would go to Israel and Palestine and he would just find like random people on the street and just ask them like all sorts of questions about, Israel and Palestine, what they think the solution is, what would they do if Israel was one state, what would they do if Palestine was one state, blah, 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 blah. And there's a video where he's like asking a bunch of people about like, he's asking Palestinians, what would you do if Palestine controlled the whole region? And there are some people that are like, oh, we can live, in peaceful democracy. But there's a lot of people that are like, expel all the Jews, expel all the Jews, expel all the Jews.
Wow.
And so like the idea that like, oh yeah, Israel is just this like evil, like fascistic ethno-state. And like the Palestinians are some sort of like freedom-loving democracy or whatever is just absurd.
Yeah, they're delusional. They're just delusional.
Bank in 2016. It was amazing. I mean, Palestinians are the most beautiful, gracious people in the world. I went into Jerusalem for like 30 minutes. And then like, as I'm just talking to people on the streets, it was so disgusting, Sarah, because even though I know like peripherally that Israeli society is really racist, you simply don't expect to be harkened back to like Jim Crow apartheid in America, like in the deep South. But to have that in front of your face on camera, Israelis speaking when they know that they're speaking into a camera. Two of them were just like carpet bomb them all, kill them all. And it's like, who are the racist people here? Because we hear constantly that Palestinians think this about Jewish people, but in reality, I mean, it's a huge majority of Israelis that are virulently racist. They want to either expel all Arabs from their land or they're okay with saying to carpet bomb them on camera.
So is she like the dumbest person alive? She's so biased. Bias really makes your IQ drop like 40 points.
Yeah, it does.
To retard levels. So she's like, listen, I went to Palestine and they were just amazing. Wonderful. They were the best people. Oh my God, they were just the best people. But then I go to Israel and I ask like a dozen people on the street how they feel about them. Yeah. And I've seen that video, by the way. And people have like bad opinions, but she's obviously like hyperbolizing it, to crazy levels. She's like, I went to Israel and I asked like a couple, I asked like 6 or 7 people on the street, some question about Palestine. And some of them, were like gave very bad answers, about killing, Palestinians. And so therefore, from my, one experience asking like 6 random people on the street, I'm going to extrapolate an entire worldview based on it. When, by the way, Abby, where's your video of you asking Palestinians the same question? And they're all like totally like, oh, peace is the way. Where's that video?
She had to burn it because it was so bad she couldn't publish it.
Yeah. Where's that video? And that's why, and when I heard this, I'm like, what the fuck? Because I've seen a lot of, even before this conflict, I had watched a bunch of Corey Gill Schuster's videos, and it's like, it's exactly, he's been doing it for years, and it's exactly what you'd expect. There are people that are Israeli and Palestinian that are like pro-peace, pro-democracy, putting the past behind them. And there's lots of people that aren't on both sides. There's lots of people that are horrible on both sides. It's like, that's exactly what you would expect. Like, come on, Abby. Like, how are you so brain damaged on this?
even if it's 50% of the population, let's say 50% of Israelis, they just want to get rid of the Palestinians, carpet bomb, genocide, and whatever detestable thing they think. Right. And it's the same on the Palestinian side. 50% of them want to just, get rid of the Jews. Like, what do you do with that? Like, what, how do you move away from that?
Right.
Like,
right.
You can't come out and say, look, one side's an angel and one side's not. It's completely stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the numbers because I don't know the polling numbers. I don't even know if you can get accurate polling numbers on that.
I mean, I don't believe that if you looked up, polling for Israel, that any majority of the population would be in favor of genocide.
Look, I'm just using it as a hypothetical.
No, right. But I'm just saying that's like, that's what she said.
Look, let's say it's 10% of the Palestinians want to kill all the Jews, and it's 80% of the Jews want to kill all the Palestinians. Let's say it's reversed. Let's say it's 80% of the Palestinians want to kill. Like, what do you do with those numbers?
Right.
They're completely useless.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason why people bring those numbers up is for some sort of justification for some kind of heinous activity on one side or the other. And I fundamentally think that you can't go there. The heinous activity has to end. Otherwise, you're never going to reverse those numbers wherever they are. Right. So I don't, a lot of people want to bounce those numbers around. A lot of people want to pull out the polling numbers on the Palestinian people's support of Hamas as a justification for carpet bombing them. That's heinous. That's so heinous.
Yeah.
That's so heinous because even though, let's say it's 80%, you're still carpet bombing 20% who answered that poll. Oh no, Jews are lovely and I want to have a secular democracy with them. You're still carpet bombing 20% of innocent people. This is not a good way to conceptualize the situation. So I fundamentally am against all of this nonsense that she's bringing up, because she is doing it just to say, Jews evil. It's like, these stereotypes aren't working, as I'm working double time here to promote negative stereotypes of Jewish people all throughout this video.
Well, it's, I bet my guess would be, even if she's like, if you said like, why didn't you ask a bunch of Palestinians like you did Jews, why don't you ask them their feelings of the Jews or the Israelis?
Because she knows their feelings. Right. She's psychically connected to these people.
Well, no. My guess would be she would say, well, they're justified in having these negative feelings.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, of course they hate all the Jews because all those Jews are racist old people.
Who put them in open air prisons and, for no reason, just because it was funny, just for the lulz, right?
This is the beautiful thing about the left's P plus P equals R. Privilege plus power equals racism. Yeah. None of the Palestinian people are racist.
They can't be.
This thing is, oh man.
Just definitionally, they don't have the power to be racist. They have the power to conduct a large-scale terrorist operation that the country's never experienced, but, they don't have the power to be racist, I guess.
We're witnessing a new religion.
Well, it's an old religion. It's
evolving. Well, I mean, but they've taken it to the next level.
Yes, it's a different sect of Marxism than we've ever experienced, I guess.
They've taken this strange belief system to an all new level.
Yeah, definitely.
It's absolutely deplorable. It's really heartbreaking too, because I feel like Arabs are held to a completely different standard if there was even one interview out there of like a street interview asking Arabs, them responding like that, like how would you like to free Palestine? Oh, we should carpet bomb Israel. I mean, what's happening right now would probably happen, even though right now it's unprovoked and solely because of Palestinians trying to liberate themselves and fight for a chance for them to have humanity and human rights like everyone else.
Did she just say that the Israeli airstrikes were unprovoked?
Well, wait. Okay, hold on. She said so much here. Wait. She said so much here.
This was like a tirade. That's a blizzard of lies.
We have to take this into two parts because what she said was so insane. But let's put a pause on that and we're going to listen to it again to make sure we understood what she said. But let's put a pin in that for just 1 second. Okay. The first claim she said was that she was saying, well, there's no videos of like Arab people saying like, genocide against the Jews or something or carpet.
Right.
Jews,
yes.
Right? And I'm like, did she miss the large story where there was like a mass of people, many whom appeared to be Muslim, who were screaming "Gas the Jews"?
Yeah.
It's a national
Australia. Australia. That's I was like, look, what happened?
Yeah.
There's like 100 people dancing around singing "Gas the Jews." What?
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
Did she miss? There are lots of protests in America, in Canada, where people who appeared to be of some kind of Arab or Muslim descent were holding signs supporting, the Hamas people taking over the entire country of Israel, and had little graphics of people on the paragliders and things like that. Did she miss all that?
Yeah.
Did she miss her own tweet where she was advocating for the Hamas people to just start killing Jews? Did she miss her own tweet, maybe?
She must have forgot about it.
Did she forget? I don't know. Maybe her brain's a little addled. Okay. Maybe she has what is the thing you get like football players get when they get too many concussions?
Brain fog?
No. It's like an acronym for it.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like well, whatever. Listen.
She's got that brain injury.
Yeah, maybe she's been, maybe
the head
CTE.
Hit the headboard too many times.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe her head has been rattled a little one too many times. Okay, from all the jostling that she's experienced through her career. Okay, maybe she has CTE from all that, and she forgot the thing that she fucking tweeted out, 10 seconds before. So,
so
right. So okay, but wait a minute. So she did say something that seemed to be insane. But let's go back. Let's make sure. Let's hear fully what she said. Okay.
If there was even one interview out there of like a street interview asking Arabs, them responding like that, like how would you like to free Palestine? Oh, we should carpet bomb Israel. Mm-hmm. What's happening right now would probably happen, even though right now it's unprovoked and solely because of Palestinians trying to liberate themselves and fight for a chance for them to have humanity and human rights like everyone else. I think that.
Okay.
So she's saying that if there was one video of some random Arab person saying that they should get rid of all the Jewish people, Israel would carpet bomb Gaza.
Yes, like they're doing now.
Like they're doing now. Yes, exactly. Right. Which they're doing now totally unprovoked.
Yeah, so she said, I want it to be clear. Okay. Let me let me go back and I'll bring up the transcript. Okay. Here is Mia Khalifa claiming that Israel's military engagement in Gaza right now is unprovoked, and solely because the Palestinians were trying to liberate themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Mia Khalifa thinks that Hamas killing, raping, kidnapping over 1,400 people is Palestinians trying to liberate themselves, and Israel attacking Gaza in response is an unprovoked attack by Israel.
That's epic levels of brain damage, man. That's just, yeah.
The CTE syndrome is becoming more realistic as this interview continues.
This is where the career choices here are starting to make sense to me. Like, this is not an intelligent person.
No. Unprovoked. Not, by the way, she's not saying it's too much. She's not saying it's too far. She's saying unprovoked.
Yeah.
Unprovoked.
Yeah. Like the Palestinian or Hamas did nothing to provoke this attack.
Yeah.
This baseless attack.
Hamas was just.
But if someone went in there with a camera and just recorded someone on the street and they said something like, "From the river to the sea," then that would be, it'd be World War III, obviously.
Right.
No one would get over that, even though supposedly you've seen this channel do it. I mean, they're doing it 5 times a week, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And there's all these national news stories too.
So if the tweets that she put out were not enough, we now have confirmation, I'd say, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that Mia Khalifa 100% supports all the heinous, horrific violence that Hamas did on October 7th. Directly.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even provocable violence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, par for the course.
I guess so. They're just trying to liberate themselves, right? I mean, I didn't know this. I didn't know that, like, you had to rape people to liberate yourself. I was not aware of how liberation works.
Yeah.
It's a very strange way of liberating yourself. It's like, listen, I'm going to go just like rape random people in my area to liberate myself from my oppression.
Collective punishment. That's how you liberate yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Huh.
Of course, collective punishment, retaliation, bad. Okay.
Right.
Collective punishment to liberate yourself. Now that's good.
There you go. Right.
No problem with that.
When you want to fight for your human rights, you just got to go kill and rape a bunch of innocent people. Like, that's just the way it is, I guess. And then when those people come and they blow the shit out of you, like, it's just completely unprovoked. Like, what the hell? I can't believe you attacked us.
You can't just rape and murder any innocent people, Sitch. They have to look and be the same ethnicity as the people that you don't like.
Oh, okay? Right.
Just any random innocent people is not. They got to be innocent people of the same ethnic group.
Well, what about
because that's not racism?
What about the Thai workers? They're not even Israeli.
They did kidnap some Thai workers, didn't they?
They beheaded a Thai worker.
Right.
With a garden hoe.
Probably for working with the enemy ethnic group. Yes. That was probably the justification that they used for that. Yeah. Even though it's horrendous, obviously.
This is the face of intelligence right here. Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, just look, and just Abby Martin. If you got to dig down this deep to find someone to simp for the story that you're so desperate to tell, I mean, maybe you should think twice about the story that you're working on. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe you should question that story a tad. Maybe you should think, oh, maybe this story is incorrect.
When I first listened to this podcast, the first time I listened to this podcast, I was actually walking. I was exercising, doing my little speed walk. And I stopped and I said, did I just mishear this? And I played it back 3 times. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, okay, I'm sure Abby's going to respond to this, right? She's going to make some comment on this. She's going to say something about this. No. She says nothing. She doesn't even respond to it. She doesn't call it out. She doesn't say, wait a minute, what did you say? She asked for no clarification, no qualifying, no follow-up question. She just says this insane thing, and it's just fine, I guess.
That's what I'm talking about. She so desperately wants to spin this story in a direction that doesn't destroy her entire belief system, because she's, her belief system is built on this America bad and the Palestinians are total angels. Okay. She doesn't want to go to sleep tonight thinking that they raped and murdered a bunch of innocent people in Israel. Right. Yeah. So she's looking for evidence to confirm that. There's not a lot of evidence out there. Right.
No.
So she's got to, dial up a moron, a literal moron, and bring her on her show to confirm her bias for her. That's how desperate she is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Evidently Finkelstein was busy. She's like, okay, I can't get this PhD moron. I'm going to have to go with the porn star.
The porn moron.
Yeah. Look, There's very few people out there that are this stupid, that are like taking this idiotic position. Well, actually, there's a lot of people out there that are taking this moronic, idiotic position being fed to them by the Chinese Communist Party via TikTok, right? But not a lot of them have giant social media following, so you can actually get some clicks out of an interview with them. Just interviewing some random crazy that supports Hamas. I mean, nobody's going to click on that.
Right.
This is going to get clicks.
I don't think it's that she couldn't get Norman. She's like, Norman's too busy. I think it's like, she's like, listen, Norman's old news. Okay. I have to dig deeper. I have to find someone even dumber, even worse than normal. I have to go to the bottom of the barrel of people that will get me clicks. Who can I find? Let me rummage around here. Oh my God. It's independent, strong, fierce, boss girl, terrorist sympathizing Mia Khalifa.
Right. Total racist.
Yep.
Interesting.
I think that Arabs have to behave a lot more calmly and with grace and respond a lot more thoughtfully, because
the irony. The irony. Oh my God.
Grace.
Oh. When I think of grace, I will forever think of Mia.
Let me bring that tweet up here.
Yes. What a graceful tweet when you were like telling the Hamas terror, when you were calling the Hamas terrorists, you know, shooting a police officer like a Renaissance painting. Yeah.
Right.
That's what I think of when I think of grace.
This is grace. Yeah. Documenting war crimes as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't know about you, Adam. I've never seen anyone of Arab descent say anything about, you know, cheering on Israelis being killed. I've never seen that before, you know, except obviously in her own tweets that she put out at the big, like, while the conflict was happening.
I mean, she was probably in Australia dancing with everyone. She's probably there.
They are held to a completely different standard. As Zionists speak so candidly in the most disgusting way about how they feel about Arabs and how they feel about Palestinians and what they think the solution is. And
moment of silence for some more irony. Just let it sink in for a second.
Are you seeing a bunch of videos like that? Are you seeing a bunch of videos of Jewish people saying like horrible things about Palestinian people?
I mean, I've seen a share. Yeah. I've seen videos of, I mean, listen, there's a lot of fucked up people out there who are Jewish and are Israeli. And then especially after October 7th, you know, it made a lot of people, you know, the anger and revenge animal mindset consume them. I saw a lot of Israeli videos, which I think are despicable, of Israeli civilians basically making fun of Palestinians who didn't have running water or electricity or were being killed. And it's like, okay, I understand that they're like mad because of what happened, but like, you know, there's lots of people that didn't participate in those actions that are suffering. And for you to make fun of them is, I think, completely despicable.
Yeah, yeah. I did see that going around, and that is obviously despicable. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is part of why the situation is kind of so fucked up. And this is like why human nature has so many problems, is that this is like, it's so easy for humans to give into their lesser instincts and to become these tribal animals that just dehumanize and demonize the other side, but just pretend like their side isn't doing the same thing. Because like, yeah, obviously this is happening on both sides. You just have to be aware of it. If you want to see what's actually going on, if you want to have free will, if you want to exist outside the actual matrix, if you want to see what's going on here.
Yeah. The interview I was watching with Yusuf keeps calling them savages. And I keep thinking, well, I mean, what they did was savage.
The Hamas people.
Yeah, the Hamas people savages does seem appropriate there. But savages does have a context, and obviously English is not his first language. He didn't grow up in Gaza, he grew up in the West Bank, but that savages I can see being spun in a bad direction by a couple of people like these two here,
right? Well,
as being like a racist term towards all Palestinians, even though he doesn't mean that. Yeah.
Well, so what you're arguing to is like, so savages has a not doesn't have to, but it can have a racial concept to it.
What has a racial connotation? Obviously, the affect of the word is racial because it was used as a slur against black people in the United States.
Yes, and Native Americans, obviously, your favorite musical Pocahontas features a song where their white people are calling the Native Americans savages, barely even human. But I'd say that since he himself is Palestinian and was obviously part of Hamas, I think if someone were to say, oh, he's using savages there in some sort of racial context, that would be very obviously, them being dishonest or bad faith to the ridiculous level.
Which they would be, obviously. There's so much bad faith going on in this story.
Sure.
It's everywhere.
And it's just brushed off. No one raises an eyebrow. No one cares that someone has said this. It would be headlines everywhere if there was one interview of Palestinians saying this. It's truly gross, the double standard that exists in the media and in the public eye. And I think that we're seeing that right now with people getting fired simply for saying ceasefire, whereas people can hold up Zionism as sexy signs and call for hold up signs that say Hamas are rapists, all Palestinians are Hamas, all of these things that are just so racist, so abhorrent, so disgusting and hateful. It's a completely different standard. And we saw this play out in the last month from the United States is even talking about what we're doing on our phones and the thing.
I know. This is just, okay. I don't know. I know no words.
That we're interacting with to control the spread of hate speech and to control the spread of all of the, no one is talking about this when Zionists are calling for carpet bombing an entire civilization and an entire group of people. That's not what they're talking about monitoring or controlling.
Yeah, and even though they're doing it, it's like crazy. I mean, it's all based on hypothetical ideas and tone policing pro-Palestine demonstrators. It's not about anti-Semitism. It's not about anti-Semitism. And it's crazy that you see the audacity of liberal politicians to go out there and pontificate about the credibility of Hamas run this and that. And meanwhile, literally reprinting press releases from the most distrustful institution I've ever seen. I have never seen a government. Yeah, our government's pretty fucked. And there's a lot of propaganda that's gotten us into war.
This woman's stupid, Sitch. She's a fucking idiot. It's not... Does she really mean that the Israeli government is distrustful, or does she mean that it's distrusted? Because they mean opposite things. Which do you think she means?
Wait, what? I'm confused. What?
She said that.
What did she say?
I'm assuming she's talking about the Israeli government is the most distrustful government in the world.
Right.
As in they don't distrust they distrust Palestinians.
Wait, is that what she said? I missed it.
Look, I don't think she's saying, maybe she's saying they're distrustful of Palestinians, but I think she's trying to say they're distrustful.
They're distrusted.
Manufactured consent for horrible atrocities. But
look, she's talking about them manufacturing consent. She means distrusted, not distrustful.
Yes. Yes.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, obviously also for her to say that Israel is the most, she said reprinting press from the most distrustful institution. And when she
the Israeli
distrusted
government.
She really should have said was dishonest. That's the word she's looking for. But it's wild that she thinks that it's weird for her to say that so she thinks Israel and Israeli institutions are more dishonest than Hamas's institutions?
No,
The
they're
Hamas
distrustful.
government?
They're paranoid,
Oh.
Sitch. Yeah, it means something completely different.
Right. Yeah, they don't. I mean, listen, the Israeli government probably is very distrustful
I know.
of things.
They
I
probably
don't
are
disagree
pretty
with that.
They are pretty paranoid at this point. Look, she accidentally said the truth.
Right.
I just look.
The cartoonish nature of Israeli propaganda to be completely uncritical.
Look, she's like, yes, I know. Look at that. I'm just waiting for her to start tweeting out the Jewish memes.
Oh, wait. So wait till you hear her examples of like the distrustful, the dishonest propaganda. The examples that she gives, that she knows this is proof. This is proof positive that, you know, Israel is dishonest here.
Is distrustful?
Yeah.
Parroted across the board and by the President of the United States himself. The 40 beheaded babies, the mass rape, the fact that an errant...
You don't know that the mass rape has not happened. Oh, it's just... look, I can't take it anymore.
There's one more. There's one more.
Missile blew up the hospital after Israel bombed the hospital and told them to get out because they're going to bomb it again. I mean, the Hamas command centers under...
Okay, so she still
believes the hospital thing.
She still believes the hospital was Israel.
Wow.
Even the most ardent Hamas simps were kind of walking that one back. Even they were like, well, okay. I mean, maybe all the physical evidence seems to exactly point that it wasn't Israel. You know, the blast radius, the type of ammunition, the types of munitions used, the direction that the shot seemed to be fired from. You know, everything seems to be pointing in the fact that it wasn't Israel. But nope, Abby's still like, no, listen, that's just an example of the Israeli propaganda machine.
When did she do the Tim Dillon show? Because she was making that same case on that podcast, and she said something that was just insanely idiotic.
So what we're watching is from November 22nd. The Tim Dillon one is from like, I think 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay, so it is after
recent.
It is after they debunk the. So she's still hanging on to the hospital story, the Israel bombing the hospital story, and in that interview she said she made
December
an argument.
1st. It was 2 days ago.
Okay. Oh wow, that is recent.
Or at least this one was uploaded. Maybe it was before, but whatever.
But she made the argument that it couldn't have been a Hamas rocket because Hamas rockets don't have the power to kill 500 people. And obviously 500 people died in that airstrike. Oh, so therefore it had to be an Israeli airstrike.
And you're like...
And I was like, you dummy.
I know. How she's like... Her... like bias really lowers your IQ by 40 points. It makes you a retard. That was one of the first things. That was one of the first things. That was part of the debunking. It wasn't just that it was Israel. It was that they're saying there's no way that anyone believed that 500 people died.
Yes, it was like 24 tops. If that, like, I'm not sure we even got hard and fast numbers on it.
No. Well, and I said at the time, I mean, the thing seemed super suspicious because it was like, first of all, you looked at the blast site.
Yeah, it's in the parking lot.
Yeah, it's in the parking lot.
On the main structure.
Right. And you're like, okay, if people were standing outside in the parking lot, they would die, obviously. There were some veranda balcony areas. You're like, okay, maybe people will die if they were on the balconies. But if you were in the building, you should have been totally fine for the most part. It's like the buildings didn't seem to really take any damage. And that was part of why it seemed like it was very obviously not an Israeli munition, because that would have destroyed the actual buildings. This just kind of destroyed the parking lot. And I was like, the only way that 500 people could die would be if like literally 500 people were standing in every square inch of that open area.
Yeah.
Like just crowded around, just 500 people staying there, then yeah, they'd all be dead. But I was like, well, no one took a picture?
If they had
no one took a picture.
If they had a farmer's market going in the parking lot, maybe 500 people die. Yeah.
Right. I was like, no one took, like 500 people just got like blown up.
Oh,
not a single person took a picture of like this monstrous thing that happened. at any point.
There'd be piled up corpses and they'd have pictures all over social media.
Yeah, even if you didn't take a picture at the time, when you have like a picture of like all these bodies or something to show the world how, evil Israel is.
Yeah.
But listen, Abby she's still on it. Okay. She knows in her heart of hearts, deep down in her gut, her elephant knows that Israel is the most distrusted institution.
This is crazy.
Under every hospital. It's like, it is like watching a cartoon from the abyss of like an alternate dimension. Cause it's like, how? They have zero credibility. At this point, we should look back and say every single thing that the Israeli military says should be taken with a very small grain of salt, because everything that they've said has turned out to be a lie. So why in the hell would you just run with anything that they say? And it's just such a disgrace to see, as this genocide unfolds, to see our president stand up there and say, we can't trust the death toll. Sarah, we cannot trust the death toll in Gaza because Hamas-run health ministry is run by Hamas. And it's like, I mean, it's nightmarish. It's like, I don't even have adjectives to describe this. It's unprecedented to cage a population and then carpet bomb them and deprive them of food and water.
So she does the same thing in the Tim Dillon interview. He'll ask her a question and she doesn't answer it, or she doesn't make a point that would prove her answer. She just gives you some emotional argument that's unrelated. And I guess this is just how her brain works. Because she's like, okay, she makes a claim. How dare President Biden distrust Hamas's own numbers for how many people died?
Yeah, they have no incentive to lie, Sitch, obviously. They are truth seekers.
Right. Which is like, okay, Abby, first of all, that's like just very stupid on a base level. Yeah. Obviously Hamas is incentivized to up the numbers as much as possible, and Israel would be incentivized to lower the numbers if they could. So I can understand you being distrustful of either numbers, but for you to just, so she's just saying it's awful for Biden to distrust the Hamas numbers. And you're waiting for like the rationale she gives for why. And then she doesn't give it. She just gives this emotional argument of how dare they cage these people and blow them up. You're like, well, wait a minute. What does that have to do with? Obviously, you shouldn't trust Hamas's
Wouldn't
numbers.
Wouldn't caging them give them more incentive to lie? Right. I feel like it would.
I mean, would you trust Hamas's numbers for the number of people that died on October 7th?
Hell no.
Or would we trust Hamas when they say that they totally definitely didn't rape anyone?
Oh, hell no. Yeah.
Like,
obviously
it's so stupid.
I guess she doesn't understand people being incentivized to lie. Maybe she's one of those people that believes. This is the look. I don't like calling it a religion because religions tend to have some good aspects to them, and like this woke thing doesn't seem to have any good aspects to it. It's just basically like a mind virus. I don't even know what you'd call it.
Well, okay. So we've talked about a lot how, the elephant in the rider, how people, we have this delusion that we look at facts and we use our big logic brain to come up with some conclusion, when in reality, it's like you look at a situation, you have an emotional reaction to the situation that dictates your beliefs, and then you use your facts and logics to justify it after the fact.
Right. To justify what you want to believe.
Right. But sometimes you can see a person and they actually skip the logical justification position.
Yeah, they skip it completely.
They just stay in the emotion level. And this is a good example of that. She says, she says, how dare Biden not trust Hamas's numbers? And then you wait for the logical justification, rationalization to kick in, and it never comes. She just goes again to the emotion because Israel doing bad things that doesn't relate to the point that you just said.
Right.
It's all just emotion, 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 emotion.
Well, yeah, and the thing I was getting at with the woke religion, the woke cult, whatever you want to call it, it's just this idea that if you're oppressed, you are the archangel. You can never lie. You are the perfect avatar for moral goodness.
Yes.
Which, look, I don't think that checks out, Sitch. It seems like people who feel like they've been oppressed, they're the ones that are committing all the genocides and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most human way to justify all your bad actions, is to say, well, they wronged me, so I get to do something horrible.
Revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very simple what's going on here. This is the good aspect, I believe, is in Christianity, because sooner or later, forgiveness has to be dealt with. Like, forgiveness allows people to move forward into the future. Without forgiveness, you're stuck in this feud revenge cycle for all eternity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why it's never gonna come for the Middle East. I don't know if forgiveness is a big part of Judaism or Islam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an awful Jew, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
Well, I know
I'm
this,
an atheist Christian. So
yeah, right.
Look, I know at least I know the answer.
I mean, I was told that there's some part in the Torah where you can, like, if you have to ask someone for forgiveness 3 times, and if they still don't accept it, like, it's
you get
on
to
them.
annihilate.
No, you don't get the, but like, it's on their shoulders or something. I don't know exactly. I'm sure there's some.
Look, in Christianity, you're commanded to forgive.
Right.
It's just like non-negotiable.
Yeah.
You're supposed to forgive your enemies, which is a step. I mean, most people.
Which is that's true.
That's a tough thing to do. It goes against every fiber of my being.
Yes.
And I would imagine most people's being. Revenge seems like the natural state to me, Sitch. If someone wrongs me, I have a little tally that I keep in the back of my head. Right. I don't know about you. Do you do that?
I try not to do that. No.
It's bad. It's bad for you. But
yeah. No, but I mean, that's the problem, is like that is the issue. Humans evolved to have this revenge cycle of violence that will just basically perpetuate itself until one side wipes the other side out. And obviously, if we want to live in some kind of future where we're not all horrible, barbarous savages, we have to learn to sort of get rid of that intuition, let it go, and move on. It's interesting because I actually listened to, before we started the stream, I was listening to that interview with Yusuf that you sent me, where he was.
Oh, really?
Where he was kind of talking about, some of the Israeli-Palestine stuff. And my interpretation from his position is that, even though he was the son of one of the head guys in Hamas, he's basically just become so, it seemed like he's just so disillusioned with not just Hamas, but sort of this idea of like, we need to fight forever. We need to destroy these people for some wrong they committed on us 70 years ago. It seemed like his attitude is just like, which I think is the correct attitude, which is you just need to like move forward. You just need to stop, let it go, and move forward. That's the only way that you'll ever find peace or happiness in your life, is to just get on with it. Get on with your life.
I don't know if he mentions in that interview, but he did convert to Christianity.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know.
Which is, another level to the story. Right. That's even more. He said something in there, and this is why I sent it to you. And look, this is one guy. I don't know if this is the facts, but it makes logical sense. He says that the reason that they have people in prison that they haven't formally charged is because they would have to show evidence. If they brought formal charges, they have evidence, but that evidence would unfortunately unmask a lot of their undercover agents that are working to uncover these terrorist attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that makes logical sense to me. What's your take on that?
Well, I do think that, listening to him talk like in that interview, he seems to be too biased in Israel's side.
Right.
So I take some of the things he says kind of like, I don't know how much of that I believe, but I do. I mean, it makes sense that there are people that have not been formally gone to trial, because he was saying from his experience that like he would basically rat people out, or basically be in some operation that would get someone arrested, and they literally couldn't go to trial because he couldn't testify against them without exposing, you know, his involvement.
Yeah,
and
the
so
fact
it's
that he's a
obviously
double
some
agent.
people going, you know,
He was working, he was inside Hamas, so he was working with his dad. Terrorist attack plans would come across his radar. He would inform the IDF. The IDF would foil those plots. They would obviously have tons of evidence against the people. But when they arrested the people, they couldn't necessarily charge them and use that evidence because it would unmask him as working for the IDF. And also, I mean, he was a amazing asset for them because he's uncovering all of these potential terrorist attacks.
Right.
So to get rid of that asset just for one conviction, you're never going to do that. You're just never going to do that. This is like the reality of the situation. So a lot of these activists are coming out and they're saying, oh, look, all these Palestinian people are being held without charges, acting like, you know, they haven't done anything. And also bringing like the Western sensibility to it, which, look, I'm not in favor of people being in prison without being formally charged or any of that stuff going on. But you kind of got to weigh the alternative. This guy's foiling potential terrorist attacks, like dozens of them.
Right.
You want all those terrorist attacks to happen just so that you can formally charge some person that you know is guilty because you've got him dead to rights with all this evidence. Like, that's a tough moral quandary.
Yep.
Anyway, I have heard not one of the activists, and I imagine I will never hear one of the activists say what's actually going on. This morning when I watched this interview with him, this is the first time that I heard the logic behind why these people are being held without being charged. I'm assuming it's the first time you heard it as well.
It was, yeah. Well, it's interesting because when he said that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. So actually, I like Googled it because I never thought to even like it wasn't something I was super interested in looking up to see what like the explanations were, and I did find articles that were saying, I mean, that's what they're saying. That's what Israel says. So, you know,
right. But look, we're not. Why are we here?
So I'm sure that's not everyone, but you know,
the activists aren't going to say it, obviously.
Right,
but saying, oh wow, there's a good reason that these people are being held without charges.
Well, the thing that annoys me, and this happens not just in this situation, this happens in all situations where someone is pushing back against some claim, like, oh, Israel's evil for, they're holding people without charging them. And you just hear it repeated. And this is for like any internet argument I hear. And like the other side, they never like say, well, what is the argument given for why they do the action? Because that's usually the first thing I look at. I say, well, wait a minute, why did they say that they're doing this? If they're doing it, why is whoever saying they're doing it? And then I look and I see, well, they give some reason. And I go, well, is that true? I don't know. And then I look to see someone countering that, and then no one's actually countering it. They just say it's not true.
So it must be true.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying, it's like, if it's not true, show how it's not true, right? Because this was another thing with like all of the people that were like simping for Hamas, or the people that were very anti-Israel. They would say, oh, look, you're so concerned with these children that were kidnapped by Hamas. Why are you not concerned by these children that were arrested by Israel? And then you like look into it, and it's like, well, all these children were, convicted of, throwing firebombs at Israeli, police officers,
stabbing a woman in the street, yes.
Right, or stabbing someone, or like, and I'm like, yeah, they're like, oh my God, this poor kid, he hasn't been released yet. And you look into them, well, he literally fucking ran up and stabbed someone, right? And then it's like, oh no, and then I saw people saying, oh no, he didn't actually do the stabbing. He wasn't even convicted of doing the stabbing. You're promoting fake news. And I look into it, I'm like, oh, well, this other kid you're talking about, you're right. He didn't actually do the stabbing. He just ran up with a group of 4 people and attempted to do the stabbing, and he didn't actually get a stab in. And so they still arrested him, even though he's on camera holding a fucking knife. And I'm like, this is just, it's insane.
They just are so thirsty to be right in an internet argument. They don't care if they're lying through their teeth. It's so disgusting. Why are people like that, Sitch?
Well,
make them stop.
I guess listen, I learned something very important. I learned a very important fact of life when I was like 12 years old. Okay.
Well,
yeah. It shaped my whole worldview. Okay. When I was 12-year old, I don't know if you guys know this. It's kind of a big secret. But when I was 12, I was kind of a huge fucking nerd. I don't know if you guys know this. Right?
That's not a secret. Everyone knows that.
No one knows. I'm definitely not a nerd now, obviously. No one has any idea that I'm a nerd now. But when I was 12, I was a big nerd. And being a big nerd when you're 12, I used to go on the internet.com. This is in the early days of the internet, okay? Pre-social media, Adam.
Oh, I remember.
Believe the dark times, right?
Guess what I was doing in 2012? Oh, wait, no, you were 12 years old. It wasn't 2012. Never mind.
I was not 12 in 2012, okay? I was a little bit older than that. But anyway, so I'm like 12 years old. I'm on the internet.com, pre-social media, I don't even think YouTube or any of that shit existed. And I was on a message board. So I'd go on these message boards.
A message board.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Message boards. Remember this? Like before Reddit,
I do remember
message
that.
boards. Yeah.
I do, yeah.
And I would go on these message boards and people would have 1,000-page messages, pages and pages of messages about who's going to win in a fantasy fight between Goku versus Superman.
Yeah, that was like that was a whole weekend for you.
This was like, okay, yeah, but there's like a million of these fucking things. Like, who's going to win in a fight between Captain America and Wolverine, or Batman and Wolverine? There's like millions of fucking things. And people, and I would look at these fights or these conversations, and I saw how insanely invested and how insanely vitriol and how insanely angry people would get in a fight between who's going to win between Rurouni Kenshin versus 100 Agent Smiths. Okay. And
yes.
I'm like,
and that's not even real life. This is real life, Sitch.
Yes. And and at 12, I realized, I'm like, oh my God, if people can't admit they're wrong in a fantasy fight between Teen Titans versus the Ninja Turtles, then how the fuck are they going to admit they're wrong about anything that actually matters?
It's so true. Well, wait a second. It does matter, though. That's why it's so important to them. The fact that it matters is why they're not willing to admit it's wrong.
No, right. But like, what I mean is, like, that's like at that age, that's when I realized that so many people will never admit they're wrong, and that like so much of their worldview hinges upon them being right. And to admit that they're wrong is actually like an affront to everything they believe in on some level.
Right.
Because it's like, well, if I was wrong about this, I could be wrong about anything.
Yeah, this is one of the core beliefs in this situation with these two, Mia and Abby.
Right.
Their belief is that racism is driving a lot of the problems in the world. That's like a central animating belief for them.
Well, really, like race, like white people being racist specifically.
Yes, yeah, there you go. You even made it more clear. So these belief systems are strange because, like, as soon as you get that core belief, you start building other beliefs on top of them.
Yes.
So that core belief becomes really kind of a base. So if you think of it like building a building, you're building all these, minor beliefs on top of it. That core belief, it can't be changed without the entire structure of your entire belief system, of everything you do, everything you think, being utterly destroyed. That's why it must be protected at all costs, even if you have to lie on the message boards about shit.
Yeah.
This is what's going on here. How do we structure a society where we avoid these base beliefs just being implanted into people? Because they're like dangerous.
You just have to teach, people talk about like what you should be teaching kids. You have to teach kids how your brain works and how you think and perceive information and how actual biases form.
Right.
And whenever I hear someone say like, we have to teach you about your biases, that's like a bunch of like leftist dog shit. They want to teach you like, you know, a bunch of woke propaganda. They don't want to teach you actually like, well, no, I'm not talking about like who's right, left or right. Just teach you like how literally the brain is wired to be biased and how those biases form. Because once you understand that, then yeah, you can actively work to suppress them as much as you can. But like if you don't even understand what's going on, then you're never going to be able to fight against it.
Yeah, confirmation bias is the worst of them. And this is one of the reasons why I like to think long and hard before I say, I believe this. Because as soon as you do that, you kind of lock yourself in. You really do. Like, especially in an age of social media where you're making some sort of public declaration, you're coming out and you're saying, look, I think this is true. So I always try to hedge against that because is it true? I mean, once you've made up your mind like that, it is very hard. You start being biased on other things. Anything that's some sort of ancillary topic to the thing that you've made the belief declaration on can be tainted.
Yes.
So it's very important, very, very important.
Well,
and that's why it's important to keep an open mind on this Israel-Palestine stuff.
Right. I mean, I'm still completely agnostic on whether Israel's actions are even justified in terms of what they're doing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like I don't have enough information to know. And I feel like most people don't want to be in that position, and that's fine. But kind of what you brought up a good point about how, they have this worldview of like white people are racist and they kind of build everything up on top of that. And it's like what their view of Israel is that Israel is a colonial project. They have this insanely, completely untrue idea that like, white Europeans came in and they came to a region with a bunch of brown people and they plopped down a stamp and they said, we're going to put a bunch of white people here now, get fucked. And that's what Israel is. And that's what they did. And so because they did this 70 years ago, essentially, and because they keep, after they did that, they keep just subjugating the completely innocent native population who just want to live in peace. And so therefore, any bad thing that happens to Israel, I guess, is essentially justified. Like that's kind of like the presupposition. It's like the base belief they're kind of built everything up on.
Yeah. It's all phony.
Let me read some super chats here. Mark Twain's Revenge for $50 says, ironically, we actually have no proof Mecca existed before the 8th century. The earliest Muslim mosques don't point towards Mecca. They only begin being built consistently pointing towards Mecca about 100 years after Muhammad's death. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sephiroth 6839 for $20. Thank you. Says the chat in the original Arabic is, quote, from the river to the sea, they mean. Water to water, Palestine is Arab. But it's just about being free, not an ethno-state. Also, most countries are ethno-states. True.
Yeah, someone else had told us that. Yeah, the translation makes it crystal clear exactly what's going on.
Right. Simon O'Leary for 20 New Zealand dollars says, history is written by the winners, but you also got to be, quote, on the right side of history. So are the winners always right? The dearth of intelligence on display makes me think the internet is the real Tower of Babel. His best class.
Yeah, it is. There's a Tower of Babel situation going on here.
True.
Definitely. One of the things we try to do is try to explain things across that divide, which I don't think a lot of other shows kind of play into that knowledge divide between the two tribes.
Chuckle Desk for $20 says, Adam has a book or grudges. You mean a book on grudges? A book of grudges? Adam has a book of grudges. Little dwarf behavior. Is this true? Are you like Gimli, Adam? Do you have
no.
Do you have like a book of grudges?
Are you saying I should be a dwarf when we play World of Warcraft?
There you go. Maybe you should be a dwarf. Yeah.
Look, I struggle against it. This is one of the reasons why I do see value in Christianity, because Christianity just it forces you to forgive people, and forgiving people is soy. It sucks. It totally sucks. But if you can turn to a higher power and say, look, this is what God demands of me, and that makes an impression on you and you end up doing it, it's going to be better for you. I mean, I understand this from a psychological level, which, I mean, it's not as powerful as believing it on an emotional level. The creator of the universe commands this of me, and therefore I should do it. That's so much more powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just imagine if it were white Jewish people in that situation, the world would be aghast. And we just sit back. I mean, the dehumanization and anti-Arab racism that allows this to happen is quite astounding.
See, look, they're like in their own little world here. What the hell are they even talking about?
Exactly. It's the anti-Arab racism. I mean, that's why they can get away with holding up a calendar and saying this is the schedule for who has to watch the hostages, when it's just a calendar. They see little squiggles on a piece of paper going from left to right, and then immediately it's a terrorist manifesto. It's a calendar. It reads the days of the week in Arabic. It's
okay. So let's talk about the calendar. All right.
Yeah.
So she's leaving out some key facts here. First of all, this calendar starts on October 7th. That's weird.
That's a
weird thing, right?
That's
I don't know
pretty big clue, I would say.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you know this. Usually calendars start on like the first of a month. Or the calendar starts at the beginning of a year. But usually like a specific section of a calendar is separated by month. So it's a little strange that this doesn't start on the 1st of October, isn't it? That's very bizarre.
Right.
Another little bizarre thing is that if you translate the top of the calendar, it says Battle of El Aqsa flood, which was the terminology that they used to describe, attacking Israel on October 7th. So I guess that's just racism or something. I guess words are just racism.
So the calendar literally says, like, is labeled with their mission, the name of the mission that they came up with.
Yes.
All right.
But it just squiggles, I guess,
Is that what she said? I guess she doesn't speak Arabic anymore.
Yeah.
If she ever did speak Arabic, so.
There you go.
Look, I notice I am able to read the dates because the numbers are not in Arabic or Roman or new numbers are
Arabic.
Just regular for everyone?
No, that the numbers we use are Arabic numbers.
I noticed that
Did you know that?
they go right to left, not left to right.
Yeah.
Because October 7th is on the right-hand side of that calendar. And then October 8th is, so this is going backwards.
Yeah, they read from right to left, yes.
Okay.
As is Hebrew.
Oh, wow. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
I mean, I agree as an American.
Do we know what it says above?
Don't even get into the Japanese when you read up to down. That's just wacky.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Look.
That's
crazy.
Insane. Yeah.
So on the top of, do we know what it says above 10/7?
It's the days of the week.
Okay, so it is the days of the week.
So then the what it says above the numbers are just the days of the week, and what says at the top is the name of the operation.
Right.
And so, but that's just squiggles, I guess. It's just racism to assume that this has anything to do, with terrorists, even though it's found in a basement where very clearly people were being held, I guess. But that's just propaganda too, because obviously they would never use a hospital to hold people.
And in Gaza, they only have 5-day weeks.
Yeah, that is weird. I didn't notice that. They structure it in 5 days to 7.
Yeah, okay. That's not really a great calendar setup if you're going to organize your work week.
Right.
It is very good if you want to count how many days you have had the hostages, because you can just go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Right?
I guess that's true, yeah.
So,
It's, oh my gosh. And all of the propaganda videos of Israeli actresses pretending to be Palestinian nurses in perfectly clean gear, in terrible Arabic accents, absolutely awful Arabic accents that you can hear the Hebrew through. It's really, really embarrassing for them. But at the same time, it's working on some people, not the general public, but it's sticking with some people. And that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping to catch the people who are not willing to do their own research, or not willing to look past whatever headline they see first, whatever the most salacious thing comes up first on their timeline that they run with as fact and true. Like the people who ran with the 40 beheaded babies and the mass rapes and lighting people's homes on fire while they're still in them. The people who ran with that have no prior knowledge of anything that's happened in the last 75 years, which is why they think that it was in a completely unprovoked attack. It was not an unprovoked attack. It was the manifestation of 75 years of occupation, of 16, 20 years of living in an open air prison. When was the wall built? Like 2003, 2004? Like it was built for a reason, and Israel left Gaza for a reason, but they have trapped them in this open air prison for what do you expect to happen? Do you expect people to just lay down and die? That's what they're hoping for right now. They're hoping people will just lay down and die and move into the Sinai and emigrate to.
Okay. Like, so my understanding is that like the beheaded baby, like the mass beheading of babies thing, I don't believe that there was. I haven't seen, people say that there's a lot of strong evidence for that claim. That's fine. If that was an untrue thing that got pushed out, and for people to say that it was untrue.
It would be nice to trace back where the miscommunication started. Like, somewhere that meme got started.
Right.
Somehow that meme got started. It could have been a neighbor who was being hyperbolic.
I mean, I believe my understanding is that they did find one baby beheaded.
Right.
That definitely. There was a question. I don't know if they knew when it was, beheaded after it was dead or not. But there is tons of evidence that there was mass rape. There's tons of evidence that people were burned alive. They found, so many of the corpses they found were burned, and they were able to make determinations about whether they thought they were burned when they were alive or not. They found bodies of people tied together, burned together, their bodies like fused together. Like,
wow.
It's just so despicable and disgusting, and ironic that this complete brain-addled buffoon is sitting here whining about people listening to propaganda when she's the most propagandized of them all. She's queen propaganda over here. This wasn't an unprovoked attack. They were in an open air prison. What did you expect them to do? Well, I mean, I didn't expect them to basically go killing, raping innocent people and create a situation and this is the most despicable part of this. All these fucking idiots always neglect to say, like, do they understand that any person with a logical, rational thinking brain realizes this made the situation worse for the Palestinians in the Gaza, right? You understand that. Doing this action made everything worse for those people. This was not an action of people that wanted to bring about positive change. No one is so fucking stupid, okay? I want you to listen to me, Mia. I want you to listen to me, Abby. No one, not even your brain-addled, whatever the fuck's going on, low IQ takes, are so stupid that if you were asked before the attack, would say, hey, if Hamas goes and kills and rapes and kidnaps, over 1,400 people, you think it's going to make the situation better or worse for Palestine? None of you fucking idiots would have said, oh yeah, that'll make it better for Palestine.
Yeah.
Obviously, it made it worse. Everyone knows it made it worse. Everyone would have expected it to make it worse. So don't give me this bullshit about like, oh, what did you expect? Well, I expect people to actually try to improve their conditions. Okay. I don't expect them to just lash out and make everything worse for everyone because they're just so consumed with thoughts of vengeance.
Yeah. It's very sad. So she also makes a couple of other claims that I didn't really, I'm not sure I get where she's going with this, but she said something about nurses with bad accents maybe being crisis actors or something like that.
Yeah, she said that there were some, she made a claim. I don't even know what the hell she's referring to. She made a claim that there's some Israelis pretending to be Palestinians.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what she's talking about.
Who knows? Okay.
She might be referring to that there was some video
Is
or
she
audio.
A Christian? She's wearing a cross.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe she is. Oh, no, wait. Actually, she is, I think. Yeah, I think she did convert. I read her Wikipedia page. But yeah, I think there was some claim. I never looked into it because I don't really care. Some claim of like doctors or nurses or someone on video or audio, showing that they were working with Hamas. And maybe she's saying that they were all Israeli actors. I mean, she just, come to that conclusion because that would, fit the narrative. So
they, I believe, arrested the head of the hospital because they wanted to question him. Probably because he lied to them. Right?
Yeah, well, so I'm assuming this would be in part because, first of all, as we know, you've seen videos, the Hamas people were using, were dragging terrorists into the building. It wasn't like a secret, right? And they know that the tunnels and bunkers underneath the hospital had their power connected to the hospital.
Yep.
So someone had to know about it.
And a lot of people were saying that the tunnels weren't real, that it was a big mistake.
Yeah.
But they did a walkthrough of those tunnels and walked through under the hospital, came out next to the hospital. They pretty much have interrogated those tunnels now, and they for real.
Yeah. Well, they talk about that, and we'll talk about that when we do.
Oh, so actually, okay. So really?
Yes. So according to Wikipedia, Mia Khalifa was actually born and raised Catholic.
So interesting. So she's just woke.
She isn't buying to any of the forgiveness aspect.
She's just woke.
She's just woke, yeah. Hyper woke and racist.
Right.
All different parts of the world and be thankful that they still get to live. They do not understand that no one is willing to do that. These doctors are not willing to leave their hospitals. They're willing to die on the ground that they were born on.
It's sick. And if I were Israeli, if I were Jewish, I would blame the root of all of this, which is the occupation and the siege. And for people to say, oh, we gave them Gaza, like I heard Israelis tell me this back in 2016, we gave them Gaza. They should be happy that we gave them Gaza. And also Israel just pretends that Gaza is some autonomous region that has its own army and that it's like somehow a war between states. Doesn't anyone sit back and think, how is it that Israel can cut off electricity and aid and fuel if they're not completely occupying Gaza from the outside? It's just so stupid and illogical.
Exactly. And that's another thing that really bothers me about it being called a war. You're not, you don't control every single resource that goes in and out of a country you're waging a war on. Also, you have to wage a war on a country. They're not waging.
Did you hear that? You don't control the resources that go in and out of a region if you're at war. I mean, I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you were aware that during war, one country will not prevent another country from gaining resources from the outside. I don't know if you knew that. Like, that was news to me. I wasn't aware of this fact that basically every war from the beginning of human history, that preventing people from getting resources was one of the main things that people did in warfare. Yeah, I don't know if this is news to me. So yeah.
Cut off the supply lines is like top of your priority list.
Right.
Waging a war on a country. They're waging a war on an occupied group of people in the most densely packed area in the entire world and starving them to death. And
look, it kills me that they never bring up the security threat. Like, as soon as there is no more security threat, that occupation just is not worth the resources.
Yeah,
like, the only reason they're dedicating resources to it is because they are a security threat.
Right. Well, it's not, first of all, I mean, I wouldn't even, to call occupation doesn't even make sense because they weren't occupying the region. They were blockading the region, is what they were doing. And so, yeah, but you're completely correct. If the security threat stopped, the blockade would stop. The blockade exists because of the security threat, which every day Hamas seems to say to justify this attack, and every attack subsequent before this, okay, proves and justifies Israel trying to blockade Gaza and prevent them from getting weapons.
Right. Yeah.
And they never bring it up.
I've heard some people say that the security threat exists because Israel is doing the settler nonsense. So,
well, not in Gaza.
Yeah, not in Gaza.
I mean, they pulled out the reason the situation exists is because literally Israel pulls out all the settlers from Gaza. They forcibly extract any settlers in Gaza, and they say, okay, we're going to give you control of the region. And what happens? They go and elect Hamas. Hamas goes and starts waging war on Israel. Oh, well, I guess we're going to have to blockade you to prevent you from getting weapons.
Yeah. So dumb.
Forcing dehydration on them and innocent children and innocent people. And they're calling the people who are refusing to leave their houses, they're insinuating that they're there to fight or that they're there as a part of a terrorist organization, when in reality, they are a prideful group of people who would rather die in their homes than die in a refugee camp that's even more dangerous and overpopulated and crowded. It's really devastating, the picture that's being painted of people who are staying behind and who are choosing not to leave. And I think that's one of the most heartbreaking things, because I see, my heart breaks for them. They are so brave. They have so much pride, and they have so much connection to the place that they're willing to die on. They don't want to go to Egypt. Egypt doesn't even want them. Egypt is one of the most racist towards Palestinians Middle Eastern country that exists. I would even say Lebanon is second. They don't want to go to Lebanon. They don't want to go to Egypt just to live. They want to.
That's kind of interesting that she said that. She said Egypt and Lebanon are super racist against the Palestinians.
Yeah. They're troublemakers.
Do you think that most people who are like super, I don't think that the majority of people that are very anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian understand that. Understand kind of like the actual weird situation that occurs in this region.
That everyone's racist against everyone? Everyone's tribalistic? Of course not. They don't get any of that.
Live in Palestine, where they're from.
Yeah. Yeah. And right now that they carpet bombed the entire area, killed 4,000 children. Now this raid on Al-Shifa Hospital, where babies are being ripped out of incubators. Sarah, just like, the lies that brought us into the Gulf War. It's happening. They are moving in with Israeli snipers, targeting children, targeting doctors. It's beyond dystopian. It's just crazy. It's like they've been raiding the hospital all night, saying.
Do you think that's like, what happens there? The IDF sets a bunch of snipers up on rooftops and says, guys, okay, you see a child or a doctor, you take them out. It's like, what's the logic there?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on?
That's the logic she's operating under.
Doctors and children, annihilate them.
Well, I'm guessing. So she talked about in the Tim Dillon conversation about some Palestinian kids, one of them who was shot and died and bled out.
Right. Yeah.
And how it was really bad and horrible. And I'm assuming that's what she's talking about here. And so I went and I looked up this case because I'm like, why? She doesn't give any details, right? She just says, oh, Israel's evil and they just shot and killed some kid, I guess. And so I looked it up, and it's a really weird situation where this was in the West Bank. It wasn't in Gaza. And Israel was like the Israeli forces were trying to, there was like some threat in some building or something. They were trying to like arrest someone or de-escalate some situation. And they like closed off the surrounding areas while they're doing this because they don't want to get attacked. And there's like a group of 4 kids who look like to be they're like 13, 14 years old, who are kind of like doing some really sus thing where they're kind of like all like peeking around cars at the Israeli soldiers who are off screen because this is like caught on CCTV. And you're thinking, okay, well, like, listen, maybe they're just stupid kids. They're just interested in looking around. I guess no one has ever told them how insanely dangerous it is. You think like their entire life living in this area that their parents would tell them how insanely dangerous it is to like go walking up the IDF forces when they tell you not to. You think this would be like a big thing, but maybe they don't know that. Maybe they're just, curious kids or whatever.
They know.
But you see the kids are acting like very suspect. And there's one kid who he's like looking at something he's holding something and he's doing something and he's like walking towards them and he's like has something in his hand. And you're like, what does he have in his hand? What is he doing there? And he's walking forward and he's looking down at it as he's walking forward. And there's a part where, there's no sound, so I'm curious, because there's a part where the other kids all get startled and they shift as if like a gunfire had gone off, but we don't know because there's no sound. And the kid who's doing something with his hands, he pauses, but then keeps walking towards them. And then he gets shot.
They fire a warning shot.
Well, I don't know. So I don't know. I have no clue. But I'm saying, and then he gets shot and he drops whatever he's holding. And they said that he was holding some kind of, the claim was that he was holding some kind of improvised explosive device, some kind of pipe bomb or something. And they claimed that people had been throwing pipe bombs at them during whatever they were doing.
Right.
Now, again, I don't know if that's 100% true. I don't know. And I don't know if the Israel ever knows, because I don't know if they ever recovered I don't think they ever went over there when the kid died. So I don't know the answer to that question. So maybe he was just a stupid kid who was just playing around and got shot tragically. Or maybe he was a kid that was trying to throw an explosive device. I have no idea. But that's kind of the problem with this whole situation, is that you see something, you're like, I don't know what the fuck happened. But Abby just assumes that it was just an act of evil maliciousness that is motivating basically the Israeli forces. They just sniper saying, let's go kill, children.
Look, the kid was in an open air prison, so she's got to throw Molotov cocktails. In the Son of Hamas book, Yusuf, he starts off when he is a kid. So he grows up in the West Bank, and him and all his friends, they always throw rocks at settler cars and rocks at IDF vehicles and stuff like that. And they're always getting in trouble for this. He ends up getting arrested, if you remember, because he ended up buying guns so he could kill Jews. Like that was his thing, right? So later on in the story, after he's working as a double agent, he's trying to convince his nieces and nephews. Well, it's not really the nieces, it's the boys that are the problem. He's trying to convince all the boys, not to throw rocks at vehicles and stuff like that, because they're going to get shot. Basically, everyone knows you're going to get shot sooner or later. Stop doing it. And so he threatens him. He's like, look, if I ever catch you doing that, I'm going to beat you silly, right? And his dad, who's the Hamas guy, comes in and is like, well, they were throwing rocks today. What do you mean? We teach them to throw rocks.
Right.
Yeah. So, they know. Yeah. They're throwing rocks. They're playing with their lives, but they're kids. This is the environment that they live in. It's like, yeah. And he, of course, he had plenty of near misses, run in with settlers with guns, chasing him down with guns and stuff like that. Yeah. It's all, just the culture of the area. So I don't know. It sucks. What do you do?
I mean, but that's the issue. If you have this culture where, or an environment where culture is coming into fruition, where you're teaching your kids to do this really dangerous shit. I mean,
well, look, and we're evaluating it from a Western lens, right? Where a kid throws a rock at a cop car, right? And the cop, gets him and they scare him, right? They talk to his parents, right?
Right.
He doesn't grow up to be a terrorist. He doesn't turn 18. He's trying to get guns so he can go kill people.
Right.
It's a completely different atmosphere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, presumably the parent in society is not teaching the kid that he should throw rocks at or explosives at police officers so that one day he can grow up and, as you said, buy guns to shoot, police officers and civilians. So it's a completely different situation, obviously.
Yeah. Well, these people are not bringing any of that. They're basically saying, look at this situation through a Western lens and be very upset about it. Well, no, look at it as if it's detestable because I'm only going to give you half the information.
So they're saying, imagine that the two sides in the conflict are operating according to Western cultural principles. Okay. Where in one side is significantly more so than the other side. The Israeli side is significantly more invested in what we would consider Western liberal democracy. Unfortunately, the Palestinian side isn't super invested in that culture.
Right.
And so, you go grab the kid who's throwing rocks at you and you tell the parents and they're like, good.
Exactly.
Sounds like, okay, well, yeah.
Yeah. This is why Yusuf just checked out. He was like, okay, this is just, I'm going to go do yoga in the South Pacific.
Yeah.
This is impossible.
And that they're going to find this magical command center that has all this interconnected series of tunnels beneath. And as we know, Israel's the one who built a bunker under the Al-Shifa hospital back when they were occupying Gaza. So, wow, what a surprise. They knew that this room was there. And it's just lie after lie after lie.
Okay. So something happens that drives me insane. I don't get it. It's when the United States government does it. Every government seems to do this. They have some person say something. Everyone misconstrues what they say, and then the government never clarifies. And so the lie just gets perpetuated. And I've
heard this again and again.
Right. Grown sick of this with the Newland phone call. It drives me crazy that Newland never came out and said, you're all fucking idiots. That's not what the phone call was about, but whatever. And it's the same thing with this stupid fucking bunker thing. Okay. So we have some former Israeli prime minister makes some comment on CNN. The interviewer did a terrible job, asking him to clarify. I don't know why. She was just too concerned with her other questions, which were irrelevant, where he makes this comment about how in 1980, so 40 years ago, that they had built some bunker underneath the hospital, he says, in order to increase the capacity and space of the hospital to do hospital stuff. Okay. Now, if you're thinking about this intelligently, you'd say, well, wait a minute. Why would you? A lot of hospitals have basements, right? And if you're saying the hospital is small, you would, want to build a basement to increase it. But you wouldn't use the word bunker. You use the word basement, right? And
look, those tunnels didn't look like you could get a gurney through them to me.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So the first thought I had is well, did he? First of all, the guy is Israeli, so maybe English isn't. English obviously not his first language. He's speaking kind of slowly with a thick accent. So I think maybe he doesn't mean the word bunker. Maybe he means the word basement, right? I don't know. And the journalist never asks him and says, well, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Right. But then also she just asked him because what he says is this was built 80 years ago. So you go see, she doesn't say, well, are you talking about like the oh, what he says is, or what he kind of says is, which he doesn't clarify, is what he was saying was that essentially that there was this structure underneath the hospital, and then Hamas used that as a central point and then built a bunch of tunnels connecting it outward. Okay. That's what he said. All right. That part, all these people never talk about. They never talk about that. Okay. So
the Israeli forces built some structure that had an elevator that went down, and they started tunneling out from that structure.
Yes, he's saying that they built a basement, for a normal basement for the hospital, and then they built out of that. Which obviously, because also the tunnels go way deeper than whatever this basement goes anyway. So it's like, but anyway, so since he made this stupid statement where he used the word bunker, and then to my knowledge never clarified, because the Israeli government is fucking retarded, I guess, and especially when it comes to managing their image, as everything that's happened around this has shown. All these stupid people say, aha, when the video came out, because at first the narrative was this: there is nothing underneath the hospital. There's nothing underneath the hospital. And then the videos came out and they showed you all these tunnels and these rooms underneath the hospital. Right. And so immediately the narrative was like, well, Israel built those tunnels.
Right.
Israel built that room because this one guy in the CNN interview said this thing about the bunker. And I'm like, well, first of all, he said that they built a room and that Hamas built out from it. So no. But secondly, if you just use your eyeballs and you look at these tunnels, these are not tunnels a hospital would ever build for operational use.
Can you imagine?
Yes. I don't know, like if you guys haven't seen the video,
put him in like, room 4 in the tunnel.
Yeah, it's like there's these teeny tiny like little tunnels that you basically have to like if you're tall, you have to crouch to walk through. Okay, that kind of like look like a fucking tunnel from Doom or like a video game or something. You expect a bunch of like zombies to be down there. You know, there's like super dark tunnel, which by the way, these obviously were not built in 40 years ago because they all look like fresh concrete, you know, and freshly built, even though they're very, you know, sparse and small. They all look freshly built, and they kind of lead off into these like weird little rooms, which are obviously not constructed for any medical purposes whatsoever.
You don't think they need blast doors in the hospital tunnel?
Yeah. And then they talk about how like on the tunnel, the tunnel doors have these fucking blast doors on them. So it's like, so it's just so dishonest. So because this one guy said this stupid fucking thing, all these dishonest actors say, Israel built all those tunnels. It also is like, why the fuck would Israel build tunnels underneath the fucking hospital? For what purpose would that have ever served?
Yeah, they have tanks and vehicles and stuff like that. They don't need to tunnel under the city.
And so just the lie perpetuates because, you know.
Well, the good thing is, the good thing is, Sitch, only stupid people fall for the lie.
Well, okay. And it's actually hilarious, speaking of stupid people falling for the lie. So I saw Lance, obviously Lance of the Surfs, 100% fell for the lie and repeated it, blah, 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 blah. But you'll be shocked. I was shocked. And I have to give credit where credit is due, who didn't fall for this lie.
Oh, no.
I listen, you have to give credit where credit is due.
No, we don't. Just keep it to yourself.
No. Hassan Piker actually told his chat those tunnels were built by Hamas. Those are not tunnels built by Israelis.
Okay, well, good.
Yes. So I do have to give him credit for that. He said you could look at their other tunnels and other videos you've seen of Hamas built tunnels, and they had the exact same architecture. These were obviously not built for, hospital use.
Yeah, they got a bunch of Hamas videos where they're like running through the tunnels and stuff, terror recruitment videos.
Yes. And the tunnels they're all built kind of the same. So just so the record shows, that means that Abby Martin is dumber than Hassan.
Than Hamas Piker?
Yes. So.
You got it right.
Anyway, okay, let's jump ahead a little bit.
What? Jump ahead?
Yeah. Just a little bit. Try to get through this as much as possible.
move the same as an empty box. It's so embarrassing for them, but at the same time, embarrassing for the people who are eating this up and buying it and regurgitating it and defending it. That's what's really blowing my mind. The amount of people who have come out as an open idiot in the past month. That's what it says to me when I see people defending this and buying into the propaganda. Like I had no idea you were so mentally weak and susceptible to tricks by the government, no less.
See, Sitch, you just look, wise up, okay? You're mentally weak. You're an idiot.
Tricks by the government. Yeah.
You're just falling for everything.
Right.
You're just a mainstream media simp.
Ah, of course.
How dare you?
PSA Sitch, well-known believer of mainstream media.
Look at my pause game. It's so good.
About the sneeze face.
Yeah.
Like, God bless any boyfriend you've ever had. You must have been the easiest thing to manipulate. What the fuck? How do you not have more than 2 brain cells just holding hands and like keeping you afloat?
The irony.
I know. Look, the idea that your thought process about ex-boyfriends is that they're manipulative says a lot about this situation here. Do you notice how she dropped that?
I did, yeah. It was funny that's where she went to. That was her go-to example.
You're so dumb. You're so easy for men to manipulate. I'm so smart. I never get manipulated by men.
You know, listen, as a former,
I'm Mia Khalifa,
as a current porn star whose brain has been damaged, apparently because I've been fucked so hard I have CTE syndrome.
Oh my God! Don't be too cruel, Sitch.
I'm over here simping for Hamas directly, while calling everyone else stupid because I lack all self-awareness. That's humanly possible.
And make it make sense, because I have never seen anything like an all-out war being waged, one-sided war on hospitals. You sit back and just think, how the fuck is the world letting Israel do this? And we know why. I mean, it's not the world. Let's correct that. It's the West. And it's really, if you want to square in on who's really perpetrating this, it's the US. And they're
I don't know if
oh, good. America bad. We finally got there.
America bad.
Right.
Yes. Listen, I'm glad that Abby put all her cards on the table so we knew what hand she was working with. We have the West, America bad. Okay.
Right.
She got a straight flush of America bad.
Where's the
They're
meme?
sitting back, arming Israel to the teeth. Our government is sending like Hellfire missiles, like hundreds more bombs. It's just like, we know where these are going to go.
There you go. It's all America's fault. Everything's America's fault.
Lived through air raids from.
Okay, so this part is interesting. So she asked Mia about her childhood. And so we're going to hear basically, and maybe it'll humanize you maybe it'll humanize her in your eyes to some extent. You're going to hear what she went through as a child, which shows you kind of the psychology of why she's so brain rotted, biased on the situation.
Okay, good.
It's all based on her personal experience.
Is this really going to be informative? I hope so.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. And listen, I don't want to just be the person. I'm not going to fall prey to the very thing I'm criticizing and say, I'm going to just demonize someone and not talk about the complexities of their character or why they came to the conclusions they came to.
Right. Yeah. No, she's been gaslit, obviously. Right. She believes nonsense.
Well, it's interesting, too, because also it shows kind of what you said earlier about how, they have this lens of like, if you were oppressed, you must be right.
Right.
When very often people who have suffered oppression or traumatic things, like
they're the most wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to lead you to have, be crazy. So,
yeah, it's going to lead you to have infinite justification for whatever terrible thing you want to commit.
Right.
from the Israeli military. You grew up in an occupied area. Talk about your childhood and how you were radicalized, I guess, politically, and your consciousness was like centered around the fact that you were in Lebanon and that Israel was, aggressively trying to move into your country.
For the longest time, I wasn't even allowed to ever step foot in Israel, and to be a child and be told that you're not allowed to enter a country because of where you were born. That makes the gears start going, like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why? And then living through seeing the stress that it puts on everyone around you, and not really fully understand. Obviously, I have no concept of what geopolitical war and tension means as a like 8-year-old, but I do understand what it means to see my mom cry, and to see her grab. There was one air raid that I remember very specifically, and it was when we were living in Beirut, and a little child's arm that lived on the floor that we live on got broken and torn out of the socket because we had to run down the stairs so fast to try and find a bunker and to get out of the buildings, because we had no idea where it was going to hit, because we just knew they don't aim. They don't care what they hit. They just launch rockets and hope it hits something. And they actually are hoping that it hits civilians and causes as much damage as possible. So to be in that room waiting for all of this to end, having a child that was less than 1 years old crying because their shoulder has been ripped out of its socket, and us not being able to do anything, like that has been ingrained in my head my entire life. Having to pass through checkpoints was something that I always thought was like just a part of life. There was still checkpoints up to like the early 2000s in the South, and you feel the energy completely shift when we come up to these things. You feel the fear in people that you look to for comfort and security and reassurance, and to look to someone like a family member for that and not see it because they're scared at such a young age will leave an impression on you. And even though I had no idea why things were happening, I knew that things were happening and they were negatively affecting us. We moved to America, and honestly, not much changed. 9/11 happened the year that we moved here, and I started to see racism almost immediately.
So it's kind of something that I wasn't fully aware of the history of the region. In the 60s, after the 6-Day War, a lot of the Palestinian guerrilla fighters end up relocating to Jordan after they got expelled from Palestinian areas. And they didn't go to Jordan and then just live in Jordan. They went in Jordan and then continued attacking Israel, but from Jordan, essentially. And then they also were, getting into fights with the Jordanian government and kind of getting involved with all that stuff. And then eventually, Jordan starts fighting, some of the Palestinian people. Israel's fighting the Palestinian people in Jordan. But eventually, the Jordanian government comes to an agreement with the Palestinian fighters that they would basically allow them to relocate to Lebanon. And so they kind of Jordan kind of forces the Palestinian fighters to leave Jordan and go to Lebanon. And guess what they do in Lebanon?
What?
The same exact thing they did in Jordan. They keep attacking Israel from Lebanon. They start, involving themselves with the Lebanese civil war and causing problems for the Lebanese government at the time. And so this is part, I think, of why a lot of the surrounding Arab countries are just so hesitant to absorb any Palestinian population, is because there's this history of this cycle where, some Palestinian military group essentially goes to another country and they don't just lay down their arms and live in that country. They just keep fighting Israel, fighting the local government, causing problems. It's just like a big fucking hassle for everybody.
So it's this, nationalist movement without a state, but it really, like, it's a nationalist movement. Well, it's kind of an anti-nationalist movement because it's against Israel.
Yeah.
Like, they call themselves Palestinians, but their real goal is to annihilate Israel.
Sure. I mean, they want a country for themselves.
Well,
I mean, you could say it's a nationalist
that's
movement,
second on the list, right? Obviously, eliminate Israel is first on the list. Or maybe take over Israel they just want that country.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so they can't just immigrate to another country because...
Well, they could theoretically if you just like let it go, right?
Yeah, but look, I don't know anything about this Palestinian thing, but it seems like people who opt into that group who identify as Palestinian, if this is the case, if they can't immigrate away, like if they're just driven by annihilate Israel, that's the fundamental goal of their ethnicity. That's just, I mean, that makes sense as why Egypt or Jordan or Lebanon or none of these places who want them. They're like, why do we want those people? They're just obsessed with destroying Israel, and we'd rather normalize trade with Israel.
Right.
Yeah. So they're kind of identifying themselves as these racists, these anti-Semites.
Well, like currently, like a lot of this, and this is true now, but it's also true kind of in the past. Like there'd be, people in the governance of a lot of the surrounding countries who would either want to make peace with Israel, be more willing to make peace with Israel for pragmatic reasons or financial reasons, but the general population was so against that they would be afraid to like publicly come out and be at peace with Israel because the culture had become so anti-Israel, so anti-Semitic at that point, because it's just something that's been like roiling obviously for 70 plus years. But going to what's kind of Mia's story, so she talks about how, because she was living in Lebanon and there was, Lebanese civil wars happening at this time period. Israel's involved in that to some capacity because, as I said, there are a bunch of Palestinian people in Lebanon who were fighting Israel from Lebanon. And so Israel's, doing stuff in Lebanon. And so she's basically had all these experiences where, it's interesting to me, like the thing that really stands out in her mind is not only the incident of the baby who got its arm dislocated, but that she talks about how she would look at her parents, this kind of source of comfort that you as a child are supposed to see, and you don't see it. You see that your parent is like scared and you're worried, and that kind of damages you as a child. And this is something that's very true in psychology. If you see your parent is in that state of mind, that could be one of the most damaging things for a child. And it really shows why she's kind of so fucked up in the head about Israel. Because it's not even really about, I'd wager it's not even really about the Palestinian people. It's about this kind of loss of her own psychological well-being she suffered as a child. And so she's seeing everything through that emotional lens. And so this is why she like hates Israel so much and can't actually look at anything in some sort of like empathetic, logical, not idiotic way.
So there were Israeli checkpoints in Lebanon?
I guess that's what she's saying. Yeah.
I mean, that's strange, but.
And this really shows why is what I said, that just because someone has suffered oppression, you shouldn't necessarily listen to them. Because very often, as a lot of people left will tell you, oppression can lead to emotional damage, brain damage. So just because someone's oppressed doesn't mean you have to listen to what an emotionally damaged person says. Very often, they're not going to be correct.
Yeah.
As sad as fucked up as that is.
It is totally sad. Look, and I feel, I'm a softie. I feel for anyone who's suffered. I don't know the situation with the checkpoints in Lebanon. I mean, obviously if she's had these happen to her, I'm not saying that she didn't have these happen to her. They obviously made a big emotional impact on her. I don't know the situation with the checkpoints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't know. But it is interesting to me that based on her own personal experience, she's able to see that Hezbollah in Lebanon is a evil, bad organization. I guess because she has some personal experience maybe with them, but she can't see the same thing of Hamas because she didn't have any personal experience with Hamas. So,
right. She was Hezbollah running the checkpoints. Is that why she's?
I have no clue. I don't know anything about this checkpoint.
Okay.
As like my introduction to America, it wasn't until like maybe 5 years ago that I started to.
Too bad someone isn't interviewing her who's like a journalist. They could ask about the checkpoints. They could say, "Hey, what's up with these checkpoints?"
Right. Well, like I know that I don't know if I'm assuming it's what she's not talking. Maybe this is what she's talking about. I don't know. Like obviously, there was a checkpoint / border wall that when she was in Lebanon, you probably could not cross Lebanon into Israel because they share a border.
Right.
So I don't know if that's what she's referring to.
Well, yeah, but was your mom going into Israel to go shopping and they're going to the checkpoint?
You weren't allowed to. So
right. Okay.
Yeah,
so she couldn't.
Not. I don't know what she's talking about.
So then why was she? Look, obviously she was afraid. You're afraid of a checkpoint when you're going through it because you're like, oh, put the weed away. Look, we just all it's hotboxed in here.
Sure.
Look, I don't know the situation, so I don't know, but I would like to know. But this woman here is just sitting there going, oh, of course it's an Israeli checkpoint. And she's scared because all the Israeli soldiers kill people just indiscriminately and get away with it.
Right.
So that's what she's afraid of. But look, I don't have enough information about this to know anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's some checkpoint that they were scared of. Tell me more. I want to know. Come on, I'm fascinated.
Well, I think that I believe that in the late 90s, early 2000s, where she would be there was some Israel occupied something like 10% of Lebanese territory. So I'm assuming there were checkpoints within the territory that Israel occupied in Lebanon.
So they had a settlement in there. See, this is what was going on.
No, they didn't have a settlement, but they were occupying some area of the country for military reasons.
So it was a military base.
Well, I don't know if it was a military base. I'm just saying the Israeli army had occupied some space in Lebanon.
The Hamas guy, Yusuf, he went through one of these checkpoints and talked about it because one of the settlers ended up nabbing him for throwing stones.
Right.
And it was the first time he had gone into an Israeli settlement. And he's like, it's night and day. Obviously, it's completely gentrified in there.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like swimming pools and lawns and all kinds of stuff, right? He's just a kid. But the settler was a nice guy and just wanted to scare him straight, basically, to get him to stop throwing stones at cars. He probably didn't want him to get killed by some renegade Israeli soldier. So he's just, look, I'm going to nab him and scare him and send him back to his home at night. But obviously those settlements, they got checkpoints all over the place, right? Because they want to make sure other people aren't coming into their gated community. So, I mean, I get that. I understand that. But to say, look, I don't know, are they putting checkpoints up just in Palestinian neighborhoods, just like to check them for stuff? I don't know the situation. I haven't come across it in anything I've read, or I hear a lot about checkpoints being awful and stuff, but I don't know.
Well, to really grow and educate myself and learn to not play into those tropes or have internal racism towards myself. Because that's all I ever knew. That's all I ever knew. Everyone in the world thinks Arabs are terrorists. And that was just fact to me. But also growing up here and seeing Arabs represented more in the media and seeing that it was possible to also be an Arab of positive influence is why I'm so vocal and why I will never back down, because I feel like I've lived through both. I've lived through what Zionism has done to the Middle East and honestly the hand that Zionism has on racism in America.
This whole show just needs an irony meter. We just need to like keep track of this.
Well, I mean, listen, if this show had an irony meter, it would have broke.
Yeah, it would have broken
2 minutes
ago.
into the stream.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I want to be a positive influence. I don't want anyone to think of Arab people as terrorists. You might want to delete some tweets if you really if you're really down for that.
It's such an important point. And it's like the propaganda campaign of those hostage posters that are being put up everywhere, and those Lebanese.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh. Now, talk about the hostage posters.
The hostage posters are propaganda.
Ugh.
Look, Sitch, you just forget about the hostages, okay? Don't worry your little head about those hostages.
Well, it's interesting to call them propaganda because, like, well, so those are propaganda, but like people coming out with signs or going up to politicians demanding that America, not support Israel or not do a ceasefire, that's not propaganda,
right? Not saying that Israel bombed a hospital and 500 people died. That's not propaganda.
Yeah, it's like, isn't this just people advocating for what they want politically? like when you say that the posters are propaganda, I mean, are you saying that those people weren't kidnapped? Like, what is the implication in that statement?
And
like, obviously, it's people trying to get they're trying to push a political message the same way that you're trying to push a political message.
I don't look at it that way, though. That's even kind of a bad way to look at it because people are worried about the hostages. Yeah. They don't want people to forget about the hostages. Right. So they're trying to keep, I mean, is get our people back a political message? I'm not sure that it is.
Well, it isn't in Israel, but it is in America, right? Because basically by putting up, like, the point of it, like, I agree with you. The point of putting the hostage posters up is to say, don't forget what Hamas did, right? But the point to say, don't forget what Hamas did, and the kidnap people, presumably, is to say, well, America should support Israeli action, military action.
I would say if the hostage posters were going up and all the hostages had already been returned, they would be never forget posters. As it is, I think it's don't forget because we still got to get them back. Like, this is still going on.
That's fine, but that doesn't okay, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's still someone advocating for a political cause, which is fine.
Getting the hostage, that's the thing that I'm not sure is a political cause. Getting your loved ones back from a kidnapper is a political cause.
No. In Israel, you can talk about getting hostages and it's like not a political thing, it's a logistical thing because that's what the country is supposed to do, right?
Right.
Or if you're advocating that, like, if there's some American hostage, you want America to literally go in there and get it, right? But in the context of putting them in America or Canada or these other places where we see people tearing them down, the point of it, of saying, like, we should, like, they should go be rescued, is a signal that you're trying to send to the population so that they have feelings about this, therefore that the government of these countries have feelings about the situation.
Right.
So it is for a political purpose, but so what? Like, so are the people that are protesting, you're saying that they're demanding a ceasefire. So the people that are protesting, all the stuff for against Israel, they're all just people that are pushing some sort of political idea. They want their country's government to pressure Israel one way or the other, or support Israel one way or the other.
Girls who were ripping them down, and it's like this big tactic now to try to deflect from, like, the genocide that's unfolding, is like everything's about these hostages and the posters and the billboards of the hostages, and so anyone who's like taking them down is now branded as anti-Semitic or somehow this false equivalency that they're like as bad as fill in the blank.
Well, okay, this is retarded. First of all, a lot of those, if not most of those posters, were put up, I believe, before Israel had even engaged in military action. Like,
right.
Abby's trying to put forward this narrative that, well, people are just putting these posters up to sort of like justify, innocent Palestinians die. My understanding is a lot of these posters were put up before any military action was gone up. Number one. Number two, you have to realize, like, just you can put up the poster, you could say it's horrible that these people died, doesn't necessarily justify whatever military action Israel may or may not do. And if you go up and tear down the poster of someone who was kidnapped, I mean, how else are we supposed to interpret? Like, it's like almost no other way to interpret this other than that you don't care about those people whatsoever, or you're fine with them being killed or kidnapped and you're totally fine with it. Like, I don't know how, like, there's almost no other way to interpret that action.
Yeah, that they deserved it. That's the message you're sending when you tear those posters down. Even calling the posters propaganda,
yes,
is offensive.
Of course.
So they're all targeted campaigns, and those Lebanese girls who were just like, fuck Israel, fuck Netanyahu. And then it turned out that they had this shared trauma. They're Lebanese. They grew up in under Israeli bombings. Everyone from that region has experienced this sort of aggression. They know the wide-reaching impact of Israeli colonization. And it's that shared trauma. And it's like, Americans have no idea.
It's that shared trauma that allows you to do collective punishment that you're constantly complaining about.
Yeah. I mean,
so why is Israel wrong to do the same thing? They had a trauma happen on October 7th, and they've had shared trauma so that they can do whatever they want.
Because
these people are so stupid.
No, they're not stupid, Adam. Here's the difference. It's because America's bad.
Oh, these people are idiots.
Because America supports Israel, and America's bad.
Here's their logic. Look, if you've had shared trauma by any ethnicity, you can go and kill innocent people in that ethnicity. That's their logic train, okay?
Or be bigoted against them. Yeah.
Now use that logic train on October 7th.
Well, no. There's one element here. There's the power element. Okay, so they say, okay, if you've suffered some kind of oppression or trauma, presumably at the hands of some other group of people, if that group of people, in my worldview, has systemic power or is higher than you on the oppression hierarchy, then you get to be bigoted, racist, violent towards them.
Right. Oh, so you don't, you can have shared trauma, but if you're powerful, you can't lash out because of it.
Right. So they would say, like, because I've said this before, and this is like why this is such a stupid way of thinking when you talk about, like, oh, well, if they have shared trauma or they have shared oppression, I guess, like in the irony meter and the hypocrisy in this own video that we're watching. So right here, we have Abby Martin, who's really desperately trying to rub two brain cells together, as Mia said. She's justifying women tearing down posters of people that were been kidnapped by Hamas because they're Lebanese and supposedly they suffered some kind of trauma, right? The trauma justifies the negative action.
Right.
But earlier in the same conversation, Abby Martin is criticizing Israelis for saying bad things about wanting to kill Palestinians, right?
Right.
Well, wait a minute. How many of those people had their family members die on October 7th?
Right.
Or how many of those people had their family members or friends kidnapped by Hamas?
As you astutely brought up, the power dimension just levels the playing field. They're not allowed to say it. They gotta suck it up. They gotta bend over and take it.
But see, that's what's so insane. That's why the whole Marxist power lens is like the dumbest fucking shit ever. It's like completely against all of human psychology. It's because it's like, well, wait a minute. Your whole thing about shared trauma and the people, like, shouldn't you be excusing the Israelis that have these negative opinions about Palestinians because they've suffered some trauma? Well, no, because they have systemic power. Okay. Yeah. It's like, really? So you tell that to some father whose entire family was wiped out or kidnapped on October 7th, and they're saying some crazy, horrible shit about wanting to kill all Palestinians, right? You tell them, listen, you can't say that because even though you lost your entire family, you have systemic power, so you can't have those thoughts and those feelings. You can't say those things. But the Palestinian person who went through some similar tragedy, they can say that and actually enact upon that because they don't have systemic power.
I hate this.
But that's literally the worldview that Abby Martin is operating. That's why this leftist stuff is so stupid.
It is, yeah. So bad.
The impact that Israel has had on the Middle East. And that's just one example. I'm sure, like, I mean, everyone has a shared story. That's, again, why, like, Palestinians and strong Arabs are a threat, because just by being popular, like, if you talk about your history and if you're a proud Arab and you're proud of your heritage, then like that's folded into the oppression, the subjugation from the West, and also just the aggression from the Israeli state.
It's those girls, they were there in 2006. Their neighbor's house got bombed when they were stuck there during the 2006 war. How can you know that and still blame them for the way they feel about this? Like these hostage posters or anything other than.
These are the two girls at the school that were tearing down the posters. I remember seeing viral clips of two girls tearing down posters.
I'm assuming that's
inside,
what
like
about,
a student. I don't know. It looked like some student library or something.
Yeah.
Than propaganda. Like what are they for other than propaganda when Israel is the one who is killing the hostages one at a time? The woman who came out and reprimanded Netanyahu for the way he's handled everything and for what he's done to the country, the hostage who was sitting there with the two other women, she died a couple days ago from an indiscriminate bombing.
Okay. This is really like ultra despicable. What she's talking about.
So they had a hostage returned and then she died
No. So there was a woman who name was, I'm assuming she was talking about, named Noah Marciano, who Hamas released a video of her, she was, kidnapped and her family, was killed, or many members of her family was killed on October 7th. She was kidnapped, and Hamas released a video of her, supposedly, because I can't find this video anywhere. I'm sure it's been deleted from the internet, of her chastising Netanyahu and the Israeli government for, not doing enough to get, to get the release of the hostages, right? Now, this video is produced while she's literally a hostage by Hamas.
Okay, so you can't trust any of it.
Right. So there's a guy off screen holding a gun at her, telling her what to say. And some of the articles are even saying that it looked like she was reading off of something. Okay. So Mia Khalifa here is like regurgitating the propaganda that a terrorist organization put out for a person who, under threat of death or rape even, is just like has to say all this shit. Okay. And then at the end of the video, when Hamas put out this video, they show a picture of her lifeless body, and they claim that she died from a bombing.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What an idiot.
Right. And Mia Khalifa just regurgitates this like as if it's true.
As if Israel killed her.
Right.
Of course, they don't want to take the blame for killing her.
Right. Right. Now, again, equally, who knows if this is true? Israel claims that when they, captured that hospital, that they actually found this woman's body nearby. And they claim that, I don't know what evidence they have, but they claim that forensically, when they examined her body, that they determined that she was executed by Hamas and not killed in a bombing. Though they said that she was injured in a bombing, but not killed in a bombing. I don't know if that's true. They didn't give specifics about it. Like if she just was shot in the head, I would have thought they would have said something.
So they returned the body?
No, when Israel captured the hospital, they found her body nearby somewhere.
Okay.
Supposedly. So
they did recover the body.
They recovered the body, yeah. But so but it's just disgusting to me that anyone would take someone who's literally being held hostage and is being forced to say something, and they would use this as like evidence for their point, like that means something.
They don't have a good idea of what evidence really is. So, these two here are just a piece of work.
You know, like there's some I forget his name. There's some baby that like a lot of Israelis who was kidnapped, and a lot of Israelis were kind of like fixated on getting released. And apparently the baby died. And Hamas is saying, of course, that Israel killed it in a bombing, you know, and Israel's saying Hamas killed it. And they actually, and this is like so despicable, they have the father of this baby who was, you know, separated from his family when they were all kidnapped. You know, Hamas forces him to make a video where he blames Israel for the death of the child.
Disgusting.
And, you know, you look at this and you're just like, this is just like such a horrific, disgusting action. You know, you're going to kill someone's family. You're going to kidnap their family. And then when they die, because you kidnapped them, you're going to force them to go out and make propaganda for you.
And you've got idiots like this that are going to fucking lap it up.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I can't even imagine the psychological horror. Trauma of having to be involved in some horrific thing like that.
Yeah. And have people like this moron actually believe what you said was true.
Yep. But, you know, whatever. As long as it fits the narrative, right?
Dude, that's so disgusting. That is like so disgusting. The type of torture that Hamas does to these people.
Yep.
Like, you can get people to say anything if you torture them. These people in the West, they have such a sheltered life. They have no idea. It's so bizarre that they began this conversation talking about how kids they never fall for this propaganda.
Oh yeah.
These idiots. These idiots. My God. It's just, and these people have huge social media followings, huge influence in the world. It's scary, man. It's scary. Scary.
Like, how can they say, how can Zionists defend the hostages and make it about the hostages when they see this playing out? Like, this isn't, they're not being like beheaded as an act of terrorism and being tortured publicly and being humiliated. They are being used as a pawn to get their hostages back, and they are being taken care of for the most part, from what we've seen. For that's as far as we know from testimonies of people who have been released or who we've heard from. How can you see that and then also see that they're just carpet bombing the entire place when they have no idea where the hostages are?
I already talked about earlier how I don't know what the fuck reports Mia was reading. You know, when I was reading articles that were talking about hostages' experiences, they were not well taken care of, obviously. And it's kind of like you have to be drinking some insane levels of Kool-Aid to sort of believe that the people that, you know, ran in and killed, raped, and kidnapped, you know, so many people they're going to take real good care of the hostages at that point. And then, you know, the way that she's like phrasing it, like, well, they're just pawns. Like, well, I mean, they're human shields. You understand that, right? They're literally shields because Hamas knows that Israel's going to attack them back. So they want to use them as shields to say, we're going to put them all across Gaza so you can't attack us. And also we're going to use them as pawns to try to force or get our people back and force a ceasefire after we commit this fucking horrific attack on you. But, you know,
yeah. That's treating them well, using them as a human shield.
Yeah. Right. Using them as a pawn, you know.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. They do not care about the hostages. They care about the fact that they finally have the green light to do what they've wanted to do for years, which is ethnically cleanse Palestinians, push them out of Gaza, and take over Gaza and do whatever they want with it. I mean,
yeah, it's insane.
Okay. I mean, I would imagine part of Israel's strategy, I don't know. Israel's been not very clear on this, which I think is one of Israel's huge failings is, to engage in the actions that they're engaging in to destroy what they're destroying. Part of it, I imagine, is a way to force Hamas into giving up the hostages. Because I don't know if it's possible, the way that they're in tunnels, the way that they're situated. I don't know if it, like, hostage rescue situations are difficult enough as it is. Now imagine that their hostages are spread out in, all of Gaza underneath, hundreds of miles of tunnels, right?
Yeah, they're probably killing their families. Going, look, we're going to keep killing your families until you give us our hostages back. That's what these airstrikes are.
Right.
I keep doubling back to the Yusuf book, but it's informative. When he started working for the IDF, he realized that there were IDF soldiers or I don't even know what you'd call them, caseworkers, that knew every person in the area and knew, like, the details of their family. They were basically assigned to know what's going on in that area in minute detail, in an intelligence way. So I'm sure that they know a lot about the Hamas people. They know where their families are. They have all kinds of intelligence on them. Doesn't it make sense that they would target their families as a ploy to get them to give the hostages back?
That's possible. But I'd say two things. Number one, I would imagine that Israel's intelligence in the West Bank is probably better than its intel in Gaza.
Okay.
Because they can kind of operate to some capacity in West Bank. And number two, I don't know, like Yusuf, he's not working, anymore, right? He got out of all that.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember what year it was that he got out?
I don't, but I'm sure that the method of operations, I'm sure, is the same. And they do have people they got 10,000 people that are going back and forth from Gaza to Israel on work permits. And that's exactly what they had him doing. They had him working a job as cover.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I would maybe not believe that is because, obviously Israel's getting caught blindsided by this attack shows that there was some massive level of intelligence failure. Even more so now that we're learning that there were people. It seems like what happened was there were operatives on the ground and lower level operatives who knew about this attack and were warning the leadership frantically, saying, this attack seems to be real and is going to happen. And the heads of the organization didn't believe them.
Yeah. Did you see I think it's a New York Times piece where they actually had the plan, but they thought that the plan was so audacious that they just couldn't possibly believe it?
They thought it was aspirational. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
But not realistic. Yeah. And there was another article I saw that was way before this that posed an interesting question. They said, because Bibi Netanyahu's coalition has become so shitty, because his leadership has become so shitty, and because he is so hyper corrupt, that supposedly, and I don't know if any of this is true, but supposedly he's fired shit tons of high level IDF people, high level intelligence people, high level,
because they were investigating him.
Right. High level government people who were all like very long time people in these positions who were all competent people. And he replaced them with like
sycophants. I've read that too. Yeah.
And loyalists. And so I'm wondering if part of what's going on here is kind of the same thing that happened with Putin, where it's like you have some fucking asshole who is in charge. He gets rid of all the competent people. He replaces them with a bunch of sycophants. And, these dumb fucks don't know how to run anything. And this leads to
shit. Yeah.
Yeah. This leads to a situation where a bunch of people, everyone's warning them about this fucking attack. And then they don't take it seriously. And then when it happens, it takes them, however long it took them, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to fucking mobilize, because the leadership has basically been hollowed out and put with a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, this is straight dictator's handbook, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surrounded by loyalists, and meritocracy collapses.
Yes.
You get rid of all the competent people because those competent people might be investigating you, and they might. They might.
Right. Yeah. Well, if you're in a dictatorship, you get rid of the competent people because they might want to take over for, they might want to get rid of you. They might want to, snake your way out of there. And if you're not a dictatorship, you're in a democracy, as you said, if you're corrupt, they might be investigating you.
Yeah.
They're not going to necessarily do what you want. So, but of course, because of this high level of incompetency in the Israeli government, this has led some people to come to this conspiracy conclusion that therefore Israel knew this attack was going to happen and they allowed it to happen. And my response to that is, well, let me ask you, Adam, okay? Let's just say this, let's say hypothetically you are evil, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You are 100% evil.
Hypothetically?
Yeah. Hypothetically, you are 100% evil.
I thank you for saying hypothetically.
Yes. You are 100%
Don't blow
evil.
my cover.
You are 100% immoral, and you are the prime minister of Israel, okay?
Right.
And you know that this attack is coming, but you want to use this attack you want to leverage it in some way to maintain your power, okay?
Well, look, I was going to say it, but I was worried you were going to put the kibosh on it because you're
Right.
such a simp for the establishment. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we won't know for 20 years if Bibi Netanyahu knew it was coming and looked the other way because it would help him shore up his support.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
But the question I'm asking you is, I want you to place yourself in that situation where you're the type of person that would
look. I would do it.
No. Okay, maybe you're not smart enough to be in this position.
What are you talking about?
If you're okay, if I'm the evil leader of the evil leader of Israel, if I'm the immoral evil prime minister, and I know that a massive terrorist attack is going to come across my borders, that's unprecedented, and I want to leverage this to my advantage, am I going to sit there and give the most bumbling, incompetent military response that my country's ever produced? That's going to lead to 1,400 people killed and 200 plus people kidnapped. A response so shitty that everyone's going to question my leadership.
Well, you're going to do what you have the ability to do. And we've already said.
No, this is what you do. And this is why, this is why this conspiracy is fucking retarded. This is what you do if you're actually evil.
I knew this was going to happen. Look,
this is what you do if you're actually evil.
Right. Okay.
You say, this attack is coming. I know it's coming. I'm going to let the attack happen. Okay, you're going to let them go across the border, right? You're going to let them kill the kids at the music festival because they're right there on the border. And as soon as they kill those kids and as soon as they start moving into it, you're going to have the Israeli military secretly waiting in the wings to come and boom, smash them and destroy them. That way, you get to stand up on a podium and say, oh my God, look at what Hamas tried to do to us. But thanks to my leadership, I protected you. I protected the country. These monsters killed 200 of our children who were dancing at a festival, but I protected you. That's what you do if you're evil. That's what you want. That's the image you need to cultivate. You don't cultivate the image of, well, I'm a fucking idiot who let my country get fucking the worst terrorist attack ever and get annihilated and we got caught with our pants down. That makes no fucking sense.
You do what you can do, though.
Why would you not do that? Why could you not just do what I just suggested? Why would that be
I can think of
outside
dozens.
the bounds
I
of
can
being
think
able
of
to
dozens of reasons why you couldn't. Why you couldn't do that? Well, first of all, you've hollowed out your security services to the point where you don't necessarily have a clear picture of what's going on. So it's a big maybe whether or not they're going to hit.
No, stop. Okay. The hypothetical is people are suggesting that Netanyahu knew that this attack was coming and let it happen.
Yes, okay. I know the accusation.
So the hypothetical that we have to operate
you're saying that accusation is ridiculous.
I'm saying that based on his behavior and based on the behavior of Israel, it is fucking ridiculous.
Yes, but because
it doesn't make any sense in terms of what the reaction would be.
Right, you're saying the reaction that would happen he would do this, he would have this plan waiting in the wings, so they would only kill 15 people, and then the Israeli military would swing in like
200 people, but
okay. Yes. This elite unit that Bibi Netanyahu would put together himself.
Yes, exactly.
For this specific task.
Yes.
So you're basically postulating that Bibi Netanyahu is a superhero and can do things that are probably not within his realm. Like, what happens if he puts the 200 people together and then it becomes obvious that, oh, wait, it seems like Bibi Netanyahu knew that this was going to happen.
He said, no. First of all, I'm not suggesting he's a superhero. I'm suggesting that I'm assuming that Netanyahu has some control of the military. I don't know what the fuck the exact, I don't know if it's like in America where the president is the head of the army. You're assuming that he has some control over it. Okay.
You're saying he should have done is micromanage the military to the point where only a few people died.
No.
Maybe he did that. Maybe the military messed up.
Okay. Let's try not to straw man my position.
Okay.
To be like retarded. Okay. I'm saying if you're the evil, immoral person, you know that there's going to be this terrorist attack. Which, by the way, October 7th was the anniversary of something. So it wasn't like, it
was also Putin's birthday.
I know, but it wasn't just some magical random day. It was some anniversary of something. So if you knew that there was going to be some big terrorist attack, that'd be a day that you'd be kind of on the alert for. Okay. I'm saying you would have the military ready to go in as soon as the attack warning is sounded. It wouldn't take you over a day to fucking mobilize because you have so many fucking people in the West Bank or wherever. And so you look like literally the most incompetent buffoon of all fucking time, and everyone in Israel hates you, which isn't a fucking me just pulling out my ass. His fucking approval rating is dog shit, and it's never going to recover, and he's ruined forever because of this, and any legacy you ever have will be tarnished because of this. So either A, Bibi Netanyahu knew it was happening and is literally the dumbest fucking retard on the entire planet to think that this happening would have helped him, or B, he didn't fucking believe that it was going to happen and it caught him with the pants down. And that's just the normal fucking thing of human incompetence. Because as I said, what you would do is you would have the military ready so that when they come across the border and they kill the 200 kids at the music festival and they start invading kibbutzes on the border, do you send the army in? And then you would say, well, wait, why did you have the army ready?
Kill anyone?
Why did you have the army ready? Does that mean that you say, well, we had intelligence that we thought that Hamas was going to attack at some point, some indeterminate point. And so we took the threat seriously. And unfortunately, there were kids that were literally around the border that we couldn't, mobilize fast enough from, but we did prevent the country from a full-scale invasion. Look at what a fucking hero I am. I get to pull the, I get to wave the graves of all these kids that died at the music festival and yet say, look at all these other people I saved. It's like literally the perfect fucking like evil thing for a person to do would be that scenario. Okay. And the fact that it didn't materialize anything remotely like that should show you there's no fucking way, unless he's the dumbest fucking human alive, that he knew that this was going to happen.
I don't know. I don't understand your level of confidence on this. It baffles me.
Okay. Well, listen, because it's so illogical. What is the logic there? Explain to me the logic there.
So, but you're saying he should have put a plan together where he went to the military and said, listen, let him kill a few of the kids, but not all of them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, what are you saying then?
I'm saying, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why would you even suggest that? Why would you even like straw man my position like that?
Look, the position that people are coming up with.
He would say, we think there's going to be a fucking attack at some point in the future. Let's get a bunch of fucking people ready so we can stop it. He's not going to say, oh, can you make sure you let a bunch of people die first? Like what like, I don't know why this is so difficult for you to understand.
Well, because you've changed the position.
I didn't change anything.
You let me finish. The position that people have is that Bibi Netanyahu knew this was going to happen, turned the other way, so civilians would be killed, so he'd have a reason to carpet bomb Gaza.
And this would somehow help his political career. That's the primary thing of importance. Okay. This would help him maintain power.
Well, that could have been his estimation, and that estimation turned out to be wrong. But it still could have been his estimation. So he's the dumbest fucking person on the planet. That doesn't... Look, whether or not he's smart or dumb, or it played out how he thought it was going to play out, or it didn't play out how he thought it was going to play out, that has no bearing on whether or not he knew about it ahead of time and looked the other way. That's the claim.
No, it does. Because the only way that a human being with normal, I mean, not even normal, you would literally have to be so fucking stupid to think that there was going to be this terrorist attack on your country and that you didn't do anything to stop it, and to think that this is going to help you, this is going to help your political career when you've been running on the fact that remember when we talked to Eris and she was saying part of the reason Bibi's rate approval is so dog shit, especially after this, part of the reason everyone's blaming him for this is because he was running on the idea that I'm the one who will stop the terrorism. I will the one that will save you and protect you from Palestinians. You know, the left tried all their appeasement and that didn't work. So now we're going to go do the hardline approach, and that's
an annex. Yeah, we're going to annex parts of the West Bank.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember we listened to a podcast like 5 weeks ago. He was talking about taking over a huge portion of the West Bank.
So do you think
now he's got Gaza in his sights? He's like, oh my God, look, I can take over Gaza too if I just let some kids die at a rave.
They didn't just let kids die at a rave. They let 1,400 people fucking die. And everyone said, where the fuck was the Israeli army? That now has looked embarrassingly incompetent that it took them over 24 hours to fucking mobilize to protect their own fucking country.
Do you understand the claim that is being made?
I do. I don't think you do. And I don't think you understand what the fuck I'm saying. And this is like a baffling conversation to me. You keep saying that, like, there are people making a claim that Bibi Netanyahu knew that this was going to happen, looked the other way, and let Israeli citizens be killed so that it would shore up his political base and he could go through with his hardline annexation policies. Is that where we're headed now? Let's take this one step at a time. Okay. Do you think that the attack that happened helped Bibi Netanyahu or hurt him? Wait, no. Let's just one at a time. Do you think this helped or hurt him? Why are you interrogating my position? My position is pointless. Because what you're saying doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Look, my position is I don't know. You don't know. Your position is you do know. We can't look at the... Wait. Can I lay out your position? Do you think it hurt or helped? Can I steel man your position real quick? Because you've already strawman the fuck out of my position. Okay. And I'm getting like really fucking pissed. I know you are. Okay. It's do hilarious. You think I'm glad that you find it hilarious. Do you think it hurt or helped his political career? What happened? Let me ask it another question first. Just answer the fucking question. Of course it didn't, but hindsight is 2020. Okay. Nobody has a crystal ball before October 7th happens. Okay, well that's ask me, do you think Bibi Netanyahu thought it would help his political aspirations before October 7th happened? Of course not. Because I don't believe this dumb fuck conspiracy. Okay, well, that's the second question. Okay. You using the word conspiracy says that. It says that look, right now my position is I don't know. Your position is you know. How do you know? Because it's fucking as I'm trying to get to, but you keep interrupting me. Okay. So we agree that what happened didn't serve his political career. Okay. So so the question 2 would be, do you think that a sane, rational, savvy politician who's been in politics for most of his life is going to think that a massive terrorist attack that's going to show that Israel is completely caught with its pants down, you think it's reasonable that the prime minister is going to conclude that that's going to help his career when he's run on, I'm the guy who's going to give you safety?
Doesn't matter what I think. It matters what Bibi Netanyahu thinks.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Look, it helped George W. Bush. Look, it got George W. Bush.
Okay.
Look, it got George W. Bush reelected for 2 terms. Okay. Did it not? Did it not help? Did it not help? Did the war in Iraq not help?
It's fine. I understand that okay. You understand my position, and apparently, I guess you agree with it, so it's fine. So. And the George W. Bush,
I don't agree with your position.
The George W. Bush situation is completely different because George W. Bush didn't run on the idea. First of all, Americans didn't think that we were under threat from that level of terrorism, and George W. Bush didn't run on that level of terrorism. So when it happened and it caught everyone by surprise, everyone was like, "Oh, well, no one could have possibly foreseen this coming," even though there was obviously a massive security failure, and that was why it's a completely different situation.
Did it help George W. Bush's political aspirations?
I just explained why that's not analogous.
Answer the question.
Do you agree or disagree?
Look, first of all, it only matters what Bibi Netanyahu thinks. Okay.
I mean, listen, it's, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't be so certain. He could be fucking the dumbest person of all time and have really thought that having the Israeli military and his leadership look this like horribly incompetent, would help him. I mean, that's possible. Nothing's impossible, right?
Yeah, look, that's the only thing. I don't know why your level of certainty is so high. Jeez, look, he could be a fucking moron.
He was sarcastic, but yes.
He was. Well, okay. So you think Bibi Netanyahu is
I don't think he's that stupid. I don't think he's a genius. I think the fact that he's been prime minister of Israel for so many years and been an immoral but savvy politician should show that he would realize that allowing this to happen would tank his fucking political career, which we now see that it obviously has. So I don't believe that he knew about it and did nothing and didn't even have the army ready or do anything to have them prepared to fight back against this, anything to actually help use this to his advantage and make him look like a strong leader. He just looks like a weak leader. But I don't know, maybe he's a fucking idiot, Who knows? Maybe he's just a dumb fucking retard. But we can move on.
Maniac genocidal state that we're arming. But I remember, I'll never forget Elizabeth Warren's tweet just when the refugee camp was bombed and hundreds were massacred for, I guess, one Hamas guy they said was in the vicinity of the area. So I guess, 400 people because they're all animals, according to these people. And Elizabeth Warren's tweet was Hamas human shields. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, I denounce the killing of civilians, like, even though Hamas is using them as human shields, like, it still doesn't justify this. It's like, what are you talking about, Hamas human shields? What in the hell is wrong with you? How dare you?
It's such dangerous rhetoric, and it's really scary because it feels like it's foreshadowing something much bigger.
So Abby doesn't believe, I guess, that Hamas is using human shields. Which, I mean, I don't know how you can kidnap people, hold them in tunnels, and say, "Hey, you can't bomb us, because you'll kill your own people." I don't know how you can be a military/terrorist organization who decides to build tunnels underneath other people's fucking homes, underneath hospitals, underneath schools, shoot rockets from hospitals and schools and private people's houses. How do you do all those actions and then say, well, they're not using human shields? I mean, listen, I'm not aware of this. I don't believe the American government has, a tunnel underneath my house, right? I don't think that the American military is going to have soldiers come shoot missiles out of my house. I don't know. I'm not expecting that, right? So I don't think the American government uses me as a human shield.
All of these politicians are rallying around this verbiage and these things that they're pushing and trying to implement into all of our minds to see a direct correlation between Palestinians and human shields and Hamas and human shields and all of these things. It's like they're laying all of this groundwork so that when I was going to say when something big and tragic happens, like every single day hasn't surpassed the previous one, but it almost feels like they're mentally preparing us to not sympathize with Palestinians if they do drop a fucking nuclear weapon, if they do something like that, if they do expel 2 million people into the Sinai desert. I feel like they're preparing us to not see them as human and making it dangerous for us to sympathize with them. I mean, these politicians are scared of speaking out. Everyone is scared of speaking out. College students are scared of speaking out. The Jewish Voice for Peace is being attacked. Organizations that are voices for peace are being attacked. Like, that is absolutely insane to me.
None of these people, when they make these claims, they don't actually go and look and see, well, why did this group get in trouble? We talked about this the other day, where the Palestinian group that got banned from some college campuses was directly, explicitly supporting Hamas's violent actions on October 7th. And that's why the colleges wanted to get rid of them, as they should. As they 100% should. If some national organization that's in college campuses is advocating for terrorism, it's, even if the local chapter, they don't support it, everything should be gone. People can reform some other group. That's their own thing if they want to after that. But then with this Jewish Voice for Peace thing, this is even more stupid, because when you actually look at the two colleges, it was like Columbia and Harvard or something, that suspended this group. They didn't suspend them for ideological reasons. They suspended the group because they kept protesting and disrupting college campus events without permission, because on these college campuses, you have to get some, written permission to be able to protest and do these sorts of actions. Everyone can't just do whatever the fuck they want whenever they want. And so this organization, Jewish Voice for Peace, wasn't doing that. They thought that they were above the rules, I guess, and they could just protest and do whatever they wanted. And so the colleges said, hey, if you can't play by the rules, then we're going to suspend you until you can. But no, none of these people care to look into this or find out about any of the facts of this. They just say, oh, must be because they're pro-Palestine. That's the only reason they got banned.
It's so scary. It's really, really scary. The Florida governor is talking about deporting all Arabs from the state. He mentioned that a couple weeks ago, and it's like, what?
Okay, so you just said DeSantis made it. Here's a strong claim. DeSantis claims that all Arabs are going to be deported from Florida. This claim is so wacky that even Abby sort of softly, kind of, says it's not true. So what DeSantis said was that he would cancel student visas. Well, actually, let me be clear. DeSantis said if he won the presidency, okay, because he can't do this as a governor. He said if he won the presidency, if he was elected president, he would cancel student visas if the students were pro-Hamas. And so whether you're in favor of that or against that, and obviously this question is like, what does being pro-Hamas look like? It's interesting that Mia's mind changes that into, well, he wants to deport all Muslims, which, if I'm being good faith, I'll say, hey, she probably just heard someone else talking about it and didn't fact check it, and she just assumed it was true. If I was being a little bit more not charitable, a little bit more bad faith, I would say, I mean, does she think all Muslim students support Hamas? Maybe, I don't know.
What the fuck do they think that, like, what do they think that means? Where will we go? Like, most of the Arabs in Florida are probably also U.S. citizens, or like, it's really scary to hear things like this. It makes living in such a red state terrifying.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's so crazy to hear like what Trump is saying. Like the Democrats are so horrible and such enablers and backers of genocide and gaslighting all of us, but there's still like this like vague humanitarian cover where it's like, oh, we need a pause in the genocide, and ooh, well, you shouldn't attack hospitals, but I'm not going to do anything to stop you. And then meanwhile, you have Trump and DeSantis being like, we need to deport all Hamas sympathizers. You're like, sorry? What does that mean exactly? It's terrifying. And they are priming us. They're priming us every day to normalize these atrocities and to normalize the demonization and dehumanization of Arab people, because they know that Israel has the green light to fulfill their endgame. And like you said, they are gleeful about it. Despite having this national tragedy that's their 9/11, they seem pretty happy to be taking back what they had previously occupied. And, you know, I want to talk really quickly because you got into a lot of heat for saying something that there is an argument to be made for, which is Hamas is not a terrorist organization. That word has been rendered completely meaningless. I think it's really interesting because there is this...
Wait, she just said Hamas is not a terrorist organization?
Previously occupied. And, you know, I want to talk really quickly because you got into a lot of heat for saying something that there is an argument to be made for, which is Hamas is not a terrorist organization.
Okay, so Mia said Hamas is not a terrorist organization. The organization that... what is terrorism? Terrorism, the unlawful use of violence and intimidation against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Interesting. Terrorism is the use of violence or threats to intimidate or coerce people to achieve political or ideological goals. Okay. So, I mean, just definitionally, I don't know how you could say that going into another country and intentionally killing as many civilians as you can and raping them and kidnapping them, I mean, that's a pretty textbook definition of terrorism, Mia.
That word has been rendered completely meaningless. I think it's really interesting because there is this pro-Israel firewall, like across the corporate media. We know how the corporate media operates. We know what it does. You know, we know its role basically as an appendage of the U.S. empire. But I think it's super fascinating considering how much this conflict is in the news right now, that there's no like deep dives, like who is Hamas? Like beyond the cartoonish label that they're a terrorist organization, who really is comprised of Hamas? And also, what are the political dynamics in not only Gaza, but the West Bank? Because Hamas isn't in the West Bank. So this attempt to paint the caricature of all Palestinians as Hamas doesn't really make any sense when you look at the 3 million Palestinians living in the occupied West Bank. And also when you look within Gaza, there's a mosaic of different political ideologies. There's multiple armed resistance groups within that area. It's not just Hamas. Right now, there's this term for like hundreds of kids who have survived so far that have no remaining family.
Israel has also talked about that. They have mentioned that. They've actually defended the killing of children for that reason, because they've said, well, because of what they've been through, they're most likely going to grow up to join Hamas. And it's like, it's really, really, really sad that they lack any sympathy for these children of that acronym, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. as just a future terrorist in their eyes. The Black Panthers were also a terrorist organization in the eyes of the United States. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist in the eyes of the United States. All of these people who support the freedom of Palestine and the sovereignty of Palestine were also branded as terrorists at one point or another. You know who's a terrorist organization? The United States of fucking America. They are seen as a terrorist organization by a handful of countries around the world because they fully fit the criteria of one. It's completely lost its meaning and been attributed to Arabs and seen as something only specific to Arabs because of all of the propaganda and the mental training that they've pushed on us in America post 9/11. It's lost its meaning because now it just means, oh, an Arab. A terrorist is an Arab. It's not, it can't be the US government. They're white. They're the good guys. They're the children of light, and Arabs are the children of darkness, and they must be eviscerated.
So the organization that intentionally goes into an area to kill as many civilians as possible, kidnap them, builds their military infrastructure under private civilian infrastructure, builds it under people's houses, uses hostages intentionally as human shields, uses hospitals and schools as bases of operations. That's not terrorism. We can't say that's terrorism. But America, that's terrorism. America's the real terrorist, okay? Because her brilliant logic for this is because some other countries have claimed it, so therefore it must be true. So yeah, Mia's not really doing a good job here at sort of rehabilitating her image or really helping the anti-Israel side of the equation whatsoever. But okay. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. Let me read some super chats and then we can move over to the Dillon interview.
We're done with this video?
Yeah, I think the rest of it's kind of just them continuing their stupidity, but
every single leftist talking point I've ever heard before.
Yes.
Re-uttered 1,000,000 times.
Yes.
Ad nauseum.
Constantly.
Do these women have gag strings in the back, or do they just come up with this stuff on their own?
Well, I mean, they probably think they come up with it on their own, but
right.
Twitter Sucks for $25 says, having a porn star become a political voice shows just how far our sex-obsessed society has fallen. And number 2, the reason they take down those posters is because they don't want to see the horrors they are justifying. Mia has more rotting eggs inside her than brain cells. Ouch.
Oh.
I think part of the reason they pull down the posters is because they understand on an intuitive, emotional level that the fact that people were kidnapped or raped or whatever could be used by other people to justify violence against the Palestinians. I think it's the same reason why they want to downplay the whole they weren't raped situation. So
right, because of the lens.
Yes.
They're like, someone will see this poster and they'll look, a guy did literally shoot at 3 Palestinian kids. And I think killed one of them. So, right. Or maybe killed 2.
Actual Justice Warrior for $10 says, I demand that Adam stop kidnapping hookers from Skid Row Strip and Sitch stop enabling him by paying for Adam's gas. From the Colorado River to the Pacific Sea, hookers will be free.
Why, thank you, Sean.
Listen, sometimes you got to kidnap some hookers. I don't know what to tell you. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, Israel has the Iron Dome. Hamas has the Human Dome. I mean, dark but true. Twitter sucks for $20 says, I'm sorry, but if the population of Arabs in Israel has increased over the last 50 plus years, then the IDF must be really bad at genocide. Just saying. There you go. Twitter sucks for $20 says, Adam, if you've seen any of Mia's videos, you know that she doesn't have a gag string.
Don't you mean
Nice.
a gag reflex? Aren't you talking about a gag string and a gag reflex are completely different?
It's a funny pun though. It's fine. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show.
Here. Let's see. Because we're going to do some jumping around, but not a super lot jumping. So I don't know if we'll be able to finish this whole video, but we'll see what we can get through.
Well, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Very special episode. We're joined again by Noah Tishby, who is here. No, I'm kidding. It's Freaky Friday. And we have journalist Abby Martin here with us, as we promised we would get. Her documentary, Gaza Fights for Freedom, which I watched again the other night. And a lot of people are now rediscovering the documentary because they're uneducated about what's going on, as I am. And you have been boots on the ground covering this issue for years when no one cared about it. And you're concerned, and what's interesting about you, you're a big critic of Israel, we know that. But I don't really hear a lot of people calling you anti-Semitic. I don't see that. I've never heard you like engage in any kind of weird conspiracy mongering about the Jewish question or whatever. You focus on facts. And you report facts that are uncomfortable to governments. This is what I've always seen, right? Whether it's the American government or the Israeli government, that's what you do. And you go to these places. You spent time in Gaza. So what is, from someone who has sources there, who speaks to people there, who knows people there, what is happening right now? Because I think a lot of people obviously recognize Hamas's attack was brutal, and everybody is, it has sympathy for people whose children are being hostages or whose family is being hostages. But there are also a lot of civilians in Gaza that are dying. And you've covered that closer than probably anyone I know. What is going on there now?
I'm glad that you set up that pretext because I am a journalist critical of U.S. empire and its proxy forces. And right. Israel is its central proxy in the Middle East. And there's a multitude of reasons for that.
Can we move your mic just a little closer?
Yeah,
because
right here?
Yeah, perfect.
So there's a multitude of reasons, geopolitical reasons why.
Hold on, let me go back 1 second.
I'm glad that you set up that pretext because I am a journalist critical of U.S. empire and its proxy forces. And right. Israel is its central proxy in the Middle East. And there's a multitude of reasons for that.
Can we move?
So just to really hammer home the America bad lens, that their entire lens is America's the evil empire. In Israel, they're the #1 outpost for America's evil empire.
Move your mic just a little closer because
right here?
Yeah, perfect.
So there's a multitude of reasons, geopolitical reasons, why the U.S. supports and backs Israel so much. I, as a media critic and as a propaganda critic my whole life,
Unless that propaganda is coming from anyone else but America. And she just laps it up.
She literally worked for a propaganda outlet.
Yeah, that's true.
Not much of a critic.
He's a critic of propaganda. She's working for RT. Jesus Christ. How do you literally work for state-funded media and then say you're a propaganda critic?
Because Russia based in her mind.
I guess.
I realized Israeli propaganda echoed by the U.S. was such an important case study. And so I really have done a deep dive over the last 10 years, speaking to hundreds of Palestinians, speaking to dozens of Israelis, including former soldiers, going there on the ground, spending a month in the occupied West Bank. I'm actually banned for life from entering Gaza. I was told that I was a propagandist and an Iranian agent from the Israeli government. I thought that I was a Venezuelan agent and a Russian agent, so I can't keep up.
You wear a lot of hats.
I wear a lot of hats.
Yeah.
So I wasn't actually able to get in, but I worked with journalists inside through the blockade to create Gaza Fights for Freedom. What is going on right now is a textbook case of genocide. And I can explain why. This isn't just me pontificating from an armchair analysis. These are Holocaust scholars, 3 of which have actually put forward a case against Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden for complicity in genocide. They have actually set formal charges. These are Holocaust scholars that are Israeli historians asserting this. So not only that, but of course you have the crime of apartheid. These are...
I wish she would say who these were, because I was trying to find, I don't know who the fuck she's talking about. She just said, there's Holocaust scholars. Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing you can grab onto in any of this talk. Like, I just kept away. I didn't actually finish this talk. She made the apartheid claim, which, I mean, I've been looking into. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the apartheid claim, but...
Yeah. I mean, I literally, I was trying to find out who she was talking about, and I couldn't find it. I mean, she's talking about Norman Finkelstein. Like, who are these Holocaust scholars?
Norman Finkelstein's logic for calling it an open air prison is some other dude called it an open air prison one time.
Yes. Listen, Nat Turner once said.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
It's ridiculous.
The most crimes against humanity. So I could talk about context all day long. I could talk about context behind the October 7th attack. But all of that is kind of pushed to the side when you see what is Israel doing in response right now, and that is committing genocide against the Palestinians.
I guess the response that they would say is that if they wanted to do a genocide, they would have done it already. They're basically saying, their argument is, we're responding to this attack, we're trying to get rid of Hamas, and our mission is to eradicate the leadership of Hamas and Hamas fighters, and they embed themselves with civilians. This is what is out there as the party line, and this is what is being said. I'm sure there's some, there's elements of truth to everything, right? So they're basically saying Hamas's, command centers are all under hospitals. I don't know if this is, obviously you're familiar with that. And is this something that is well known? Is this true in your estimation?
Okay. So, fair question. Is Hamas intentionally embedding themselves with civilians, hospitals, right? Let's see what the answer is. Let's see if we get a good answer from Abby here.
Okay, they say that they are targeting Hamas.
Right.
Right now, during the 4-day truce, we've seen kind of the death toll be accounted for at this moment, now that the hospitals that have been bombed relentlessly are able to finally account for the dead. 20,000 civilians have been killed. 20,000 people have been killed. They claim 1,000 were fighters. So right out of the gate, that's an extraordinary amount of civilians, 70% women and children.
Yeah.
8,000 children. 8,000 children. You have UN officials, you have people who have documented war zones all over the world saying this is unprecedented. This is an unprecedented amount of carnage. It's a bloodbath and it's a slaughterhouse, and they have never seen anything like it.
Wasn't the question whether or not Hamas uses people as human shields? Isn't that the question?
That was the question.
And what's going on here?
I mean, she didn't give that. First of all, I don't even know. Yeah, that was the question. She totally dodged it and instead talks about how many people have died.
You don't understand, dude. A bunch of people are dying.
Yeah.
Well, look, I asked you a point blank question here.
Yes.
Does Hamas use human shields? Dude, you don't get it, okay? Children are dying. Wake up, man.
Okay, listen, we can talk about that. And we can talk about whether it's worth it. But the question I asked you,
exactly.
Because, I mean,
this is probably the most frustrating conversation of all time.
Yeah, she dodges everything. Because the thing is okay, is the reason a lot of civilians are dying is because Hamas
uses them as human shields?
Yes. Intentionally embeds themselves with civilians. So it's just the question I asked you. Is that the whole thing that we're talking about here? Also, she made this claim that she said they say only 1,000 Hamas people died. I don't know who made that claim. I can't find that claim. The IDF, who, I'm not saying you should believe them because they're obviously going to highball it. They're claiming somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 Hamas people have been killed. So.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know where that. I don't know if that thousands is Hamas saying only 1,000 Hamas people died or something.
Do you think they're going after Hamas's family? We never really got to I never got your take on that. What's the strategy here?
Right. So I do think one of Israel's biggest fuck ups in this whole, like, in their response to everything, is that, at least from my understanding, maybe it is, and it's just not being reported outside of Israeli news, but from international news perspective, it's not really clear to me what Israel's strategy is. What are they doing? What exactly is their goal, and what they're doing to accomplish that goal, so that I can look at it and see whether that makes any sense from my layman's perspective or not.
Something happened to make them offer up hostages for a ceasefire.
Right.
So someone they bombed got to them.
Well, so the fact that Hamas is kind of was begging for the ceasefire, because I don't believe Hamas is motivated by trying to protect Palestinians.
No, not at all. That's what I'm asking.
Right. To me, makes me believe that Israel has been effective at hurting Hamas. Because otherwise, I don't know why they'd be asking for the ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
But then they broke the ceasefire, which leads to the second question, which we already talked about, which is, why did they intentionally break the ceasefire and then kind of brag about it? That's an interesting thing. Unless it's because they wanted to not give any of the women back, because maybe the remaining women have all been sexually assaulted or something.
Well, no, I think that logic is like sound, but I don't know what they did in the original bombing campaign that made them want to offer hostages for a ceasefire. So
I'm assuming they were damaging, and they were killing Hamas people and significantly damaging their ability to operate successfully.
Yeah.
Because that'd be the only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
And you could be right that they were intentionally blowing up, family members of people that relate to Hamas. I don't know if Israel would want to admit that, because that
of course
is a war crime.
They don't want to admit that, but
right. I don't think they should be doing that necessarily. So
yeah. Well, look, we both agree they don't care about the Palestinian people. They might care about their kids and their wives and their brothers and that kind of thing.
Hamas.
Yeah. You said you didn't think they had that kind of a good intelligence.
Well, no, I am, since I think Israel was caught with its pants down, I don't know how confident I am in their intelligence. But I guess they did have that intelligence. They just didn't believe it. So, maybe they do have that intelligence.
Yeah, I think they might have intelligence. I think they might be killing their families. I don't think they're going to come out on CNN and say that. Obviously, they're going to deny it, but they're trying to get their people back. And something they did made them want a ceasefire. So
yeah, no, that's true.
If this is a Hollywood movie, right?
Yeah.
They say, look, we know where your family lives. Like, these are the targets we're going to hit next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
You hit some of those targets and let them know that you mean business, and then you say, look, we're going to take them all out.
Yeah, that's possible.
How about you return the hostages?
It's definitely possible. I don't know if their intelligence would be so good, because presumably, like, Israel says, like, hey, we're gonna bomb this area, or we're gonna bomb this building, and you have like an hour to leave or longer, depending on what it is. So unless it was like the Hamas people were like, and maybe it's possible they put their families underneath the buildings in the tunnels, and then when they blow up the whole thing, they blow up the tunnel too, and including the people there. So, but I think from what Israel's doing, so, according to this article, this is from December 2nd. This is a Vox article. They're saying that the Gaza Health Ministry has said that Israel's killed 15,000 Palestinians. And so we have 15,000 Palestinians, and the article doesn't say this, but I heard someone say, I don't know if it's true or not, they claimed that 40 to 50% of all buildings in Palestine have been damaged, not destroyed, but damaged in some capacity. I think if that's true, I think we're rapidly approaching, if not having approached, that level where, we were talking about sort of the reciprocal fairness, the reciprocal justice that people internationally will just not support the further campaign if it like grows much bigger than this.
That's 50% of the whole Gaza Strip.
There was a claim that 50% of the Gaza Strip buildings have been damaged to some capacity.
Wow.
Not destroyed, but damaged. Which, yeah, that's
considering that they were focusing on only 50% of it. Like they had limited airstrikes in the south.
Yeah,
so that makes it sound like the whole north is flat.
Right. That's what it makes it sound like. And again, I don't know if that's true, but I'm saying if that is true, I think we're rapidly in the area of like, well, this, it's going to be very hard for people to continue to justify that level of continual military action.
Well, I've heard that the houses are booby trapped, and also like they're going to do an occupation.
Right.
They are literally going to do an occupation now. So
yeah,
it's like starting from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think, but is it, I don't think people would justify. I think an occupation could be justified. I don't think an occupation where we destroy every building in the entirety of Gaza Strip is going to be seen as a justifiable thing.
No, it's not.
So,
but it's going to happen.
I guess we'll see.
Who's going to tell them no?
Well, I don't think Biden is going to stand by and continually let, that level, like if the number gets to 20, 25, 30,000 dead, I think the pressure is just going to continue from America. And I don't think Israel is going to be able to continue that sort of level of military threat against Gaza or pressure against Gaza.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see if it plays out that way.
We'll see.
I don't think it will. I think
you think they're just going to be able to do whatever?
Yeah. I think the idea that we will withdraw military or financial aid from Israel is ridiculous. Our politicians are too much in bed with the Israel lobby. And voters. They'll lose voters.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's weird because I've seen articles that are very contradictory. Articles that will say Biden says, Biden draws no red line with Israel. And then I see an article the next day that says Biden draws red line with Israel.
Okay.
And it's like, well, but a lot of this stuff is obviously going on behind the scenes. I don't think Biden's ever come out and made a public red line. But I don't know how much pressure Biden is willing to put on Israel, or I should say the Biden administration is willing to put on Israel. I do believe my understanding is that they put a lot of pressure on Israel to do the ceasefire in the first place. So,
well, it's not, I shouldn't say it's the Israel lobby because it's not really fair. Where our voters are in favor of support of Israel is the evangelical base of the Republican Party. So
right.
That's why Trump did what he did. That's why Republicans will never abandon Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And, if the Democrats did pull out of, pull funding or military support from Israel, it probably will hurt them in the next election. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, definitely. If we had Trump's kind of an anomaly. When we find out, Trump is weird because obviously he surrounded himself with the most vehemently pro-Israel people, even though he himself wasn't really that pro-Israel. He was actually kind of sympathetic to the Palestinians. So if he was president, I'd be kind of like a wild card. I have no clue what he'd be like. But if you had a Republican, not Trump president, I would agree that the political pressure for him to just support Israel no matter what would be too great. But the Democrats do have a lot of pressure from the progressive wing that is very anti that position.
No, I know. Yeah. It's just a question who has more political power.
Right. And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't believe the people who say that America can just force Israel into doing whatever they want. some people were like, "Oh, America just force Israel into like a two-state solution or to pull us out." I don't believe any of that shit. But I do believe that
force them into a ceasefire,
right? But I do believe we could pressure them to do certain things like the ceasefire. I do believe we can pressure them to do certain things like not just ethnically cleanse the entirety of the Gaza Strip if that was their intention to do such a thing. So
I think they're going to go full colonialist. I think they're going to occupy Gaza forever now.
Well, no, I agree. I think they're going to occupy Gaza, whether it's Israel occupying it or Israel occupying it with trying to have the PA run things. I think that's what they're going to do. That's not something I'm questioning. I just don't think they could destroy every building, raise the death toll to 50,000 people before they do that occupation.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So for Israel to claim that they are targeting Hamas, it doesn't really make sense when you look at the complete destruction and leveling of civilian areas. They are targeting hospitals. They are targeting schools. They're targeting mosques where they know tons of civilians are sheltering there. Hamas is underground. So why would you level the entirety of the infrastructure on top of Gaza if you're trying to target fighters underground? And no.
Ask her again, Tim. She forgot the question.
She says, if they're trying to target people underground, why would they destroy things on top of the ground?
They got these things called bunker buster bombs. Have you heard of these things? They're like, look, we don't have to dig the tunnel up. The bomb goes down to the tunnel. The problem is we got to shoot it right at the hospital.
But it's not, yeah. It's such a weird statement. It's like, yeah, they drop a bomb that destroys the tunnel, but it destroys everything on top of it too. You understand that, right? That's how a bomb works. So
yeah,
it's just such a weird statement.
So there is absolutely no evidence for human shields, and I can debunk that all day. And there's no evidence for command centers under hospitals.
By the way, at no point in this conversation does she debunk any of those things.
There's no evidence for human shields.
Yeah.
They did try to go and say the only people that use human shields are Israel. And she gave some situation where Israeli troops were using Palestinians as human shields.
Uh-huh.
Look, she didn't give enough details to actually look into what it was, which seems to be par for the course, but.
Yeah. Well, how is building a tunnel underneath a hospital? That's not a human shield. What is that?
It is a human shield, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kidnapping Israelis and putting them in your tunnels with your military people underneath the hospital. That's not a human shield. Okay.
Interesting. And is this something that, because Bill Clinton has repeated, like a lot of people have repeated that idea that the command centers are under the hospitals. Early on in this conflict, there was a hospital. I'm forgetting the name
Ali
here.
Arab, the one that they claimed was an errant missile.
Right. They claimed that it was an errant missile from Hamas, but a lot of people thought that it was potentially a strike, a missile strike. Where are you on that?
So there's so many.
Okay, so again, question. Do you think that Israel blew up the hospital?
No.
Okay. Or where are you on that?
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Now we learned from the previous conversation that was a few days, it was like a week before this one. She still 100% believes that Israel blew up the hospital. So we'll see if anything has changed in the week time.
Lies. I mean, Israeli propaganda.
Go back one sec.
Potentially a strike, a missile strike. Where are you on that?
So there's so many lies. I mean, Israeli propaganda, it's very well funded. There's $1 billion apparatus behind this. There's war rooms at Tel Aviv University that fund and employ people to like correct the record online. It's a very concerted effort to obfuscate the obvious reality. So right out of the gate on October 7th, almost all of the lies, all of the things that we were told turn out to be lies. Beheaded babies, the mass rape, all of those things. It turned out to be a lot of that was false. We actually.
Question was, did Israel blow up the hospital?
Yeah, she does this stalling tactic where she just talks about other stuff.
It's also
she doesn't want to come out and just say, "Oh no," obviously.
right. Yeah, she wants to lay out this like ridiculous case. Also, this is a really dishonest tech thing that people do, which is what she just did right here, where she's like, well, everything we were told about October 7th was a lie. It's like, well, wait a minute. What do you mean everything? Are you saying that they didn't kill 1,400 people? Are you saying they didn't kidnap 200 plus people? Are you saying that the people that were killed were not innocent civilians? Like, people do this thing where there'll be some incident or some event that occurs, and someone says one part of it that may not be true, right? Like the beheaded 40 babies thing. So there's like 100 different claims about October 7th. 99 of them turn out to be true, but one of them isn't true, or maybe is not true. And then someone like Abby comes along and says, listen, everything they told us about it was a lie. Here's the one thing out of the 100 claims that, maybe isn't true. So therefore, everything they told you about it was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly what happened on October 7th because everything Israel said has turned out to be lies. Then it turned to what was happening in Gaza. Human shields, and then the most egregious attack at first was the Ali Arab Hospital. 500 civilians were massacred in this bombing. It was completely shocking because it was the largest mass casualty event ever against Palestinians from Israel. So that was like really shocking. There was a lot of international outrage that was mounting. And then immediately, all of a sudden, the news became, actually, it was an errant missile from Islamic Jihad. Now, I immediately just stepped back and thought, wow, that's so crazy that an errant rocket, the first time in the history of this conflict, was able to kill 500 people. If that's the manpower of these rockets, we would have seen a lot more civilians dead, because rockets do misfire.
Sure.
In the Strip.
Sure.
That is unprecedented level of carnage. And so this is how you know it's false, Tim. Yeah. You don't need to know anything else about the blast radius or the zone or what it looked like afterward. None of that matters.
So first of all, she's like, she repeats the 500 deaths line as if that was not also part of people saying that was not true.
Yeah.
Already as evidence. But she's telling you right here, she's saying, don't listen to all the other evidence. Ignore the blast radius. Okay. Right. Ignore the physical blast radius, which is like the strongest evidence that it was in Israel. Ignore the direction that the missile was. Ignore all that stuff. I'm going to tell you the one thing that you need to know. Okay. Ignore all the evidence, but she is the one thing, right? The one key piece of information.
Yeah. It's very important.
Or even the satellite of that actually turned out to be debunked. They reversed the angle of it. This is how you know it's a lie. Israel released doctored audio recordings after, claiming to be Islamic Jihad operatives talking to each other, proving that they had the command center, or that they had misfired the rocket. Excuse me. I'm talking about another propaganda thing later on about the Al-Shifa hospital. So they actually released an audio recording of 2 Islamic Jihad operatives being like, hey man, that was my rocket. Oh man, like we fucked up. We shot. It was crazy. And then what turned out.
And how do we know they're doctors?
Because audio forensics experts from Channel 4 News, which is a mainstream news publication, they analyzed the recordings and found out that they were recording on 2 separate channels, like you would like a podcast, and then mix them together. It wasn't a legitimate phone call. And plus, people in Gaza don't use just cell phones. They know everything's recorded and monitored through surveillance. So they use different kinds of methods to discuss things. And so,
okay. So Abby's position is you can ignore every single piece of physical evidence that shows that it wasn't Israel because there was a phone call that maybe was doctored.
Yeah.
According to some
You were skeptical of that phone call.
Right.
Was it actually doctored? Do we know this now?
So I'm skeptical of the phone call for one reason. I haven't seen anyone else confirm.
Right.
Or really stand behind it, which makes me skeptical of it. So it's very possible.
She's saying someone shot it down. She's saying someone looked at it and it turned out to be fake.
Right. So Channel 4 News, they didn't have their own team do this. They had some other people that were part of some super woke organization.
Yeah.
Who supposedly were made of audio experts who, looked in the call. Now, I'm no fucking audio expert. So I can't really read the report and make some sort of brilliant comment. I've read people saying that they're debunking the debunking. I'm not, knowledgeable enough to know. They're saying the idea that it was on two different channels should have nothing to do, which is what she brought up, should have nothing to do with whether the call is correct or not, because two things. Number one, when you're tapping phone lines, you get the audio usually through multiple channels anyway. You're not getting it all through one channel. So that wouldn't show that it was fake. Number two, it's also very possible that, Israel captured the audio and then they mixed the audio to make it more clear through some sort of audio software. And, they isolated each voice into different channels. So just because the audio is in two different channels wouldn't mean that wouldn't be evidence that the information was edited or something.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty ballsy to just manufacture a piece of evidence to prove this thing when you've already got like all these other pieces of evidence that are overwhelmingly show that it was Hamas.
I mean, that is a good point.
Like, why do you throw this like extra evidence in that's fake?
Right. Yeah, that would actually hurt you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point. So, but so yeah, I don't know about the veracity of the phone call. Just because it seems like no one else does. You have this one, and by the way, this organization seems to be the only people that have said that they quote verified that it was fake. I didn't see corroborating people saying that they also thought it was fake. It seemed like everyone just kind of threw their hands up there and said they didn't know. And they didn't seem to really be that interested in it because you look at all the physical evidence seems to 100% support or 99% support that it was not Israel that did this, that it was an errant, mortar launched from Islamic Jihad or Hamas or some other organization. But I just think it's interesting that she tells Tim here that you get to like ignore all the other physical evidence because, this one phone call.
Yeah, see, that's why I wouldn't put a piece of fake information out there.
Right.
Because I'd worry someone like this idiot would come along and say, "Oh, look, it's all fake now."
Yeah. Yes. But it also shows you how limited her thinking is or how biased her thinking is. Because obviously we could easily think of a scenario where Israel didn't blow up the hospital, and yet they would still say, well, we need to manufacture some evidence to support, to the world that we didn't do it. Like that's obviously something they could do.
Sure. Yeah, no.
It's kind of like, it's kind of like when, people, theorize, which I don't know how the validity of this is, that some of the moon landing pictures were fake, even though we actually went to the moon, just because a lot of the footage couldn't survive, the radiation in space or going through the atmosphere or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting. That's a thing.
That's what I believe. That's what Joe Rogan believes. His position is that we went to the moon, but they faked some of the footage because it couldn't survive in space or something.
Right.
I just think but just anyway, so if anyone tells you, forget all the physical evidence, just look at the one thing that supports my case, it's like, okay, very suspect.
The fact that was a doctored recording really just pokes a hole in the whole narrative. Why? If it was an errant missile,
embarrassing, first of all.
If it was an errant missile, why the hell
would you release it?
Yeah. And then I found out, Tim, this is insane.
Uh-oh.
All of this comes back to 2010, the Flotilla massacre, when Israeli forces commandeered a ship in international waters and executed like 8 or 9 activists on board, completely unarmed, that were just delivering aid to Gaza. That's when I woke up to how egregious the propaganda was, because I saw our mainstream media running with the narrative that people on the boat were the ones who were aggressors trying to stave off commandos that had just executed their friends with tables and chairs and acting like they deserved to be executed. Back then, Israeli forces released an audio.
Okay. So she brought up this thing, the Flotilla massacre. Okay. She says there was a bunch of people on a boat who were just innocent people that were just trying to bring humanitarian aid, and the evil Israeli forces attacked them and killed them for no reason, and made up this claim that their commandos were being attacked. All right.
Yeah.
Now,
Israeli commandos killed a bunch of people on the flotilla just indiscriminately.
Right.
What's up with that? This sounds awful.
Right. So I looked into this, of course.
I know. I was like, what happened here? Look, she presents more questions than she ever answers in this interview.
Yes. So I didn't recognize it by the name, but when I saw the footage, I remembered instantly when this happened. So here's a YouTube video of the footage. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Is it not going to work?
It must be age gated.
Yeah, it must be age gated. Fuck. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, it must be it. I didn't see it was age gated because I was signed in on my YouTube account. Okay, let's see.
We're gonna have to get it up in the browser.
Yeah. Can you do like a Twitter video?
Yeah.
Here, wait. I'll send you the link on Twitter. And you can turn the audio off because it's not really. It's just a bunch of like shouting and not English, so it's not super helpful. Okay. Well, you set that up. This was, let me bring up the window that describes the flotilla situation. Okay.
Bring it up.
So basically what happened, the Gaza flotilla raid was when 6 civilian ships, okay, in 2010 decided that they were going to run the blockade, Israel's blockade of Gaza, go through it and just give with supplies that they were going to give to Gaza. Okay. They're going to intentionally run a military blockade.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yes. And Israel tried to prevent them from doing it in the first place, and they couldn't by I think the boats left from Turkey or something.
What was on the flotilla? Hashish?
Well, a bunch of stuff was on the flotilla. But so according to the articles about this, they said that when the boat was, it was like 10 o'clock at night, the boat is approaching the area. The Israeli Navy keeps telling them, you're for the next 2 hours, gives them multiple warnings, telling them that they are approaching a military blockade and that they will not be allowed to continue. And the people on the boat keep saying, fuck you, we're going to go. You can't stop us. You can't stop us. You can't stop us. Okay. And then, so what happens? So after the boat does this for 6 hours, they've been warned for 6 hours. It's 4:30 in the morning. Okay. When they get closer to Gaza, the Israeli military tries to stop them from running the blockade. And originally, the original attempt was they had people on speedboats who tried to get off the speedboats and go on the ship. And as they were trying to do this, activists on board of the ship had water hoses, and they were trying to blast the people back off of, like, preventing them from leaving the little speedboats.
Wow.
And then the thing, the video that I don't know if we should play it now because if it's age gated, yeah. But you can go to a still frame of it, or you can kind of scrub through it, maybe.
Okay. Look at this flotilla.
So in this video, you can see, and this was the kind of the famous video that was,
soldiers I remember being hit with metal poles and chairs.
Right.
Wait, I thought this took place in like Mississippi.
No.
I remember this.
You can very clearly.
It was a black guy.
Yeah, that was a different time. You can very clearly see that there are Israeli commando people dropping down from helicopters on ropes onto the deck of the boat, getting attacked with objects.
Right. Oh, look at this. Someone's taking a swing.
Yeah. Very, very clearly them, getting attacked with poles and other things.
Demonstrator throwing soldier off board.
Yes.
Throws him off the boat. Oh, nice.
Yep. So this is the incident. Okay, so after this happened, and by the way, Abby left this out. So they threw that one guy overboard. another 3 people that were Israeli commandos when they first tried to land, they grabbed them, took their firearms, and tied them up, and put them on, held them in some part of the ship. Okay, so now the Israeli military has 3 of their people captured, and they know that the people on the ship have their guns. Okay?
Not a great situation.
Right. So now what does Israel do? They start lobbing stun grenades and actually start using live fire as well as rubber bullets to board the ship, free their people, and take control of the ship. And they end up killing 9 of the activist people, wound a bunch, and then a bunch of the Israelis are wounded because of all the violence. Okay. This really shows you how wildly dishonest and biased Abby Martin is. She says this incident was the eye-opening incident that made her realize that America media was just wrong about Israel. When she says the way she categorized it, okay, the way that she categorized the situation was, oh my God, they were just peaceful people that were just trying to deliver supplies, and the evil Israeli government, just killed them for no reason whatsoever. They just killed them.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon.
I woke up.
Listen to how she describes it.
Forces common.
Yeah.
And then I found out, Tim, this is insane. All of this comes back to 2010, the Flotilla massacre, when Israeli forces commandeered a ship in international waters and executed 8 or 9 activists on board, completely unarmed, that were just delivering aid to Gaza.
So nothing, she leaves so much of the information out of there. Though they're unarmed, they were in international water. They're just delivering aid to Gaza. Nothing about running a blockade. They were warned. They started attacking the Israeli soldiers when they came on the ship. They threw one of the Israeli soldiers off the ship. Oh, by the way, one of the Israeli soldiers, it was the second or first guy to land on the ship. He was shot by one of the people there. He had a bullet in him, and it was not a bullet and not from a gun that any of the Israelis had. Okay, so they obviously had arms of their own. Right? So it's just
this crazy lady, man.
Oh no, she says, listen, they're just so peaceful. This has just changed my worldview. They were just so peaceful. Everything she says, if you don't look into it, you find out, oh, she's just wildly misrepresenting the facts about all the situations.
Did she get all this from Jimmy Dore?
Probably.
Is she like a Jimmy Dore watcher? I feel like this probably was on the Jimmy Dore show at one time.
I mean, I would believe it. I mean, let's see. She's probably been on Jimmy Dore's show.
Yeah. She's probably the one that said it on Jimmy Dore's show. No.
6 years ago.
She got this from somewhere.
Let's see. 6 years ago, Abby Martin exposes the untold history of the U.S. empire by Jimmy Dore.
Really?
Yeah. There you go.
She just goes along just saying whatever and she's blowing up. This is what people want to hear.
Yeah.
That's when I woke up to how egregious the propaganda was, because I saw our mainstream media running with the narrative that people on the boat were the ones who were aggressors, trying to stave off commandos that had just executed their friends with tables and chairs and acting like they deserved to be executed.
That's what happened. We just watched it.
They just jumped on the ship, started spraying everyone, spraying and praying. And they're like, oh my God, they're going to kill us all. We have to fight them off with tables and chairs. Yeah. Okay.
Back then, Israeli forces released an audio recording, doctored, claiming that the people on the ship were saying, go back to Auschwitz. That turned out later to be false. They admitted as such. This is a playbook that I'm realizing that they do.
Yeah.
So you like that. So because there's some doctored audio about going back to Auschwitz, that means that everything about the situation, is false, I guess. We can't believe our lying eyes when you have video of them literally coming off the helicopter onto the thing and getting attacked and thrown overboard and beaten,
Nobody ever said go back to Auschwitz, okay? It doesn't matter that they shot a dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just forget about that part.
Right.
Someone said an anti-Semitic slur.
That's the important thing. That's true.
Is on the rise worldwide for just in general, and it has been well before October 7th. I think Islamophobia has been on the rise in general well before October 7th. So these are huge problems.
Yeah.
The problem is that Israel conflates itself with a peaceful, beautiful religion. Right. It claims to represent the land of the Jewish people, and it slaps the Star of David on a colonizing force. It's a colonizing apartheid settler colonial state.
So now explain that, because their argument is a lot of lands, including the one we're on right now, America, have been founded through plunder and thievery to a degree,
100%.
right? This is a lot of the world. We 100%. Look at the world and the way these countries came into being, right?
Right.
What makes Israel different? Because the contention out there is like saying that Jewish people shouldn't have a homeland when no one says that about America.
Okay, so by the way, I never looked into the Auschwitz recording thing because I thought it was so stupid and pointless to look into. But I was curious because everything she says is like wrong. So when she says that they admitted that the recording was edited, what they said was that they have a 58-minute recording. Well, this was
they edited it down to the good part.
Yeah. They said they had a 58-minute recording because apparently they're claiming one of the boats left the channel open.
Oh, and they recorded it. Nice.
And they recorded it, and then they edited it down to like 5 minutes or something.
Right.
And so
a lot of it was just dead air.
Right. And so that's the quote, them admitting that they edited it, that she said, which when she says it, it makes it sound like they admitted that they added something or that that they didn't really say that or whatever. So, okay. Just gotta fact check everything she says.
Or, other countries, for example, they say that in and of itself is a anti-Semitism, and it's about the eradication of the Jewish people.
Right. So first of all, you mentioned earlier that, anti-Semitism in general, I think that this is being debunked. This was basically the excuse to tamp down on any criticism of Israel for a long, long time. And a lot of the times it worked because you're putting people on the defense who are anti-racist and anti-bigot and saying you're anti-Semitic for criticizing this state. And so a lot of people were just reflexively like, no, okay. And that's why you have this tendency of liberals to just kind of like apologize and excuse what's been going on for a long time until Jewish people became an important facet of the pro-Palestine solidarity movement. And I think that we've seen an enormous wave of Jewish solidarity activists staging direct actions, participating in these protests.
Right.
It's insane. I mean, you can no longer say that it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel when you see such a huge component be Jewish people themselves, religious and secular. Second of all, when people say, do you think that Israel has the right to exist? It's not so much about, do Jews have the right to exist in a place? Like, obviously they do. Here's the question. When you say, does Israel have the right to exist? What are we talking about here? Are you talking about, does Israel have the right to exist as an apartheid state? Does Israel have the right to exist as a military occupation? And does Israel have the right to exist as a colonizing entity where you are subjugating another people and brutalizing them in a cruel fashion? No.
Right. So now this apartheid state.
Yes.
Explain that to people.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. And to your point also about we are sitting on a land that was, we ethnically cleansed this land of Native Americans. Horrible genocide that took place. We all acknowledge how horrible the genocide was hundreds of years ago.
Right.
It's awful.
Yeah.
If that were happening right now, I would not support it.
Right.
Israel for 75 years has been based on, like Noah Tishby, what was really insulting to me about her being on the show is that she lied to you.
She didn't share the clip?
That she lied to you and lied to your audience.
Yeah.
Look, Israel, you can criticize the policies of Israel, but the problem is the policies that you're criticizing are foundational to the state.
Yeah.
It is foundational to have a military occupation. That is what Israel exists upon, is an apartheid state where they subjugate and have different laws for the Palestinian residents.
What would be
Okay, so I mean, this is so ridiculous. So her entire position is that found like systemically. This is like when people say like America is a systemically white supremacist country, right? Like embedded within the country is some magical layer of racism that can never be expunged or legislated away or something. You know, even if no one can really point to whatever it is that they're talking about. Because she's operating under this delusion that from its conception that Israel wanted to colonize and apartheid the Palestinian population, when from its conception in 1948, they were saying, listen, we're going to take the UN partition plan. We're going to have our country here. You have your country there. That was the original conception of Israel. And then the surrounding Arab countries attacked them and tried to destroy them. So, you know, like if Israel lost that war, all the Jews would have either been killed or expelled at that time period. And then the entire region would have gotten ripped into probably thirds, you know, or fourths, maybe even, you know, by Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. And that would be it, right? It wouldn't be like there'd be a magical country called Palestine there that would exist. In fact, actually, probably what happened would be the region would still be like, it would be one of these regions that there's constant conflict between the Arab native populations, but no one in America talks about it or cares about it. Because he's just like, oh, you know, it's people in the Middle East killing each other. Like, you wouldn't really have like a conception about why it's happening or that it's a civil war. All these people are fighting each other for their own reasons or, you know, whatever. So.
Yeah. It'd be great.
Be the other way. You know, obviously we don't want, like, the situation in Gaza is terrible, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, the people living under those conditions, this is not good. What would be the way to do it? Is it a two-state solution where each state has an autonomous thing?
Oh, by the way, remember, he asked her the question. He said, how's an apartheid state? She didn't answer the question.
She never answered. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was listening very closely for it.
She just said it is, and it's deeply rooted in their country's founding.
Right.
How does it work?
So, yeah.
Because it seems like, I don't feel like they're all going to live together happily. That's just my instinct.
Certainly not at first.
I mean,
no one's going to hold hands together and, you know, and sing. I mean, this is something that's going to take decades.
Yeah.
Just like this, I mean, just like FARC in Colombia, like these things happen, and they happen with a lot of international oversight.
Right.
And parameters set up where people have to abide by the rules of, you know, coexistence. The bloody, violent conquest that Israel is based upon and the expansionist nature that Israel is based upon is a huge problem, right? If Israel just was created in 1948 with 1948 borders
and then chilled
out,
it's a different story.
It would be a different story.
The settlements, right? The evicting people from home. This is a completely different
insane
story.
Look at
Okay, so all right, there's a problem here. So first of all, that's kind of actually sort of what actually happened. Like, you know, in 1948, Israel says, hey, you know, we want to exist, you know, under these borders, and then they get attacked. Now, Israel does end up taking additional land because they keep getting attacked, right? That's kind of the thing that she and Tim here are leaving out. Like, Israel ends up taking more land when they're defending themselves. And a lot of the land that they take originally is because, I don't know if you've ever looked at a map, according to the original, you know, sort of split, but Israel and Palestine were not contiguous. I guess Palestine was, but Israel wasn't actually contiguous. It was kind of split up into 3 chunks. Mm-hmm. And so obviously when you get attacked and you have to defend yourself, it changes, like, well, maybe we could live in 3 non-continuous chunks if we're like in good relationship with our neighbors. But if we're getting, you know, attacked by these enemy, you know, combatants, enemy militaries, suddenly you can't, you know, you have to kind of have your country situated in a way that's a little bit more defensible.
Yeah. Be nice to have all your military in one area.
Right.
Not have
And so
to fly over Palestine to get to the rest of the troops.
Right. And, so when Israel did conquer lands in defense in 1948, and they did tell the Palestinians that lived there, who either left of their own accord because they didn't want to get caught up in the war, or left because they were forced out, they did tell a lot of Palestinians, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, you can't come back to your homes. And that's totally fine to criticize Israel in 1948 for engaging in that action, 70 years ago. It is, in my opinion, completely bullshit if you're going to criticize that action and not criticize the action of all the surrounding countries attacking Israel and trying to kill everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of a very one-sided account of the situation.
Well, she would say, look, they were just doing that because they came over and colonized their land.
Right.
They stole their land, so they were just trying to get it back. Like, there's no... You can't argue against these people.
Just from in the West Bank, where Hamas doesn't have any ruling authority, 200 people have been killed. Just last night, 4 teenage boys were executed by Israeli snipers and left to bleed out because they started blocking the ambulances from getting to their bodies during the truce. If that happened, if Hamas killed 4 Israeli teenagers last night, what do you think the news would be right now? So
that was the incident that I talked about when we were watching another video about the kid who, first of all, it wasn't 4. It was, I believe, one was killed, and I think the second one was shot. Who appeared to be, approaching IDF soldiers
with a bomb or something.
With something weird, in the West Bank. She doesn't now. She said, "What if that happened? What if Hamas or Palestinians did this?" I mean, they literally did.
Yeah, they did it at a bus stop.
Yeah, they literally attacked a bus stop. That's kind of what ended the ceasefire. So, okay. It's weird that she doesn't bring that up.
When I look at what is the solution, what does Israel have the right to exist as? The majority of the Arabs in Palestine have agreed upon a 2-state solution with 1967 borders. Israel has rejected that for the last 20 years. There is no room in Israeli society. What was the deal
with the 1990s deal that almost happened?
Okay, another good question from Tim. Okay, he's like, what happened with Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton, tried to do Camp David, right? What happened? What? And apparently, every source I've ever looked at that talks about this blames Yasser Arafat.
Yep.
So what's going on there?
Well, Israel has rejected. Palestine Papers came out about a decade or so ago, and they showed secret negotiations. No, if you look at the secret negotiations between Israel and Palestine over the last, from the 1990s until 2010. Every single concession that Palestinian leaders made, Israel rejected and laughed out of the room. They even offered to be permanently demilitarized. They offered Jerusalem. They offered almost everything imaginable because Israel doesn't want Palestinians to have a state.
Right.
And so today,
the center of gravity in Israel shifted to the right.
Okay. So he says, what about that thing that we all heard about? She says, well, there's some secret papers that show you that's not actually true. Well, I looked at those secret papers.
Did you read the Palestinian papers, really?
Well, I read some of them. It's like thousands and thousands of pages. Obviously,
I know, yeah. That's why I was amazed.
Right. So I looked at the Palestinian papers. First of all, most of the Palestinian papers are not about the Clinton Camp David situation. They're about situations that happened after that. So most of the Palestinian papers have literally nothing to do with the question. And she is flat out wrong and or lying when she relates the Palestinian papers to that, because the few Palestinian papers that were about that about the Camp David Accord and Bill Clinton, I did read, and there's nothing in there that says anything about what she said whatsoever. Nothing in the Palestinian papers dispute that Arafat was the problem there. I've never seen any fucking not like insanely biased source ever say that Arafat was that the Palestinian side of things and that Arafat was the one who sabotaged it. Everyone says that that was the best time where peace could be achieved, and that it was 100% on Arafat's head to sabotage that.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just talking out of her ass when she
Does it
makes.
Say how he sabotaged it?
Yeah, so he sabotaged it by not agreeing to literally anything, or would continually change. Like he would agree to something, and then the next day would like change and not agree to it anymore. Not agree to terms. And the theory to this that I've seen was that he believed that if this peace agreement came to fruition, that it would basically destroy his power going forward. Because apparently there were lots of Palestinian negotiators and people involved with this deal on the Palestinian side who were in favor of the deal and were like absolutely livid at Yasser Arafat for basically sabotaging it.
Right. So he sabotaged it for personal reasons. That's
the theory.
Yeah.
So, okay. So she's just completely wrong and or lying when she talks about the Bill Clinton thing, which is what he was asking for directly. Now, she says, well, these secret papers show that afterwards Israel showed that they didn't want peace, that the Palestinians were willing to concede on everything. Okay. She said the Palestinians were willing to concede on everything, including demilitarizing and Jerusalem. So listen, I looked through the papers. That doesn't seem to be the case. I have no clue what the fuck she's talking about.
I hear the opposite all the time from everyone. Yeah.
Because when I looked through the papers that I saw that had like summaries of everyone's positions in it, they said what was going on was in this time period between 2001 to 2010, when the Bush administration was trying to sort of get a peace deal going, both sides did seem to be open to using the 67 borders as the starting point, and then kind of going forward, agreeing to various amounts of land swaps, though obviously there wasn't 100% agreement on either side what that would all entail, but at least they were talking about it. But it said the biggest holdups were, number one, neither side was willing to give up Jerusalem.
Oops.
So she's completely wrong. That was, according to the Palestinian papers, one of the biggest holdups was neither side was willing to give up Jerusalem. And they specifically say that they had to be careful because American negotiators in the past had not understood that would be like one of, if not the biggest sticking point for both people, because Jerusalem has become some big, kind of like religious political symbol for the whole conversation and the whole debate. And so neither side was willing to give it up. Okay.
Yeah.
There was also, they didn't say they were willing to demilitarize in it. That's not true. They said that they were willing to not have a formal army, but that they still wanted to have, security forces that were armed with guns and blah, 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 blah. Number one. And then number two, the other biggest holdup that she doesn't mention was they wanted a right to return, which was the idea that if you were a Palestinian person or from a Palestinian family that lost their home in 1948, you would have some right to return to, I guess, wherever that property was, or Israel would have to pay some kind of reparations for that loss, which Israel was not willing to do.
Why not?
Well, when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people,
they're like, well, they don't want to pay.
That would be a lot of money.
I guess they fought a war. Like usually you're allowed to keep the spoils of war. So
no, you're not. Yeah. So even her characterization of the Palestinian papers are wildly off. She's like, oh, Palestine just willing to concede everything and the evil Israel didn't. Oh, and on top of that, even funnier, all the Palestinian people involved in this all say that the Palestinian papers are bullshit.
Really?
Because they say that the papers were, when the papers first came out, it was attached with the narrative that she's talking about. That it was like, oh, look how evil Israel is. The Palestinians were willing to give up everything, right? Which obviously makes the Palestinians look really bad. And so the Palestinians who were involved in this, because it was actually the PA involved in doing the negotiating, they say, well, it's weird that I think it was Al Jazeera or whatever, whoever released this was funded by Qatar. Qatar obviously is the people that are housing the Hamas people. They were saying that this was all propaganda by Hamas to make the Palestinian Authority look weak and bad, because they're claiming that they selectively edited and summarized the information to make the Palestinian Authority look to be weak and as if they were just granting everything to Israel. So even the people that were on the Palestinian side that were involved in these negotiations are claiming the papers are not an accurate depiction of the negotiations.
Interesting.
Right?
100%.
And there was a time, every American president, again, this is right out of Mearsheimer on Friedman, which I think is well worth a listen. Every American president was saying we need a Palestinian state, we need two states, from when I was a kid. But that idea has seemed to have gone out the window. There doesn't seem to be the political will for it. In the last 10, 20 years, I haven't heard it much. And Israel seems to not care about it as much.
It's just Americans who are placated into this idea of a fantasy of inevitable peace through this two-state solution diplomatic process that is false. It's a false hope.
Right.
And it's really insulting because it's dangled in front of American audiences. We're the ones who are propagandized to. Israeli society knows exactly what's going on.
They're not committed to it.
They're not committed to. That's been a dead notion for the last 25 years in Israel. Like, no one talks about this at all.
Right.
It's Americans who they want to propagandize to us. That's why you have Israeli authorities all the time going on American media, speaking English to us. That's why you have U.S. officials lying to our faces about what is going on, while Israeli politicians are openly inciting the fact that they have genocidal aspirations for Gaza, that they want to take over, raise Gaza to the ground, and colonize it, recolonize
Is Hamas...
You don't think that's what they want to do?
Israel's, I mean, listen, there's all these Israeli politicians. They're all running around. They're all talking about colonizing Gaza. You know, it's just, I don't know if you knew that. That's what's going on here. Right.
That's her belief.
Yeah.
It's a shame because that's exactly what's going to happen. And it's totally going to play into her belief.
Because of this attack.
Yeah,
it very well might.
Exactly right. Yeah.
It very well might. Yeah.
Everything she's saying is going to come true. And she's going to be like, see, I told you so. Look. No, they're doing it.
It's so stupid because, you know, and Harris was talking about this. It was like you had the reason that Netanyahu got into power, and the reason that the people who were more against working things out with Palestinians got into power was because the Israeli political parties that were willing to try to work for a two-state solution, they kept blowing up in their faces, both metaphorically and physically, not metaphorically. You know, they kept trying to do peace. It didn't work. They couldn't get anything established. And then you have Hamas and other Palestinian organizations doing suicide bombings, doing all these various terrorist attacks, you know, throughout the 90s and the early 2000s. And
yeah, but they're so close this time with the Abraham Accords.
Who knows? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, well, no. I mean, I don't think the Abraham Accords would have led to peace with Palestinians, but it would have led to peace with the rest of the other Middle Eastern countries, you know, except for Iran. But so it's just like, but Abby and these other people, they never talk about that. They were talking about like, well, you understand that the reason that they're in the situation they're in is because you had all these violent factions in Gaza, in the West Bank, that literally kept being violent pieces of shit and doing terrorist attacks. And that made the population of Israel be like, well, these lefties, this whole lefty stuff isn't working. Let's go vote in the other guy who's, you know, far more like security minded and doesn't really necessarily want to work with the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
They are the governing body of Gaza, I guess, de facto, right? Like they were elected. They get a lot of money from Qatar. They're funded by Qatar. They get hundreds of millions of dollars. What is the mission statement of a Hamas? What do they want out of what they're doing? What was the hope of what they did on October 7th? Is it a pogrom? Is it to kill Jewish people? Is it to? It doesn't seem like Hamas is interested in having Israel be there at all. Would that be fair to say? Or is there a version? I mean, when we look at Hamas, is this do they have the best interests of Palestinians at heart?
I think you have to look at, this is where the context does come into play, because Hamas hasn't been around for that long. And when they were elected, they were the ones who pushed Israeli colonizers out of Gaza in 2005. So you have to look at the context of that election, which was the first and only election in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
And half the people that live there today weren't around when Hamas got elected.
A lot of young people.
Yeah, a lot.
So the question was, what is Hamas's goal? They don't seem interested in peace. Do they have the best interest of the Palestinians at heart? So far, her answer is this mixed bag of, well, you can't blame Palestinians for Hamas because they had one election, but also they did successfully push out the evil Israeli colonizers. Okay. So she's kind of like doing a cake and eat it too scenario. But when I looked into the decision to pull out the settlers and kind of make this agreement with the Palestinians in 2004, 2005, that the Israeli, I forget his name, the Israeli prime minister at the time made, who's the guy who preceded Bibi Netanyahu. It wasn't
Ariel
like
Sharon.
Yeah, it was Ariel Sharon. Thank you. Yeah. Like for her to say, well, Hamas, forced them out. It's like, is that the correct way? Like, it seemed like he wanted to do it because, it seemed like it was the right moral thing to do. It seemed like it was a way to possibly give on peace. I mean, part of it was like, yeah, there were a lot of fucking people doing suicide bombs and shit. Right.
Right.
But it's so funny. Like the way she's characterizing it literally makes Bibi Netanyahu's argument, because the argument from Netanyahu and the more right-wing political parties in Israel at the time was Ariel Sharon is weak and stupid because he's just rewarding the terrorist attacks by pulling people out of Gaza. And here she is playing into that exact narrative right here.
Yep.
So
a lot of children, half children. And so that's the context of why they were elected. And they do provide a lot of services, for Gaza residents. I think it's really cartoonish to debase them. And
I mean, if you guys need a tunnel, they got plenty of them. All kinds of tunnel services. Get all the way across town.
Say they're a terrorist group who hates Jews, and their objective is to wipe Jews not only off the map in Israel, but off the world's map. Like, that's what I hear politicians saying all the time.
Does Hamas not say that, though?
So their initial charter.
So the original question is, do they have the best interests of people? What is their goal? And then she kind of pivots to this. It's cartoonish to say that they want to kill all Jews.
Right.
And then he's like,
wasn't that their charter?
Yeah. They literally say that. Oh my God. So even her pivot was like a failed pivot.
Did have anti-Semitic language.
Right.
And I think you have to look at, when you're being colonized, is it really a deep-seated hatred of Jewish people, or is it that the only Jewish people are the ones brutalizing and killing you and your family?
Okay, so wait, but this is so dishonest. So she's like, well, listen, they didn't hate Jews. They didn't want to kill Jews. That's just like propaganda.
They hate their oppressors.
Yeah, but didn't they used to say that they hated and wanted to kill all Jews? Well, listen, they might have said they wanted to hate and kill Jews, but they didn't really want to do it. I mean, that's just because they had some bad experiences with Jews, okay? Like, this is so wildly stupid and dishonest.
Didn't the Arabs want to kill the Jews long before Israel came into play, though? I feel like they did.
I mean, lots of people wanted to kill the Jews long before Israel came into play.
Yeah, I feel like this is a long-running trend here.
Well, the original conflict was an immigration conflict, because you had, you know, you had Jews living in the region, obviously, and then you had a lot of Jews immigrating pre-1940s, pre-Holocaust in the early 1900s, immigrating into Israel. And a bunch of people were fucking saying, no, fuck you, immigrants. We don't want any immigrants in our country. And they started to create roving bands of people that were attacking Jews, you know, and so then the Jews had to create their own, you know, militias and protection forces because of it. I mean, you literally had gangs in New York playing in Israel.
Based.
So when people slap a Star of David on their uniform and they're brutalizing and killing and occupying you, those are the only Jews you know. Is there anti-Semitism within Hamas? Probably. Is there anti-Semitism among Palestinians in Gaza? Probably.
Maybe.
And that's really unfortunate because they don't know any other Jewish people. But I think Hamas has a very
gets all
important
this
objective.
Money from Qatar, they get hundreds of millions of dollars. The leaders of Hamas live in these pretty lavish, condos at the Four Seasons in Qatar. How is any of that money being used to help the lives of civilians in Gaza?
Well, I want to finish the point before, but what do you think the objective was on October 7th?
I don't think she ever comes back to that question.
She doesn't answer.
I don't believe so.
She's the master of dodging.
This was so wild. It's like there's so much room to criticize Israel, to criticize even the military operations that are going on now or not, whether they're good criticisms or not. But it's like, why do you have to twist yourself in the pretzel knots to simp for Hamas so much?
Because they're the oppressed. Sitch.
But Tim here is like literally like, listen, they're living in there's guys living in the Four Seasons that are absorbing millions and millions and millions of dollars that are supposed to be helping these people, you know, living up like kings. Like, isn't that bad? And she's like, listen, let's go back to the other question. Just say yes. Yes, those people are fucking evil and suck. Like, why are you so afraid to denounce Hamas? It's just wild to me. Are you getting paid by like fucking Hamas or something? Why can't you just say Hamas is a fucking evil, shitty organization that's bad and wrong and fuck them? Just say it.
She can't do it.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
She wants Hamas to win. That's what she wants deep down in her heart.
Maybe. Like, this is fucking wild.
I think that we've seen it, the hostage exchange and the prisoner exchange that just happened, the first round of it, is that they were trying to gain leverage.
Yeah.
And when they shoot rockets, they don't wake up one day and say, how many Jews can we kill today with indiscriminate rocket fire? No, it's usually in response to something heinous that's being done.
For sure.
Like the Al-Aqsa raid where you had 100 Rodney King beatings happening simultaneously of worshipers during Ramadan. That shit's crazy, dude.
No, you have these.
Okay, so a couple of days. So she said the reason for October 7th was to gain leverage. And she said with the hostage swaps, which if that was all they wanted, this is why this is like insane. They came upon a group of 200 teenagers at a music festival. They could have just said, hey, look, what a fucking, what a benefit to us by fate. We wanted 200 hostages. There's literally 200 people right here. Why didn't they just grab all those people? And say, oh, we got all our hostages. Now we can make our prisoner swaps, right? They just do that. And then they said, oh, we did it. Let's go swap these for prisoners. No, they intentionally went in there and tried to kill as many fucking people as possible.
Yep.
Okay. So when she says some fucking bullshit about, well, they just wanted leverage. They just wanted leverage to swap for prisoners. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking dumb, insane lie. And if you believe that, your brain has deflated past the point of the infinite density of the most copious copium.
Yeah, they wanted hostages, but they also wanted to kill as many people as possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why didn't there's so many people they just killed. So many people they killed. So many children they killed. So many adults they killed. They didn't
almost
take
like
them
that
hostages.
Was the goal.
Yes, almost like that was exactly what they wanted to do. Like, this is crazy. And then she talks about this, like, She always does this. She throws out some random thing and says, "Oh, this thing that was like a horrible thing that Israel did." You know, she said it was like 100 Rodney Kings. Okay. 100 Rodney Kings. So I looked up this scenario, this situation that she was talking about.
Yeah,
she
I
never
know
gives
about
any.
that. Yeah.
Oh, you do know about this?
Yeah, some guy went in and started gunning people down, right?
Oh no, that's something different. This was there were a bunch of young people who were attacking and disrupting some, attacking Jews or attacking the IDF and doing some shit. And then when they tried to arrest them, they ran into this mosque.
Yeah, Alaska mosque.
Yeah. And they said the Israeli police said, "Hey, give us these people who are hiding in your mosque." And you know what they said?
No.
They said no.
They always say no.
They said no. And then so the Israeli police said, "Okay, well, we'll just sit here and wait for you guys to leave. Like, you're going to leave the mosque, right? You're not going to just live there." No, they said, "Well, I guess we're not going to leave the mosque.
We
We're just
are going to live here. Psych.
Right. Right.
We
so
live here now.
Right. And so they decided that they were going to basically shield these kids that were accused or found to be attacking, the Israeli police and the Israelis. And so what happens is that the Israelis eventually go inside and they just start beating people up and arresting them. Now, that's not to say that they should have used all the force that they used when they were inside of it. And you can definitely criticize them and say, well, they should have waited longer. They should have, I don't know, used tear gas. I don't know. There's a million things you can complain about the way in which they did something. That's fine. There's definitely, I'm sure there's a room to complain there. But to just characterize it like she does, she always leaves out all of the context of everything. Everything is just a situation where there's an evil Israeli force doing something, and there's a bunch of they're just innocent Palestinians that are all just praying. They're all just celebrating some holiday. And then they just came in and they Rodney Kinged them times 100 for no reason.
Right. And they shouldn't do that, right? Because it's bad to do that. It's bad to march into a place and use police violence.
I mean, usually it is bad,
Really? I mean, that's
usually bad, yeah.
So, but that's obviously our Western values.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But we should force those Western values onto other people, right? That's what the American project is.
Yes.
I love it.
Well, we should if it's... Listen,
I love it.
We shouldn't if it's a Middle Eastern country that's not Israel. But if it is Israel, we should force them and the Palestinians to live in one state where we force Western values upon them and they magically do it.
Isn't this the Western imperial project forcing our values on other people? Because it sounds to me like she's in favor of that.
Well, no, she's only in favor of it in regards to making one state, one Israel-Palestinian state. But everywhere else, she's not in favor.
She's in favor of it when Israel is Rodney Kinging people.
Yes.
But she's not in favor of it when?
So if the
Palestinians Rodney King Israelis, then she's like, no, then we're forcing our values on the Palestinian people.
If she thinks they're evil colonizers,
right,
evil European colonizers, you get to do it. But if they're not evil European colonizers, then they're innocent and you don't get to do it.
I still think she's guilty of forcing her values onto people. Okay. Her Western values.
Right.
Look, there's other places in the world where, you Rodney King some people, knock some sense into it. It works. I'm telling you.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $20 says, I don't put a mass expulsion and annexation out of the question.
Me neither. Yeah, that's going to happen.
I mean, I hope not. It's definitely going to be super.
Well, I don't know. The mass expulsion thing. Where are they going to go, Mark?
Yeah, I don't know. To force them into Egypt or something. But I don't think Egypt, I don't think any countries want them for the reasons we talked about earlier. So
there is going to be an occupation. They are going to try to force some institutions on them, like law enforcement.
I mean, if they really, and we'll see. I mean, if they try to do a mass expulsion, I think that would be a horrendously immoral action. And I think that will cause a lot more problems.
How's that work? I just look expulsion where?
To where?
Into Egypt?
I don't know.
What are they going to do?
Potato, thanks so much for being outside the simulation for 16 months. Thank you so much. Outside the simulation.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Thank you. Potato says Gaza is suddenly not a country and doesn't have a military as soon as it's convenient. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, didn't they have a military on October 7th?
Listen, they are simultaneously the voice of the people and also just a bunch of randos that you can't hold anyone responsible for, okay?
Yusuf was saying that Hamas offers $10,000 on an apartment for a hostage, for an Israeli hostage.
That's what, yeah, he said that, yeah.
Have you come across that anywhere else?
Nope.
Supposedly that's how they got a bunch of people to join in on it, because a bunch of different factions joined into the mayhem. Yeah. And that's why they were snapping up hostages right and left, because Hamas was paying top dollar for them.
Well, they also said something that isn't talked about so much. I've heard other people say it, but wasn't talked about so much, was that it wasn't just Hamas and it wasn't just, it was Hamas, it was a bunch of other random groups, but they also saying like they think like just random Palestinians, probably because they wanted the payout.
Yeah.
Like were like going into, once the border wall was broken or fence was broken, they were just going in there like trying to get people.
Yeah. So. $10,000 payday.
Yep.
Hamas supposedly controls $1 billion a year, according to that other book.
Yeah. Fat Brown Buffalo for $20 says, talk to Nuance Bro, ? He says that Israel is a death cult that owns Congress and the White House, murders U.S. troops with impunity, referring to the Liberty thing, has genocidal ambitions for Palestinians, is ethnically cleansing Gaza, and aid resulted in 9/11. So I have seen some of his takes on Twitter. From even long before this, he's been very, very biased against Israel. I don't know if it's because of his upbringing or his family, but he's been wildly, wildly biased against Israel. So I'm not really interested in talking to him about that. About his, nothing's going to change in that conversation. So he's very set in that way of thinking. He has no nuance about the Israeli-Palestine situation. So he's been just vehemently anti-Israel from the beginning.
Is he Palestinian or something?
He's Iranian.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I believe he's Iranian. So
cool.
Twitter Sucks for $20 says, you can't have a ceasefire or a two-party state if one doesn't want the other to exist. The reason why Israel rejected these concessions is because Palestine's only requirement for Israel was die. Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, and what she's talking about too is kind of ridiculous too, because even if in the Palestinian papers they showed that the PA was willing to give up Jerusalem, which isn't true, and was willing to give up the right of return, which isn't true, that's still just an agreement with the PA. It's not an agreement with Hamas. Hamas was not involved in any of these conversations and would not agree to any of this shit. So Mark Twain's Revenge for $20. Thanks so much. Says, fun fact, Jerusalem is important in Islam for two reasons. Number one, because they believe Muhammad flew there one night on a winged horse. I'm not joking. And number two, the Dome of the Rock Mosque is considered proof of superiority over Jews and Christians. Really? Okay.
Yeah. Ethnic superiority.
Interesting.
That's the downfall of a lot of people.
I remember I walked around outside the Dome of the Rock. I was like, oh, this is a nice looking place. But, I know it has deep religious significance for Muslims. I don't know exactly what it is, but it doesn't help that it's right next to the Wailing Wall, or the Western Wall, which the Jews consider to be one of their holiest of holy sites. So everything's right on top of each other. It's kind of a problem. Jay for $20 says, I think the infinite density of the most copious copium is an unreleased Smashing Pumpkins album. True.
Did they not come out with an album because they were in a cope spiral?
No, but that sounds like that sounds like an album title for the Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, okay.
Infinite that way they would word their stuff. Yeah.
Density of the most copious copium. I like it.
That does sound like a good Smashing Pumpkins song. Twitter Socks for $20 says Antifa cries whenever they see a pro Second Amendment militia protest, but then cheer when violent militias take over town hall. This insane mentality where, quote, my tyranny is justified is the most prevalent hypocrisy of the left. True.
Of all people.
Yeah, I was going to say of everyone. But yeah, they definitely 100%. I mean, Antifa is obviously made up of hypocrites and dishonest tribalists and, psychos. So.
Yeah. The difference is when they do it, they're right.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people are starting to see that now with all this shit. They couldn't see it before. Now they're seeing it. So. Jay for $20 says if the Palestinians are expelled, they'll end up in the country you're currently sitting in. I mean, I hope not. I would be pretty skeptical. I think that would be that'd be political suicide if Joe Biden was like, yes, we open our doors to hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Pretty sure that would be political suicide. So I hope that doesn't happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Are you skipping some of these super chats?
I was reading the $20 ones.
Okay.
But I'll read Soldo just because it's pretty funny for $5. It says, I rewatched the collectivism versus individualism debate. It was like 10 million Rodney Kings combined with 5 9/11s and 3 January 6s.
What the hell does that even mean?
I guess that means he didn't like it very much.
It says nothing about the debate, though.
No.
But
it is funny.
I thought that was a good debate, actually.
I did too. That's interesting. Yeah.
Look, I'm talking about Michael's $20 super chat. Sitch, let me help you out.
I did skip that.
Look, you're falling into that trap again. No man rules alone.
Right.
No man rules alone.
Do you want me to read it? I skipped it because I didn't want to reopen the argument.
Read it.
Michael,
look, do you think that's correct?
Michael for $20 says, Sitch, let me help you out. Adam, he's saying that if the person in charge were an evil mastermind, he would have managed the situation in such a way that he didn't look like an idiot.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating.
Right.
Yes, I know that's your argument.
Okay.
That's what's frustrating.
Right.
Because that argument makes Netanyahu out to be someone who rules alone.
I don't see why, but I don't really want to have that conversation.
Well, it's infuriating. It's totally infuriating.
Do you want to have the conversation again, or should we move on?
Not really. I mean, I'm completely being misrepresented. That's what's
okay. Well, why don't you explain your position? Because I don't want you to be misrepresented, and then we can just.
I understand your position. Look, but you're saying Netanyahu has the power to do this thing, even actual Justice Warriors thing.
Mm-hmm.
He says most of the time. Well, what does that mean?
Well, he's making a different point, but make your point about so you're not misrepresented about no man ruling alone in relation to the Bibi Netanyahu thing.
Well, you're basically saying that Bibi Netanyahu has the power to set up this situation, so he can do it however he wants. He can structure the deal to go however he wants.
You mean, so my theory was that if it was a conspiracy, or rather, if he knew the attack was coming, he would prepare the military to stop it, to allow some of it to happen maybe, but to stop it also to some capacity. And you're saying that doesn't work.
You think that's a possibility?
I think it's a possibility that he could, I think that is a possibility.
That he could set it up so he could kill some people and some people could survive.
Well, I think it's a possibility that he could set it up. Well, first of all, depend on how sycophantic the heads of the military are. I don't think they're that sycophantic. I would imagine
that. You think he could tell them?
Yeah, I don't think. I would imagine.
Let 20 people die and
I would imagine
save the rest.
Okay, I would imagine not.
So he can't float that explicitly.
This is right. He couldn't float explicitly. This is what I would do. Okay, if I was evil and I didn't want to tell anyone, I would just say we have intelligence that there could be some kind of terrorist attack, and I would sort of mobilize my troops in some position, maybe not right on the border, but I would mobilize them in some area that they could be quickly deployed to the area if need be. And I don't think you'd have to explain to them exactly what's going on to do that.
Sure, but you're still, I mean, you're gambling on what's going to happen. You don't have explicit control over the situation.
Right. Well, I mean, everything, it would always be a gamble.
Of course.
If you're going to let it happen, right? Like, it's always going to be a gamble one way or the other. But this would be, to me, a gamble where you're sort of, seeming to do something that to me makes more logical sense.
Sure. Yeah. Read Actual Justice Warriors.
I will, but let me read first. Rogue Elephant for $20 says, I hate it when mom and dad fight. There you go. Actual Justice Warrior for $10. Thank you. Says Adam, Sitch is saying that BB would have no reason to believe the attack would help him. Most of the time, George W. Bush and 9/11 notwithstanding, the leader gets the blame. Only American 9/11 brain thinks this.
Well, he's already hedging because he says most of the time. He doesn't say all of the time.
Right.
And again, it all depends upon what Bibi Netanyahu believes. Trump had no reason to believe that January 6th would keep him in office. Doesn't mean he didn't believe it.
Right. No, and I understand that point. And, to agree with that point, this is part of mine and many people's mistake regarding whether Putin would invade Ukraine, because it seemed like such an obviously stupid thing to do.
It's another great example. Yes, totally.
But what I hadn't thought about was, well, it's possible that Putin, who's an authoritarian dictator, has surrounded himself with such sycophants that they could just feed him all the dumbest, wrong information, that they could think that the sycophants could just be telling him exactly what he wants to hear, that the West won't interfere, and that they'll just be able to bing, bang, boom, run into Ukraine like they did with Georgia very quickly and do whatever they wanted. And they could tell him this. And because they're feeding him this bad information, he's not operating with the same facts that I'm operating with, that everyone else in the world seems to be operating with.
Right. So he's basically lulled into it by bad information.
Yeah. Now, you could say, well, maybe the same thing happened with Bibi.
But that's not the claim people are making.
Right. Because we were just talking about how people were saying that Bibi has basically isolated himself with a bunch of sycophants. Right. So maybe they're feeding him false information. And so what you could say is, well, maybe he thought that the attack would be bad, but he didn't think it'd be this bad. Right. And so that would be why they would have let it go. Like he thought it was going to be something slighter or much smaller that he would let happen, and that would help him. My retort to that idea would be, well, from what we're understanding, the whole justification or rationalization that the Israeli government had for not believing that the terrorist attack would happen was because they thought it was too big in scale, which would seem to say that it wouldn't really make sense for them to think it would happen, but just happen at a smaller scale, when they're saying they thought the attack was too big of a scale to even happen in the first place. So.
Right. Well, also, yeah, look, I don't think you can know. I don't think you can know. You seem confident that you can know that Bibi Netanyahu didn't know something was going to happen and look the other way. I don't think
obviously,
know that.
Right. Obviously, I can't know with 100% certainty. It just seems to me to be, it'd be very unlikely. I mean, would you agree that it's far more likely that he didn't know?
First of all, I don't want to be accused of being some conspiracy brain, because I know that there's fucking conspiracy theorists out there that believe this shit. You got Actual Justice Warrior calling me a conspiracy brain. You got this Michael guy calling me a conspiracy brain, when I think I have the most prudent position on the table. So it's a little infuriating. Everybody's like, no, obviously we know. I know for a fact. Look, I eavesdrop on Bibi Netanyahu. I know exactly what he thinks and does. I have no idea. Maybe he thought, and look, obviously Actual Justice Warrior is hedging by saying most of the time. I'm sure there are plenty of situations where these kind of things do shore up someone's power base. I think there's an example of it in the 48 Laws of Power that he brings up, some famous example where the leader lets some incursion take place and it shores up his power and he gets exactly what he wants. I mean, we watched a podcast a couple weeks ago where Bibi Netanyahu was all excited to annex part of the West Bank. Well, now he's getting Gaza too. So maybe he thought that the situation was going to be not as severe, so it wouldn't have been as big a hit. Would it have changed his political situation if 10 people were killed or if 2 people were killed?
Yeah, obviously they couldn't go into Gaza unless it was something like this wide scale.
Right.
Right.
I don't know. But I don't know all the things Bibi Netanyahu knows either. So
Sure. Okay. Well, and just to
look, if some people came to him, some wild people, and said, "Look, we're going to support you if you look the other way on this,"
right?
He already committed fraud. Like they're already investigating him for fraud.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just want to say, to be clear, neither Sean nor Michael were saying that you had conspiracy brain in the super chat.
Well, they are saying
just
that
disagree.
I don't understand your position.
Right.
Which I think I understand your position pretty clearly.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like you understand my position. We just have a disagreement about what we think BB should have known or would know and what the calculation would be. And I agree. I don't 100% know that he didn't know and let it happen. I just think it's, if you put a gun to my head and make me pull a lever, I'm going to pull the lever that he didn't know every time. So that'd be my guess.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it much. So I've heard people make the argument.
Right.
You have examples of Israeli aggression. You also have Palestinian terrorist attacks. It doesn't seem like, obviously Israel's a superior military, right? So they had to know that Israel was going to respond October 7th. They had to know they were going to do.
Well, Tim, as you know, what does Israel do when they don't do anything? I mean, you saw the documentary, right? I mean, tens of thousands of people peacefully marched to the artificial border fence and they were mowed down by sniper fire.
Right.
I mean, this is what happens when...
So, ladies, look, this is crazy.
Listen, we had all these people peacefully try to run a military blockade, and they got attacked by the military. Who could have foreseen this possible thing? We had 10,000 people peacefully attempt to march up to a military barricade, and they got shot. Who could have seen this happening? What are the people supposed to do?
He just takes everything and twists it into major propaganda mode.
It's so dumb. It's like, after this incident, this shows you why they don't want people walking up to the fucking barricade. Because, what happens day one? 10,000 people who are all peace and love in their heart, okay? They walk up to the military barricade. And Israel says, they're just walking up to it. Let them be. Let them just protest freely. Day two, Hamas says, hey, the Israelis let everyone, just 10,000 people, walk right up to the military barricade and didn't do shit to stop them. Why don't we start sending people up to the military barricade in the middle of this massive protest of 10,000 people to start secretly weakening the fence? Day three, hey, we did that. We've sufficiently weakened the fence and scoped out all these areas where we think there are weak points. Let's try to invade Israel and kill a bunch of people. Day four, Hamas in the middle of the crowd of protest invades Israel and starts shooting and killing a bunch of people. It bothers me because she doesn't, because her brain is ruined on America bad, because her brain is ruined on Israel bad, she doesn't stop to think why. She doesn't ever question, why is Israel doing what they're doing? Why do they not want people to run up to the fence? Why do they not want people to run the blockade? Why are they doing the secure? Why do they have a blockade at all in the first place in terms of what they're allowing in? Because her answer is already Israel bad. She's not willing to think and question why they're doing what they're doing and say, well, maybe there's a legitimate security reason for why they're doing what they're doing.
She just wants Israel to pack up and go home. She's like, just get out of here. Just leave. Yeah.
Yep.
So anything they do, it's
Right.
just anything Israel does is going to be wrong, and anything the Palestinians do is going to be justified. So,
I mean, essentially, yeah.
it's stupid though. Like, why? I guess, why is this popular? That's what I don't get.
Because a simplistic narrative of my side completely perfect victims good and your side completely evil bad guys is popular.
Well, I also think it's...
Yes. Well, yeah, 100%. They want to relive the 60s. They want to validate the woke Marxist lens of oppressor. They want to validate America bad lens. They want to validate liberal Westernism bad lens, blah, 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 blah. The population of Israel is 9.1 million people. So I don't think they can just leave.
Yeah. I mean, who was that guy that came on our channel and was saying, just let them all come to the United States?
I think he was saying it jokingly.
10 million people. I don't think he was joking.
I think he was joking.
Really?
Palestinians.
Who said that? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think he was joking.
Who said that?
I think that was his argument.
Who was making that argument? I don't remember.
I can't remember either, but...
Was that a video? Someone said that.
Oh, we came on and we're talking about Israel-Palestine.
IRI didn't say that, did he?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he said that.
He's, well, look, he's pro-Israel to the core.
Yeah, he has an Israeli family.
Yes.
You were saying it was him. That's what I'm saying. I think maybe he said it's like a joke or something. I don't know. Oh, it was P.F. Young.
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Was he sincere? I don't know if he was serious about it, but
he was serious. That's why it was so funny.
Okay. That's
they
pretty
should
silly.
Just all. He said. I remember. He said, nobody loves the Jewish people like America does, so we should just have them all immigrate here.
I mean, listen, to help our economy.
I guess.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jay for $20 says, Adam, you would seem a lot less conspiracy brained if you weren't wearing those sunglasses, those shades all the time.
What does that have to do with anything?
It makes you look suspect, I guess.
Maybe. I need my Unabomber sweatshirt. That really does the...
Your Unabomber sweatshirt.
Yeah, that'll do it. Here, I'll fix it right up for us.
What is the Unabomber sweatshirt?
Come on, you've seen the picture of the Unabomber.
You're talking to a person who has like no visual memory.
What's going on with the video?
He's got this. I was looking up. You're talking about the.
You looked it up?
Yeah, you're talking about he had the black sweater with the hood on. Yeah.
Is it black?
I think it's black, or it's black, or it's like dark blue or something. I don't know. It's dark colored, whatever it is. Yeah. And with the sunglasses. Yeah. Okay. You do look like the Unabomber. True.
Do anything peacefully or not.
Yeah, I guess the Israeli contention would be that those Palestinians would not be living in Israel peacefully. They would just be, because Hamas has said we're just going to do October 7th again and again and again. So like that's kind of that issue where
look, she nods along like, yeah, they totally they should.
Defense, the Gaza thing's fucked up. I think a lot of Israelis are probably going, if these borders open up and people come here, are we going to just see what we just saw?
Okay, so you mentioned, what does Hamas want?
Yeah.
Their new charter that was
okay. So wait, we've gone back. Okay, so maybe she will, but he did bring up a good point. He's like, listen, they're saying they're not going to live peacefully. They're going to try to wipe us out. So she can address that point.
He does great in this interview. He keeps hammering her.
Yeah.
And in a nice way, so it's not really confrontational.
Yeah,
I would come out and say, listen, bitch, you didn't answer that last question. Let me ask it again.
This is an interesting interview because he does ask good questions and he's able to do it in an atmosphere where it doesn't seem super aggressive, but she's not answering like any of them. So,
right. Which I guess, I mean, is he really doing a good job if he doesn't get any answers out of it? Or maybe
guess
he's not.
Not then.
Yeah, maybe he's not doing a good job.
Okay. Oh, look, you've got the Unabomber sweater. You do look like the Unabomber. And or Nick Fuentes.
Sunglasses.
Nick Fuentes kind of stole the Unabomber look. So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He would wear the hoodies and sunglasses all the time. Remember and then he had like a darker one, and then remember he got the Kanye, like the deep blue Kanye hoodie, and he was wearing it for like a really long time.
I do.
Like he never took it off.
I got this hoodie shortly after that.
Adam is like, listen, you can associate me with a terrorist, but don't associate me with a racist like Nick Fuentes.
Well, actually, my wife, I asked her to get me one of these blue hoodies.
Yeah.
And she came home with one that was like the Nick Fuentes color. And I'm like,
it's too blue.
I'm like, really? I'm like, really?
She doesn't know.
There we go. I don't think Unabomber had a beard, though.
Not in the...
These are definitely the right sunglasses, though.
He didn't in the picture where he's wearing the hoodie. So he had a mustache, I think. Yeah, he had a little mustache.
Oh, a mustache.
He had like the pedo mustache.
I think I got one of those somewhere.
You have a pedo mustache somewhere?
Not one for pedos, but one for the...
Wait, do you have like... Because I'm always seeing everything on like a lag. Did you change your sunglass filter to the Unabomber filter, or do you have those like kind of aviator sunglasses he was wearing?
It's a filter.
Okay. Wow, you look like a...
God damn. Oh, there it is.
Why do you want to look like the Unabomber, Adam? That's the real question.
I need the sunglasses.
Okay.
I don't know. These people are getting under my skin. It's so annoying. Go ahead. Let's play the funny
Mark Twain's
lady.
Revenge for $50 says, regarding expulsion, I don't know where they would go, but I also can't think of any way to render Gazans harmless that doesn't involve heavy occupation and potential suppression of religion and forced reprogramming, basically what China is doing. Well, I don't think that's an option.
That is 100% an option and 100% going to happen. So
No. I think the occupation is 100% an option and going to happen. I don't think the China doing the Uyghur thing is an option for Israel to do to Gaza.
You don't think the Gazan re-education camp is going to be in session?
No. I think not the only thing, I think what they could do, I don't think they will, as long as Bibi's in charge, would be what I've always said, which is that you basically just need to make the things good enough for the people there and try to make things good enough for the people there so that when Hamas, the other religious people, try to destroy the Gazans who are working with Israel for a good life, that everyone just gets sick of their shit and turns on them. I think you could do that. And it's going to be a slow and painful and horrible process, but I don't know. I don't see another alternative.
Yeah. I don't know. Are they going to build settlements?
Well, that would not help. That would actually do the exact opposite and further radicalize everyone.
So they're just going to go in and be the police force.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Horrible situation.
Revised over a decade ago, talks about the differentiation between political Zionism and Judaism, first and foremost. And it also talks about the acceptance of a two-state solution among 1967 borders. So even Hamas is willing to accept Israel as a Jewish state if Palestinians had their own state. No one talks about this. I'm not sure about the comment that you're saying about we would do October 7th and again.
I believe
but the thing is,
someone's.
But the thing is, I think that the goal is to have rights. It's like they are saying we're not going to stop trying to gain leverage and trying to gain something.
Well, yeah, there's context for it. Like Slavoj Žižek, made a great point. He goes, listen, it's a horrific attack. I'm obviously not going to condone an attack, but we can't remove the context of what, has motivated the attack. And it's not solely the hatred of Jews, right? It's that there's this situation that the people in that area have lived under that is unsustainable and creates people that are hopeless and willing to embrace these crazy methods, right?
I think if you were to say...
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know.
So I brought up, I'm looking at the revised Palestinian document from 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Section, this is right in the beginning, number 2. The land of Palestine. Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west. From the Ras al Nakrawa in the north to the whatever in the south is an integral territorial unit, is the land and the home of the Palestinian people. The expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of the Palestinian people to their entire land and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity.
It wasn't pigs?
No.
They said entity?
They said entity.
I was definitely pigs in like a first draft.
Maybe in the original
they changed it up. They were like, pigs is a little harsh, don't you think?
Right.
This is our founding document.
So when she says they revised their charter to acknowledge Israel's right to live there, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Oh, she's totally high. Yeah. That's the opposite of that.
Not sound
I mean,
like
they took pigs out, so maybe that's what she meant when they revised the charter.
That's true. That's true. They also say Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. Obviously, they say the right of return is a natural right, both individual and collective, and is a divine law and principle. Okay. They say the Zionist project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, expansionist project. Oh, we can see where Abby got her talking points from. Based on seizing the property of others. Okay.
This colonizer stuff. They're trying to ignite the same stuff over here, man. That's what the whole 1619 project is all about. Right. They're like, look, we should give the land back to the Native Americans. America sucks. We should just pack it in.
Oh, here we go.
Sure, I know you were all born and raised here, but you don't have any right to this land.
Right. But listen, your ancestors were born there, so.
Look, that's what I don't get. Like, if you're born and raised in a place, don't you feel like maybe you have a right to be there?
Yeah. Yeah. You would think so. This is what she's talking about. This is where she's giving them praise for. 16. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. So there you go. Listen, they're not anti-Semitic. So let's give Hamas a big round of applause. They've decided to not be anti-Semitic. They just want to commit their war crimes against Israelis, but not because they're Jews, So let's give them a big pat on the back for that one. Good job, everybody. Good job. When you're killing and kidnapping and raping people, it's not because they're Jewish. So I guess that makes it okay. Good on them.
I don't know. I heard that phone call where he called back and was bragging to his folks that he killed all those Jewish people. He wasn't bragging that he killed
Zionists,
land thieves.
Right. That's a good point. Also, she said that they were in favor of acknowledging Israel. It says number 19, right under the big support of Judaism right there. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement building, Judaization. Wait, that mean what it means? Judaization. Okay. I guess we've gone back to not liking the Jews. Or changes to its features or falsification of facts is illegitimate. Rights never lapse. They also say the following are null and void: the Balfour Declaration, the British Mandate document, the UN Palestine Partition Resolution, and whatever resolutions and measures that derive from them or similar to them. The establishment of Israel is entirely illegal and contravenes the ineligible rights of the Palestinian people and goes against their will and the will of Ummah. Is also a violation of human rights.
Who's Ummah?
I don't fucking know. Who knows?
Is that like Thor or something?
Yes. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine should be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes and circumstances and pressures, no matter how long the occupation lasts. So Abiy said that this new charter says that they're in favor of 1967 borders. Apparently, I guess. None of this is true. It's like almost everything she says is not
1920
accurate.
borders.
Yeah.
As in Israel wasn't there at all.
Like everything she says is not accurate. So, okay. Interesting.
We will repeat October 7th again and again, a Hamas official. I don't know.
Probably until they
so then Israel
have international rights that are recognized and not under an internationally illegally.
Oh, wait. Okay. It's interesting. This is so since we're praising Hamas apparently because they're so fucking good now in 2017. This is number 25 in the resistance and liberation section. Resisting the occupation with all means and methods is a legitimate right guaranteed by divine laws and by international norms and laws.
It says that in the charter?
Yes.
International norms, huh?
So divine law says all methods. So what they did on October 7th is guaranteed by divine law and supposedly by international norms.
Yeah, I was going to say the international norms is like kind of a bridge too far for me, but
I don't think that's accurate. Yeah. Right.
Raping your way to freedom is not really an international norm.
Oh. They also say the liberation of Palestine is the duty of the Palestinian people. They also say Hamas affirms the right of our people to develop the means and mechanisms of resistance. So there you go. So whenever you hear some idiot tell you, listen, Hamas changed their charter in 2017 and it's all like good and peaceful now. You tell that person they're a dumb fucking idiot. Don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They saw some clip of Abby Martin or some idiot saying it and they just assumed it was true without actually pulling it up themselves.
What's more exciting, being a freedom fighter or working at a coffee shop?
I mean, listen.
What's more exciting?
Have you ever worked in a Starbucks? People go in there and they have some very complicated orders. Okay. They're like, can I get the venti mocha frappuccino with soy latte? Even though it's soy, I want it with oat milk. And can I get the karma frappa drizzle and also a pump of the pumpkin spice? And can you give me the half amount of sugar? That's a 25% fat reduction.
I'm going to go with freedom fighter.
That's a very complicated order. Listen.
I think I would much rather be a freedom fighter. Like any job, really. I mean, working at the auto repair shop, working at the grocery store, working at the bank, working at the factory. I mean, just freedom fighter. I feel like any kid would want to be a freedom fighter over any one of those jobs.
So there's certain people that would definitely want to be the freedom fighter over that. I think most people would want to until they're in the situation of the freedom firefight.
Right.
And then most people
they're like, I should have been a dentist.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Why did I do this? I immediately regret this.
Yes, everyone's like, I want to be the freedom fighter. And then you get in the freedom fighter firefight and you're suddenly like, this was a huge mistake.
Yeah, but by then you're just
late at that point.
You're invested. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
you can't really pull it back after that.
Yeah.
But Abby's got the best of both worlds here because she's safe You know, it's
Right.
like she works in a coffee shop, but she's a freedom fighter.
You're right. That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's maybe that's motivating a lot of these people because they get to play at resistance. They get they get to have the moral self-justification and self-masturbatory congratulation that they are a freedom fighter without doing the thing that actually is terrifying, which is fighting someone and, you know, potentially dying. So
yeah. Yes. Freedom fighter or porn star. I mean, freedom fighter just sounds better.
Michael for 14 months says, I didn't mean to reignite the argument. Adam, I wasn't trying to call you a conspiracy theorist, and I still love you. A-Team and S-Class are awesome.
Thank you, Michael. That helps.
There you go.
That is nice.
Nothing but love.
You recognize blade that has tightened every year. Right?
And this would involve Israel kind of giving up the settlements.
They have to.
Yeah.
That's why all these settlements are deemed illegal under international law, because
Right.
since 1967, they have further encroached and encroached and encroached. And just since October 7th, over 16 villages have been like ethnically cleansed at the barrel of a gun. You have Ben Gvir, one of the ministers of the Israeli government, going out and handing out machine guns to the settlers, just saying like, let's get this done. While all eyes are on Gaza, let's go, let's ramp up the ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And that really shows you that exposes what Israel is all about, right? I mean, this is what it is. It's not about eliminating Hamas. It's not about eliminating Hamas. It's so explicit and it's so laid bare.
Right.
And that's what's so offensive about it. It's like, look, they have to have rights. You cannot treat people this way. This is the definition of blowback, right? This is what happens when you subjugate people under the rule and control of one body. And I want to just provide like this thought experiment. It's like the fact that they keep saying it's a war between Israel and Hamas. What kind of war is waged against a caged population? How do you bomb people and say, oh, just leave? They have nowhere to fucking go. How do you do that?
Yeah, it is wild. The idea of like, I guess their contention would be there are other countries that could take them in.
They control Egypt. They tell Egypt when to jump and how high.
Who, Israel?
Yes,
really?
100%. They've bragged about it. Look, there's.
You think that's true?
What's that?
She just said that Israel controls Egypt, and that when Israel tells Egypt to jump, Egypt says how high.
Yeah. That part's ridiculous, obviously. Yeah.
You think if that was true, Israel would say, hey, Egypt, you go take all these Gazans. And they'd say, yes, sir, right away.
Yeah, they would solve their problem.
Yeah. And they would
say,
take all
listen,
the
you
Gazans.
police Gaza. Didn't they try to give Gaza to Egypt? And Egypt said, oh, take a hike. We don't want that area.
I mean, I know
That's your problem.
Egypt controlled Gaza for a long period of time. And then Israel ended up with it after one of the various wars. I don't remember if they ever tried to hand it back to Egypt or not.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, Egypt doesn't really like them either. So Egypt was the people that famously flooded Hamas tunnels with sewage and seawater because they have tunnels going from Gaza to Egypt that they want to get rid of.
Yeah.
The articles everywhere about Israeli officials bragging about how much Egypt does what they say.
Right.
But what's even crazier is like how
I don't know if you know this, but like a politician in
bragging,
order to
I know.
like elevate their own standing, like brags about their ability to get things done politically. So therefore that means that they have complete total control of other countries.
Yeah. Everything a politician says is 100% fact.
Right. So like Abby, I don't know if you know this, but when Donald Trump said, if I'm elected president, I can solve the war in one day. In one day, I can get Russia and Ukraine at peace, right? That means that Donald Trump personally controls both Russia and Ukraine. I don't know if you knew that, Abby, but, he said it. So,
Of course he does.
How could you go at war against an entity that you occupy and control every facet of their lives? That's not a war. That's crazy.
Right.
You control every aspect of their life, including the aspect where they smuggle in weapons into the country and they commit a massive terrorist attack that leads to 1,400 people being killed. They control that aspect too, I guess, Abby.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And this absolutely, just the notion that you can cut off electricity, food, aid, and fuel. Doesn't that prove right there that they're have a complete control over what enters Gaza?
I guess they would say rockets come in, weapons come in, things like that come in, and they would say, how is it an open air prison if Hamas is able to maintain, a steady stream of rockets and materials, things like that?
A good question.
Excellent question.
Let's see what the answer is. Yeah.
Well, they build the tunnels because they also want things like fast food. I mean, there's things that their tunnels are used for that's not just...
The tunnel comes up right next to the Taco Bell. Look, if they can get Taco Bell, why are they going to war all the time, man?
Yeah.
Why do they want to destroy the Taco Bell?
You know, when it's late at night and you're like, oh, I need some, it's 4th hour. It's time for my 4th meal. I need some Taco Bell, right? Gotta get your Taco Bell game on. And you're like, okay, I'm
Just
gonna
hop
get my
in the
car.
tunnel.
Right. I know I'm sleepy. I'm gonna get in my car. I'm gonna drive Taco Bell. And you're like, should I get the Uber delivery? It's expensive. It always feels like a huge, like you feel like a piece of shit when you get fast food delivered through Uber, And you're like, listen, at least I'm not like the Hamas people. They got to go walk down some 100-mile tunnel to get the Taco Bell. Okay. They got to go all the way to Egypt or Israel. Like, oh my God, I got to walk the tunnel to get my fucking Taco Bell at, 2:00 in the morning.
Oh man.
I wish the Uber guy, like, can I get Uber to walk through the tunnel to give me my Taco Bell, please? Which, by the way, she pivoted, she dodged, because the question was, how is it a quote open air prison where they control everything if they're still getting weapons and things through the tunnels? Mm-hmm. And her answer was, yeah, but they also get fast food through the tunnel.
No, she's saying that they want fast food.
Right. But that doesn't answer the question. That's completely unrelated.
Just rockets, but look, the siege is a criminal endeavor.
Okay, so now
back to Israel bad, right?
Right. Yeah. Like, listen, you asked a good question, but the siege is criminal. It's like, wait a minute.
They even put Palestinians on a diet. They've figured out the minimum caloric intake to just be right above malnutrition. I mean, it's sick and it's inhumane.
I mean, listen, if they wanted to make them malnutritious, they would just send them nothing but Taco Bell. Okay. That'd be the weapon of choice. Like, listen, we're going to make it so only Taco Bell can be served in the entirety of Gaza, right?
Oh, that would be awful. That'd be a death sentence.
Exactly. That would be the ethnic cleansing right there.
And it needs to stop.
And
until it stops, the violence is not going to stop.
Is there, which makes, which is understandable, and it's a reality of having this very combustible situation there.
She's like, look, he's agreeing with me. I'm winning.
Is there any, as somebody who's looked at this issue, are there times when you look at Palestinian actions or the actions of Hamas and say this, like, if Arafat in the 90s had said, let's just do it, like, we'll do the 2-state solution, would that have helped?
I mean, again, the Palestinians did offer every concession. It was the Israelis who said no. Really? I swear to God.
Yeah.
Palestine Papers, look it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Bill Clinton said that in his book. He was like, the Palestinians are the ones who rejected it. This is a lie. This is a lie. They tried to. Israel never accepted not taking any part of the West Bank. They always wanted a part of the West Bank.
What is the West Bank? Why is the West Bank so important? See, to me, it's so crazy to me.
So, as I already said, she just made that up. That's not true. Everything she said about is not true. If Arafat had accepted the deal, there would be a deal. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he was the one that tanked the deal. Everyone says that. Everyone, I've like never seen anyone say no. It was actually Israel that tanked it. This is the first time I ever heard of it. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Didn't he go live in Gaza after that?
Maybe.
I think he did. Yeah.
Any piece of land would be so important that you'd want to live in this. This is not good for Israelis. It's certainly not good for Palestinians. What is so important about this land? Mm-hmm. Like, for example, if people said to me, you know, we want West Hollywood, or you could live in a constant state of war for 50 years. I would go take it. You know what I mean?
Wow. What a homophobe. He's going to sell all the West Hollywood away. How dare you, Tim?
Well, I think he lives in West Hollywood. So
I know.
He's saying, look.
I'm just joking.
He's like, I'm going to give up my home.
Right.
And like, whatever, I'll do something else. What is it about this? Is it something else? Is it deeper?
I'm not sure he would take that deal if it was like you just had to walk away from your home. Like he's thinking, you know, I'd just sell my home and move.
Right.
Well, what if you can't sell your home? What if they're just like, look, you got to give up your home. Just go.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what they want. That's what the Palestinian people want. So
that's what the settlers want. That's what, you know, all the bad actors on both sides want. So, though the settlers,
aren't the settlers buying land?
Yeah, they are.
They're buying land.
Yeah, but very often it's like the people who live there are not the ones who quote own the property. So
it's like a gentrification project.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
it's like a giant gentrification process.
Right.
Is it Golan Heights? Is that the thing that they want in the West Bank? The Golan Heights.
I don't think.
Or is that not in the West Bank?
I don't know.
There's like several disputed areas, and I'm wondering. I mean, I'm thinking the same question as Tim. Like, why? What's so?
I thought
they ran out of room in proper Israel. They have to go to the West Bank.
I thought the Golan Heights were like on the border of Syria or Lebanon or one of those places. So
that is in Israel.
Well, because I remember, yeah, I guess it's where the West Bank is. Because I remember like the Golan Heights was like a big thing that Israel wanted because there was some military reason, like specific military reason they wanted the area, because it was like either Palestinians or the Syrians or somebody was like attacking them through the Golan Heights, and they wanted to maintain control of that area.
Oh, I got it.
For some military reason. It's above the West Bank. But the Golan Heights is occupied, or was occupied. I don't know if it still is, but it's above the West Bank. The thing with the West Bank, to answer your question, is just because there are Israelis and there are Jews who just have this, what I'd say a fucked up idea where they're just like, no, the whole region should be Israel, and we just want to basically slowly push all the Palestinians out.
Yeah, they're ethnic cleansing.
Right.
They are doing that.
Yeah, they are doing that. So.
Yeah. Everyone's got blood on their hands.
Sure.
Cultural? Is it religious? Why not just say, take this West Bank? I don't know. It seems crazy.
It's biblical prophecy. You know that.
Yeah.
It's all about the religious.
Is it biblical on both sides? Is it also Muslims going, we don't want Jews in the land of the prophet? I mean, that's also kind of been said by certain people. I certainly have heard, leaders say things like that. Or is it, do you think there's certainly probably some biblical stuff? I mean, not biblical, but religious stuff on that side too, perhaps?
I have not heard that personally. I wouldn't be surprised if there are people that say that. I will tell you that.
How can she say that she's like been to Gaza, talked to all these people? She's never heard that ever? Yeah. Like a Palestinian say that they don't want any Jews in the land?
That seems crazy.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck kind of conversations she's asking with people.
Out of the hundreds of Palestinians I've talked to, not one, and I shit you not one person told me they can't live here. All of them said, we just want to live in peace.
Right.
There's plenty of land. Why do they have to move on top of my village and terrorize me?
Yeah.
Just entering Jerusalem for a couple hours, I spoke to a couple dozen Israelis just randomly on the street, and you can.
She's got the same story. Like, when did this take place? Like 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
I think it was 2016 that this all took place. But it's just ridiculous because I said, like, first of all, this doesn't match what people are saying now. So I don't know why you think it matches what I said back then. But as I said, there's that YouTube channel. That's all the guy does. And it's all he's been doing for years, just going around asking Israelis and Palestinians what they feel about things. Corey Gill Schuster. And one of his videos from like 6 years ago is, would you let the Jews stay if the whole area became Palestine? And a bunch of people in that video are like, no, they have to leave. They have to leave. They have to be expelled. These are just random people, random Palestinian people in the street. He's asking this question to. So
they're being expelled from other countries, these other Arab nations. So that seems to be like the MO for the Arab people.
Right. So it's just like, I don't know who the fuck she's talking to. Either it's kind of like she either found like the greatest group of peaceful people, or she's just making it up. She didn't ask them a question, or she just found a bunch of people that would tell her kind of what she wants to hear, essentially.
Or the trip was organized by Russia Today, and they basically took her to a bunch of people that they pre-screened that were Palestinian people.
Maybe, yeah.
And
who paid for her Palestinian documentary?
Right.
That's the real question.
A bunch of pre-screened people on the Israeli side. Yeah.
Pull up this video. It's amazing. Almost every single one was explicitly genocidal and said, kill them all, wipe them off the earth.
I did watch
Arabs,
that. I did watch that.
Carpet bomb them.
And
looking right at the camera, and it's like, this is shocking.
Yeah.
This is shocking. I mean, and of course, Israeli leaders too say the same thing. It's not about live in peace. It's about wipe them off the face of the earth, expel them all. I have a better cut on my phone.
How did this get?
This is her movie. This is how she blew up. She did this documentary.
I mean, she was kind of big before it, but I'm sure it helps.
Did you watch the documentary?
No.
She's like, look, don't pull up that shitty YouTube version. Pull up my phone. I have a better copy on my phone.
I saw the video she's talking about, not her documentary. I saw the video she's talking about where she was talking to Israelis. And by the way, she's like insanely hyperbolizing what they were saying. Like she asked like 6 people, I think, and like one of them was like, yeah, just like fucking kill them. But a lot of them were like, oh yeah, a lot of them were saying like the same things that I was hearing the Palestinians say on the other YouTube channel, where they're like, yeah, we don't think we can live together peacefully, blah 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 blah. Like I don't think peace is going to work. So.
And she's turning that into mow them down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, oh, okay, I got it.
So bad. I mean, I know that, obviously this was this is since 1948. Has this always been as contentious as it is now? Have people always felt this way about each other? Or have things degenerated? And was there a time when, because now it feels like it's hopeless over there.
Yeah.
It feels hopeless, right? It feels like these people on both sides don't see each other as human beings and hate each other. And was that always the case? Or has this just increased?
Well, before in historic Palestine, Jews, Christians, and Arabs did. Jews, Christians, and Muslims all lived in the same territory. There were mosques, there were synagogues. All of these things were, I'm not going to say everyone was holding hands and singing.
Right.
I'm sure that there were some problems, but really once the colonial project started, that's where you saw the resentment. It's about land. I mean, it's not, the Greater Israel Project, that's why you see commanders of the Israeli army saying, Lebanon is ours, we're going to take Beirut, we're going to turn Beirut into Gaza. They've taken the Golan Heights. They think part of Syria is theirs. Lebanon's theirs. It's all about the greater Israel to a lot of these ultra-religious people.
Expansionist nature of it.
It will not stop.
Yeah, okay. And this is an issue.
But the Palestinians have lived there for hundreds. It's like you can talk about ancient prophecy all day about thousands of years ago, but the reality is who has lived there for the last couple hundred years?
Right.
Who has lived there for generations in these homes? And think about it like if your home, if fucking China came in with an invading army and started kicking people out of their homes in West Hollywood.
Right. Well, they are doing that in Beverly Hills, but they're paying great money. If China wants to buy my house, I want out of here bad. If China wants to give me $5 million, I'm out. But China's our only hope in LA. Our only hope is China coming in and giving us money. It's not Americans that can't afford this shit. No, and
so it's kind of backfiring. He's like, listen, I want to be colonized. I want settlers to come in and buy me out, please.
He was going to sell his house in Chinese yuan. Okay.
That's what he wants.
And you know what? I fully understand. You know, because listen, there's Palestinian comedians, right? There's Mo Amer. There's people that are, you know, they don't hate Jewish people. They're you know, incredibly disturbed by the conditions in which Palestinians live. And they've spoken about it passionately and stuff like that. This quote from the river to the sea that has gotten a lot of press. I've never heard it up until recently, but it has been a big news story. From the river to the sea. People have said that it means genocide of the Jewish population, because I don't even know what river to what fucking sea, but is it the
Jordan River to the Mediterranean? Or
is it the Euphrates involved?
No.
All right.
Euphrates is in Iraq, right?
All right. I don't.
Pull up the map.
Yeah. So from they're saying, if you want from the river to the sea, it means no Israel genocide of the Jewish people.
That couldn't be further from the truth. And just to exemplify how warped and twisted this concept has become, is that the Anti-Defamation League, which is essentially a lobbying force to protect Israel, prior to October 7th, on their website, they talked about this phrase and said that it was just a phrase commonly chanted at like pro-Palestine demonstrations.
Right.
After October 7th, they went and retroactively revised their own articles saying it's a genocidal incitement. It is absurd. It is absurd. It's just saying, free us. We are under occupation. We are under medieval siege. Free the people. Since when is saying free, give people freedom and liberation equal to genocidal?
Right.
And it's so...
So, of course, you know, she does the dishonest dance on From the River to the Sea, answering the question, why is it Palestine and not Palestinians? If that's the case, why do a lot of people I see who say this have a picture of a map that shows the entire region as Palestine? What does that mean exactly,
Why is the translation from water to water, Palestine will be Arab?
Yes, exactly right.
I mean, that's a little more explicit.
A little bit more explicit, yeah. So I looked up this claim about the ADL that she talked about. So using the Wayback Machine, you can find out that this is what they said. They said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a slogan commonly featured in pro-Palestinian campaigns and chanted at demonstrations. That's sentence one. Sentence two, demanding justice for Palestinians or calling for a Palestinian state should not also mean negating Israel's existence. This chant can be understood as a call for a Palestinian state extending from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea territory that includes the state of Israel, implying the dismantling of the Jewish state. Indeed, this rallying cry has long been used by the anti-Israeli terrorist organizations such as Hamas and the PFLP, which seek Israel's destruction through violent means. Usage of this phrase can have the effect of making members of the Jewish and pro-Israel community feel beleaguered and ostracized.
Yeah.
Does that sound like the way that she categorized it?
Hell no. Sounds completely opposite.
Yeah. Yep. And so now they changed it to just make it more super obvious, I guess, because people like Abby Martin are dumb. They changed it to just say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is an anti-Semitic slogan commonly featured in anti-Israel and chanted demonstrations. Blah, blah, blah. The rallying cry is long used by anti-Israel voices, including Hamas. And they use stronger language. It is fundamentally a call for a Palestinian state extending from Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea, which would mean the dismantling of the Jewish people and is an anti-Semitic charge denying the Jewish right of self-determination through the removal of Jews from their ancestral homeland. Use of this phrase makes Jews feel unsafe and ostracized. Blah, blah, blah. Right. So they just made stronger language. They just changed it to stronger language. But the original thing they said it means the destruction of Israel. So another untrue statement by Abby Martin.
crazy. It's like I feel like I'm living in like a alternate reality, watching one side actually commit genocide and justifying it by saying, well, they hypothetically would commit genocide against us, so that's why we need to do this. Like, it is so bizarre.
It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Well, okay, that's not the argument, Abby. The argument is you have two groups of people living next to each other, and can they live peacefully? And they say, well, you complain about Israel doing strict security things like having a blockade and on Gaza and doing all this other stuff. And you say, well, why can't they just let them, why can't they just leave them alone? And then the response is, well, if we leave them alone, they're going to come and kill us all. And so It's not a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical after October 7th.
It's definitely not a hypothetical after October 7th. Yes.
And
it's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's, what would an appropriate response be when you have an attack like that? Obviously, Israel's not going to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So what's an appropriate response?
Oh, this
Obviously,
is good. She'll answer this question.
I think the leveling of the buildings and, the displacement of, I guess, 70% of Palestinians now, right? Or something crazy?
70% are internally displaced.
Yeah, 70% of people are displaced from their homes. That's crazy. What is a response?
I mean, I think any response other than carpet bombing the entire area would have been a better response. But again, I can't even answer that, Tim, because it really goes back to like, how did this happen? Because that's how I look at like all U.S. foreign policy. 9/11. I mean,
so what she means is a proper response would be to just get out of Dodge, just abandon Israel, go away.
She said, well, she's saying that, or alternatively, she's like, the proper response would be to get the Avengers to build the time machine, to go back in time and prevent the very thing that created the situation in the first place, aka don't let Israel be created. Okay.
Right.
I want
just barring a time machine.
Right. I want Ant-Man and Tony Stark to go back in time in 1948 and they say, stop! It's a huge mistake. And they slap the pen out of whoever was the Israeli president at the time's hand right before he signs the little document that makes Israel a country.
Yeah, don't sign that.
Yeah. What should they have done, Abby? Well, listen, they should have not done what they did, but to answer that question, I can't answer that question. It's like, okay.
You could look at anything and be like, well, why did this happen? Because I want to know the root of why violence occurs, why violence begets violence. And I want to get to
He does not want to know that at all, obviously.
to that root and stop it at the root. And the root is occupation and siege. You cannot do this to people.
Do you think that
So wait, the root is occupation and siege. Why was anyone sieged or occupied in the first place, Abby? Isn't that the question? If you really want to get to the root of it, right? Right?
Yeah, what caused the occupation?
there are instances
suicide bombers?
Could have been suicide bombers. Could have been multiple wars against the country.
Yeah,
where the root causes are I'm not going to say they don't matter per se, but there are, times when an act is so egregious or, for example, like when this happened, when Hamas did this, the first thing there's no way Israel's going to sit down and go, well, what is the root, right? I mean, we know that. We know that they're not going to do that. So I'm trying to figure out what would have been a appropriate response. Like, there's no way that's going to happen, and they're going to kidnap children and all this stuff, and then Israel's going to go, okay, what do you guys want? Here's the borders. Here's, So if you're going to try to get rid of Hamas, obviously carpet bombing's not the right way to do it, or it's an incredibly brutal way to do it, and it's probably going to create new generations of Hamas terrorists, I know that it's tough, and I just don't know what their course of action. Obviously, what they're doing now is extreme and I think counterproductive.
You like that Tim has to keep hedging like everything he's saying. Like, I get it's bad. I guess it's bad, but what should they do? I mean, I understand it's really bad. I'm not supporting it, but what should they do? Is to keep like throwing that in there.
I feel like Tim Dillon has actually become Abby Martin's therapist now. And he's basically trying to coax like a reasonable response out of her, just to say something normal on his show.
This feels like when. This feels like I'm going to be very sexist here. This feels like when your girlfriend is telling you about some bitch at work.
You're like, well, did you say anything to set her off?
Right. And you're like, she's kind of telling you the story and you're like, I feel like there's some facts missing. So you keep like asking for more information.
Right.
And then as more information comes out, you're like, shit, I think she was in the right. I think you were in the wrong. We don't want to say that.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Can't say that.
Impossible to say.
Right. So you're like, well, I mean, yeah, what she did was really bad, but do you think you could have did anything differently? I mean, listen, what she said was awful. She was so bad to you. But I mean, like, could you maybe have, done it?
No, look. We've all been in this impossible situation. And we know the best thing that you could possibly do is change the subject as quickly as possible. What are you doing to yourself?
Right.
Why do you really want to talk about this anyway?
Right, exactly.
What does it matter? So your girlfriend stabbed another girl at work. Okay. Is she going to live? That's the important part.
Right. So she asked you to help hide the body. Listen, do you really love her? Okay.
Yes.
Love is about hiding bodies from the police.
Love is definitely about hiding bodies.
Yeah.
Dillon's going to get an answer here any second.
We'll see. We'll see. What's the over under on her answering this question in any way that's like?
Well, I'm not saying I want to bet on it or anything.
Okay.
I don't want to lose any money here.
Right.
What would have been the move? Do you think they have a right to defend themselves when something like that happens?
Under international law, does Israel have the right to defend itself if people are coming? Like, do they have the right to defend themselves by going into Gaza and carpet bombing Gaza? Absolutely not.
Right.
Do they have the right to defend themselves once Hamas is in these kibbutzes? Sure, that's a different story because
when
Hamas
they take
is
the
right
hostages,
there.
right? So they have taken a bunch of hostages.
And so has Israel. Israel has thousands of political prisoners. You look at the prisoners that Israel that they were asked to release, and it reveals the barbarity of the situation.
You see, okay. You see how excited she was? This is an interesting thing. So when you're talking to someone and they're being hyper evasive, you have to be careful. You actually want to ask your questions
very narrowly,
as narrow and as simply as possible. And you add specifics when they try to weasel out of it. Because he gave her, she's doesn't want to answer this question about what should Israel do. And so she's looking at him. She's waiting for any part of the question that she can latch onto. And finally she found it. Oh, the hostages. But look, Israel has hostages too. Look at the Israeli hostages. Israel's hostages.
Yeah.
300.
He's saying that she's saying that they can only attack when they're inside Israeli borders.
Right.
Yeah. So he kind of had to bring the hostages up.
Well,
look, if they didn't take a bunch of hostages back to Gaza, I think Israel would be it would be more difficult for Israel to invade Gaza and start bombing. Oh, really? You think so?
To prevent it from happening again. What do you mean?
Oh,
I mean, maybe to some level.
It might be better. There might be a better strategy on dealing with Hamas than to just, the hostages create a kind of urgency that I don't know if there's no hostages that is necessarily there. Maybe, maybe I'm incorrect. They didn't take any hostages on 9/11 and we were dead set on going in quick.
You are correct when you say it creates an urgency. It creates a ticking clock element.
Yeah.
Because you say if they don't have hostages, then you're going to do something, but you can essentially,
think it through. What's the best course of action here?
You could say, look, I'm going to go over to every tunnel and I'm going to seal every tunnel entrance and exit with, cement. And then I'm going to sit there. And if you try to come out, I'm going to shoot you. Right. But you can't necessarily do that if there's hostages because you're well, then all the hostages are going to die. So, so that's true. That definitely does affect the response. Now, the counter to that is well, you're blowing everything up, blah, 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 blah. you're gonna kill hostages anyway. It's like, yeah, but apparently it's working because they got a ceasefire and they got a bunch of hostages back. But if I was Tim in that situation, you didn't actually have to even bring up the hostages, because again, the question is, what should Israel do? So she says, well, Israel has a right to defend itself when it's people on Israel, but they don't have a right to attack.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Gaza. And you say, well, okay, so do they do nothing? Is that what Israel should just literally sit on its hands and go, well, you got us that time and you ran back to your safe zone, so I guess we can't follow you. Like,
right. Well, and he could ask, should they let the hostages die? But then she would pivot to like, well, Israel has hostages that they're letting die.
Yeah.
Like, so you're saying they should let them die.
Right. You go, well, that's a whataboutism. So what are you saying? The question was not what should Palestinians do. The question is what Israel should do.
Oh, man.
100 people. The vast majority are children. The vast majority have not been charged with anything. They just are languishing in detention. And
there's your charge thing. There's your charge thing that always comes up.
Yeah, I know.
All this is like talking points bingo. It's so frustrating.
It's also annoying when they say like the vast majority of them children, like for some reason they're including like everyone up to 21 is like a child or something. That's very bizarre.
Yeah.
So.
Like 30 of them charged for, have been held for just throwing rocks. I mean, these people are held for years under administrative detention. Israel's the only country in the world that has military courts for kids. That's crazy. So what is the answer that Israel should have done? I can't answer that. What I can answer is that I think that, you know, when we're talking about self-defense, no one talks about the right for self-defense of the people that they're actually occupying, and everyone's obsessed with Israel's right to have self-defense against the people that they're colonizing.
If we ended the occupation.
So you also, the guy that asked the questions I was talking about, I keep forgetting his name, the Corey Gill Schuster, when he asked the question about the occupation, he always makes sure to follow up whenever someone he's talking to who's either Israeli or Palestinian talks about the occupation to say, were you talking about like the 1948 occupation? Talking about the 1967 occupation? Like, what do you mean by occupation? Are you saying like the West Bank? Or you mean is the entirety of Israel occupation?
She means Israel being there as occupation.
Because that's what I want to know. Is that what she means? Does she just mean the entire state being there is the occupation and the decolonizer project?
Yes.
Because if you say, what about the rights of people to defend themselves against Israel even existing? Well, that definitely changed this conversation than what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. She'd have to go full mask off for that conversation.
Right.
She's only like half mask off now. 3/4 mask off.
What does that look like? Does it look like Palestinians living in Israel with full voting rights? What does that look? What does an ended occupation look like?
So you mentioned apartheid and how that works, and you know it is really stark because apartheid is an institutional system of discrimination and segregation against one racial group. Right?
What about when Jewish people go, Muslims live in Israel, they sit on the Supreme Court. This is stuff that Noah said. Is that not true?
So it is true, and that's kind of all part of the ruse, just as the ruse is for the Palestinian Authority to have a semi-part of a control of Area A, you know, of the West Bank.
Listen, just because we have a black president in America, okay? Mm-hmm. Just because there's a black guy on the Supreme Court doesn't mean that our country isn't systemically racist, okay? Those are all tokenized people. Those are just token positions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know.
I've heard this argument.
Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah.
Palestinian Authority's in control, so then Israelis can be like, oh, no, they control themselves, not talking about Area B and C and how Abbas is just basically an appendage of the Israeli state and everyone hates him. Muslims and Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship, they're tokenized. And they have very minute roles in Israeli society. And so a couple sit in the Knesset and then they can be like, oh, look, Arabs have a voice too. They are routinely discriminated against. There are dozens of laws within Israel proper that discriminate against Palestinians living there. They can't unify with family that they marry outside of Israel. If they don't have Slavish loyalty to Israel, they can be kicked out of Jerusalem. They can't celebrate their Palestinian heritage. There are so many rules, and I'm talking about Israeli citizens. Citizens. There are pogroms against Israeli Palestinians in the Muslim quarters of East Jerusalem. They have to board up their businesses all the time because people come through and try to firebomb them and throw rocks at their windows and chant death to Arabs to them. This is the reality there. It is a ruse, and it's false to say that they have full rights. And then when you look at the apartheid nature of the West Bank, it's completely obvious that it's an apartheid state. I think the solution, that's up to Palestinians, whether they...
So I don't know. I was trying to like look into what the claim she was making. Yeah, I couldn't find any evidence
that they firebomb everyone.
Yeah,
but she's making wild claims, just one after another.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's incidences of people doing violence against Arab, non-Jewish Arab Israelis and things of that nature. I'd imagine that's definitely happened. But she's like making it seem like it's just like systemic thing that Israel just like lets exist or is part of. Like when you say something in an apartheid state, that the implication is that this is embedded within the law, that this behavior is allowed or culturally reinforced, and it's not my understanding of any of the research that I've done on the situation.
I know one law that's different.
What's that?
The Jewish people are conscripted into the Israeli military, and the Palestinian people are not. They're not forced to serve in the Israeli military.
When you say Palestinian, you talking about non-citizens, or are you talking about
Palestinian Israelis? They're Israeli citizens, but they're Palestinian. Yeah, they're not forced to serve in the military. That's
really
different. Yeah, but I mean I would say that favors the Palestinians, though, even though it's
interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. It's very interesting.
I've heard one checkpoint horror story. It was pretty bad, but. Yeah, the apartheid. I just wish there was a big long list of the things that you could look through that were like, oh, look, here are all these terrible incidents, right? You got to get a feel for it. Because obviously they're just completely. They've heard some incidents, but they're such unreliable protagonists. You can't really tell that if the incident was even that bad.
Right.
Like the flotilla situation is a perfect example. It's like,
yeah, right.
Yeah, you're completely mischaracterizing it.
Right.
Someone spilled their iced tea and it's all of a sudden, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's racism.
Well, I don't know. It might come in after this. Because I don't remember if you asked again. Because she kind of goes on this whole thing about like how it's an apartheid because, you know, they can just like the Israelis can just like expel non-Jewish Israeli citizens from the country or something without, you know, due process or from Jerusalem or whatever. And I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? And I was like looking into it and it's like, no, what she was talking about was essentially there are non-Israeli Palestinians that are allowed to live in Jerusalem and they can kick people out. For various reasons for doing that.
Playing their music too loud?
I don't think that's one of the reasons, but usually some security reason. Now, I think where there is a legitimate criticism is that according to the information I've seen, there are a lot of, not like a massive majority of, but there definitely seem to be that there were a lot of Palestinians who've been living in Israel for a long time, you know, especially that were living in Jerusalem, who were seeking citizenship, and something like only 34% of, I don't know what the year was, maybe it was like from 2012 or something or earlier, only 34% of Palestinians who were living in Jerusalem who applied for citizenship were granted it or something. So you can definitely criticize Israel for being too stringent, possibly, with accepting new citizens.
They got this far-right government. They don't want to be outnumbered.
Maybe, you're sure. But she obviously seemingly can't make any sort of nuanced, legitimate like argument or critique or something. Everything's got to be hyperbolized.
You want two state or one state, but I think with the atomization of the West Bank and how much settlements
Well, it
have eaten
feels
up
like
the land.
realistically it's up to the Israelis, right? Because I mean, like
Right,
the Palestinians
Yeah,
don't
they
really
have
have
any. Yeah.
they don't have the right. So it seems like the Israelis would have to get on board with a two-state. I don't think a one-state. That seems like it won't happen.
It seems like, especially with the nature of the Israeli government today, which is openly fascistic, it seems very tough.
Would a one state work, or would it just be chaos?
I think that it would work eventually. I think that, again, like there has to be international observers and bodies, and there has to be like the whole world has to help make this infrastructurally sound and make it work. And you have to remove the settlements that are illegal. You have to.
Right. But Israel's also going to say we're somewhat.
If you have a one-state solution, wouldn't the settlements immediately become legal? Aren't you just talking about turning it all into Israel?
Yeah, of course they would be legal. There would be no justification for them to be illegal.
Progressive westernized country. You also have a lot of the people in Gaza that do not overlap with Israel value-wise, right? So how does that work in a one-state solution?
One-state solution, I think that
if you have people in Gaza that go, we're not into women's rights, we're not into gay rights, we're not into we're into more of a theocratic type of regime, and people in Israel that are like, we're not into that as much, we're into whatever we're into. How do they all get along and hang out and play soccer?
I mean, how the hell do Americans get along? It's barely hanging on by the seat of our pants.
Yes, but for sure. But we have
I'm glad this is like this subterfuge and nonsense. I'm glad he is like, wait a minute, this is ridiculous.
Have laws that recognize, we have a system of laws where people can, whatever they want to do, but it's like we're not constantly in like California and Texas, which fight all the time, are not in a constant state of terrorist warfare, right?
Right.
I mean, we shit on people shit on the other one, and they both are kind of
shooting each other all the time.
Yeah, they're kind of, but it's not like it is with it. Like, it's just weird to see I don't know if a one state's going to work, right? It seems, I mean, maybe it would. I don't know. Maybe a lot of the beliefs that Palestinians have are simply because they are under this, they have Hamas leading them. I don't know, right? It's like a lot of the, a lot of the oppressive nature of Muslim countries or Arab is a lot of it was backed by the U.S., right? Iran, for example, is a progressive country before the coup. We all know that, right? We're not stupid. But right now, a lot of those countries are autocracies, right? And the people don't have rights and things like that. So when Israel goes, hey, we're this thing, we're one thing, and the people over there don't believe in any of that, how does that all work? It just seems like it wouldn't work per se. I don't see how they're all going to live happily without a lot of violence and chaos.
I don't either at the beginning. I think that, look, we just have to look at what is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I think that Israel is a fascist state right now. I mean, they are going around and arresting and throwing Israelis in jail for just simply saying things on Facebook.
They certainly are. They're certainly in it's an incredibly right-wing government. They're on war footing, and they are, doing what we did probably right after 9/11.
So she has no answer. He's like, how do you do this? How do you do this one state thing? She's like, listen, you just do it. Okay. It's just what they're doing is wrong. So you just have to do something else. You just do it. You just do it.
It's hilarious that she calls Israel fascistic. Don't they? I mean, the women have to cover from head to toe in Gaza, right?
I don't believe so. There were people that were advocating for that, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Some do, and some wear the head coverings, but I don't believe they have to. But obviously Hamas is, you have a far right religious theocratic organization. So that would be, seemingly more fascistic than Israel's democracy.
Are there a lot of bikinis on the Gazan beach?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, Israel's a fascist country, so obviously they don't have any bikinis on the beach, but
there's So when they say like it's not about being Jewish, it's about Zionism. Today in Philadelphia, apparently there's some deli that like serves, kosher food called Goldie's Deli. And a bunch of protesters are on video. It looks like almost 100 people on video decided to stand outside the deli, which is called Goldie's Deli, saying, Goldie, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide.
Well, what did Goldie do?
I mean, they have a Jewish deli.
Oh, it's just a Jewish deli.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So
that chant.
They
use that chant on E.O. Wilson too. The sociobiology guy. That's the first time I heard it.
This is why when they use the word colonization or oppressors or any of this shit, it's like, okay, if this crowd of people literally charges this random guy who has a Jewish deli or a kosher deli with genocide, that 100% morally validates them to go and kill him. Does it not? I mean, he's committing genocide, right? They're literally charging him with genocide.
Well, the punishment for genocide is death.
Right. That's why this rhetoric is so dangerous and toxic.
Yeah, it's awful.
9/11, which is like, anyone that's dissenting, I don't know if we were arresting them, but they were suffering, persecution socially and financially and all these other ways.
Israel's a rogue state at this point. I mean, even the U.S. wouldn't.
Have we tried to rein them in at all?
No.
And H.W. Bush did.
Oh, you mean back in the day?
He did. He tried.
And when you said
was like the
do you know why this conversation is taking place in the first place? Do you know the backstory on how this came together?
Yeah, the backstory is, I haven't watched the conversation. Backstory is he had someone on named Noah.
Right.
That's who they're talking about, who came on and was like pro-Israel, I guess.
Right.
It's the case for Israel with Noah Tishby.
And she perceived that conversation as lie-filled propaganda.
Right. Right.
And she's here to correct the record.
Yes, exactly.
Is she correcting the record?
I mean, if you're
is she doing a bang-up
brain dead
job?
leftist, I guess, yeah.
Right. So I guess this is why why Tim knows all this stuff, because he's already talked to this other guy. This other guy's kind of already talked to this other lady.
Bigot. Yeah.
This other bigot.
Yeah.
He talked to another bigot lady about the situation.
Gotten worse.
Yeah.
Yes, they have, because back in the day, it did seem like there was a modicum of possibility for the two states, because especially like the whole 67 borders. After that, the incremental taking over of the West Bank and the atomization of the West Bank has made it almost impossible for a second state to exist unless those settlements are removed.
The settlements got to go.
Yeah.
The settlements have to go.
Yeah. There's 100,000,
there has to be they have to rebuild Gaza. There has to be, I don't think Israel can have a security role in Gaza. That seems crazy. I think Arab countries are going to have to, as well as America, and probably also Israel, have to kick in for a huge rebuilding of Gaza. There has to be, there has to be some type of, understanding that Israel and America should not have any security role. I mean, that's been suggested by Netanyahu's government that they'll have a permanent security role in Gaza with U.S. help. That seems insane.
I mean, that's insane. It's crazy. And what I meant to say before is 700,000 settlers are in the West Bank right now that are legally squatting.
Yeah,
700,000. They need to go.
Right.
But the U.S. won't even do what Israel's doing because they are so worried about tarnishing their credibility.
Right.
It's crazy what Israel's doing. I have to stress that again, like targeting all of the
Why
most
are they
important
targeting
factors of civic
if this is
society.
the case where they're targeting civilians, and is people in Israel are going to go, that's not true, we're not, it's collateral damage. But it does seem that there's so many civilians dying that it's harder to buy the collateral damage argument when so many civilians are dying.
Well, look at the again, like look at the rhetoric of Israeli politicians. They're not denying that they are targeting civilians. They call Israeli defense minister said we're going to completely tighten the siege because they are human animals and we need to act accordingly.
Yeah, and that's
flatten
crazy.
Gaza, flatten.
So I found this quote, though I couldn't find like the full video of it, and it's also in Hebrew, but it seemed clear to me, and the articles I was reading seemed to also agree with this, that when he did not say that Palestinians are human animals, he said that Hamas and the people that perpetrated this attack are human animals.
Right.
Which
that makes sense.
Is true.
All humans are animals, by the way.
Well, that's
true. So you know.
But I mean, I think we would all agree that the people that committed the attack on October 7th are human animals who should all die horrible deaths. So
I like savages.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Human
and
animals,
Gaza,
not really. I mean, doesn't have that kind of oomph.
Right. Right.
Savages. And that has a ring to it.
Look at tons of Knesset members, dozens of Israeli officials have said explicitly they are subhuman. Yeah. We need to annihilate Gaza. If that's not targeting civilians, what the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And here's why they're doing it. Because it's not just uniquely evil, right? It's not just indiscriminate it's not just like inexplicable barbarism. It is strategic to target all sectors of civil society so you can terrorize the population. This is what happened during the Nakba during 1948, is that you terrorize enough of the population so that the rest of them flee.
And that was when 700,000 Palestinians
were expelled.
Including, I saw you talk to Alana Hadid, Gigi Hadid's sister, and I think their family. Yeah.
Every Palestinian that you know around has a story and has a shared history of being ethnically cleansed from that region. And Mia Khalifa too. I just spoke to her, and she's Lebanese. She grew up during Israeli occupation. And so they are targeting all of the most important sectors of civic society.
Why did the Nakba happen?
It was probably because of some terrorist attack.
Well, it's because Israel declared its independence in 1948, and immediately the surrounding countries declared war.
That was the first one. There was like multiple.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That's what she's talking about.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, yeah, regardless of whether you agree with it or not, again, she always just pretends there's no, like it's just like magic.
It's all Israel's fault. It's always Israel's fault.
Yeah.
Society. So all the press offices.
Do you think
all
Jews
the
have a claim to that land? You know, for example, I have Jewish friends that say we were there first. I mean, when I talk about
what does that mean?
Supposedly scientists have found bone fragments that are Jewish people. Like literally, this is what is put out. They go, we've been there for thousands of years. We were there from the dawn of time. We have a claim to that land. Do they have a legitimate claim? I mean, that's the question, right? Because Palestinians were there, so they clearly have a claim. And a lot of people say that Jewish people were there for 400 years, 500, they were there for a very long time. Do the Jewish people, in your estimation, and again, I mean, to say I've not looked into this would be the understatement of the year. Although I've read a little bit about it, but I'm not an expert on this at all, other than to say that like, there's been a lot of stuff put forward saying that Jewish people have been there a long time and that they have some claim to that land and that they were kicked out of all of these countries and they were ran all over the world because of anti-Semitism and this, that, and the other thing. And they wanted a state after the Holocaust. And then they were like, it was natural for us to return to this place that we had been since the biblical times.
I mean, I don't believe in the Bible, so I would say...
Well, okay, but before she gets on her, whatever. This is the one thing I do agree that, to me, it's a silly claim. It's a stupid claim to say like, well, just because it's the whole historic homeland for supposedly for my religious group, hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. Like that to me that doesn't mean anything. That means that's means less than nothing. Who cares? Like that's a psychological reason that helps people once they're there bind together in a cooperative group, and that's great and fine that you have that story to help you do that. But that's not a justification for why a person should be allowed to live in an area or immigrate to an area just because 1,000 years ago, someone who maybe shared their DNA or lineage, lived there.
Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Who cares?
Religious fundamentalism doesn't play into my analysis of like geopolitics, but
Right.
I mean,
This is the claim.
This is the claim.
That's the claim.
I mean, it's a ludicrous claim to look at ancient prophecy and say we have the right to ethnically cleanse indigenous people. Does Israel have the right to exist on top of another people's land and exist by ethnically cleansing an indigenous population by violent, bloody conquest day to day? No.
Right.
But you mentioned.
Well, no, okay. The question should be, and the question he's asking, that she's going to dodge is, did Israel have a right to exist in the beginning? In 1948?
She would say no.
I'm guessing she would say no.
Mentioned something that I just want to point because it's really important. Why are they targeting all of these civilian infrastructures in Gaza? Because they want to make life impossible to return, Tim. It's not just about like terrorizing the population to flee. It's to make it impossible to come back because there's nothing left. Right. There are no schools, no mosques, no hospitals. The hospitals, to actually have a war on health facilities like that and targeting and not just like bombing hospitals, They have a grid of where everyone lives. They have complete surveillance over Gaza. They go and target with high precision missiles that are massive and will level like 10 fucking buildings that surround these buildings. They will target doctors and surgeons and the head of the healthcare facilities, and they will kill their entire families.
Right.
That is crazy. They have killed 67 journalists. This is the deadliest conflict for journalists for like 50 years. I mean, it is unbelievable that they are doing this, targeting journalists and killing their entire families, targeting them. And that is a fact. Just like Shireen Abu Akleh, an American citizen who worked for Al Jazeera, she was sniped by an Israeli sniper, and then they attacked her funeral procession in the West Bank, and there was no accountability from the West at all. That's what they do.
I mean, this is just crazy. Is this happening? They murdered a journalist and their entire family. They're like, look, should have never wrote that story about us. Now we're going to kill you for 10 generations.
State.
I was not listening, honestly. I was reading something on Twitter.
Oh, good.
What did she say? She said they killed a journalist and his entire family?
Yeah, they killed a journalist and his entire family. They sniped some woman, and then when they had a funeral, they started sniping the funeral procession too.
I don't know. I didn't look into this. Is the part of the video where I was too tired at night to start fact checking everything, but
look, it's
everything else you said has been a lie so far, so I'd be curious.
It's a blizzard of lies.
Right.
I just okay.
Killing their entire families. This is the deadliest conflict for journalists for like 50 years. I mean, it is unbelievable that they are doing this, targeting journalists and killing their entire families, targeting them. And that is a fact. Just like Shireen Abu Akleh, an American citizen who worked for Al Jazeera. She was sniped by an Israeli sniper, and then they attacked her funeral procession in the West Bank. And there was
what was her name? I missed it. Let me bring up the transcript here.
Just like Shireen Abu Akleh, an American.
Shireen Abu Akleh.
The fuck do you spell?
Shireen Abu Akleh.
Shireen Abu. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay. Let's see. What's going on with Shireen? Okay. May 11, 2022. They announced that she was dead. She was reporting on an IDF raid in a Jenin camp. When, according to witnesses in Al Jazeera, she was shot and killed by the IDF. Al Jazeera accused Israel of deliberately targeting her. Okay. Can you give me some information here, internet?
That's where she got it from, obviously, Al Jazeera.
Right.
Maybe they did this.
Okay,
All right.
What happened at the funeral?
They killed her whole family.
Her
Liam
funeral
Neeson called up and said, I have a very particular type of skill.
There you go. Funeral took place on May 13th in East Jerusalem. Thousands of mourners attended, many carrying Palestinian flags.
Ooh, that's what it was.
Says Israeli police burst through the gates and attack the mourners. But why did they do that?
Because they're Palestinian. And the IDF is evil.
Okay. Well, I'll look into it. I'm highly skeptical that it's as one-sided as she says, but I'm curious.
Yeah, me too.
Because everything else she says I've looked into has been totally nonsensical. But
yeah, maybe the funeral procession was a decoy, so they could smuggle a nuclear weapon into.
There you go. That's the ticket. I like it. That
into
helps my narrative. So I'm gonna
Israel.
agree with that. There you go.
Could be. So they were forced to take everyone out.
Right.
Look, if they can avoid a nuclear holocaust, then obviously it's the thing to do.
Israel forbids public displays of Palestinian flags, often prevent people from hoisting them at rallies and protests in cities.
Oh, wow.
Well, if that was the only justification for attacking the funeral procession, that is fucked, obviously. But
dude, it's an apartheid state. I'm telling you.
That's not a good...
Where was this at? West Bank?
East Jerusalem.
Oh, wow. So there's no Palestinian flags allowed in Jerusalem? That is a little
I mean, that's what this
fascistic.
article is claiming. But I'll look into it. Keep it going.
Fascism.
Right.
American citizen who worked for Al Jazeera. She was sniped by an Israeli sniper, and then they attacked her funeral procession in the West Bank, and there was no accountability from the West at all. That's what they do. They're a rogue state, and they need to be reined in, and the only reason they're doing it is because they can get away with it, Tim, because of the U.S. backing them uncritically and giving them a complete green light to do whatever they want.
When would that change, do you think? Because there are people that are now looking at this going, this is crazy. I think the vast majority of Americans want a ceasefire. I think that, Americans support Israel. Americans support, the Israeli culture, like the idea of, the Jewish culture, and understand that, they face a challenge in that region to a degree because they are, certainly surrounded by people that do not like them for various reasons. But I think even Americans that are sympathetic to that are going, this is over the line, and this is not good for America to co-sign this and support this without constraints. I mean, this is a lot of people,
Yeah.
Jewish people, friends of mine, right. Are saying like, this is not a good situation. I remember after 9/11, America went on a project, and it was a project that was described by General Wesley Clark in that clip where he said
7 countries in 5 years.
7 countries in 5 years. And, it's destabilized the entire region. It's sent floods of people all over Europe. It's destabilized political situations in Europe. You see a lot of, right-wing people getting elected all over the world, because people are rightly, concerned about immigration and the economy and cultural differences and things like that. But a lot of that is because we went into these places, right? We went into Iraq. We went into Libya. We have issues in Syria. We funded Saudi Arabia to do what amounts to be a genocide in Yemen. We made a... So I wonder if, Israel is not doing something similar right now where there's going to be lots of unintended consequences from this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's the understatement of the century. I mean, already the fight between Hezbollah and Israel could erupt into a full-blown regional war. It is terrifying what is happening on the Lebanese border. And again, like Yemen, you know, the Houthis have commandeered a ship. They've sent warning shots saying you have to stop the genocide, otherwise we're going to retaliate. Iran. I mean, this is really scary. People who are rightfully terrified about U.S. support of Ukraine spiraling out into a World War III, this is equally, if not more scary, because of how rapid it's happening and how much the U.S. seems to have no qualms whatsoever.
Well, yeah, I mean, H.W. Bush really tried to, he said this is not good for American foreign policy to not recognize that there needs to be a two-state solution.
Look at Osama bin Laden, not to like, not to justify anything at all, but you have to just like, a lot of people have pointed out, what are these people talking about? When you just paint people as cartoon evil, like Putin, like Osama bin Laden, it's usually pretty clear what the rationale is. I don't condone killing any civilians.
No,
I abhor killing civilians.
No, this is we all on this show. We've constantly been a realist about everything, and said that, you know, listen, I obviously live in America, so I have a.
I may jump forward because I'm kind of losing interest and it's getting too late for me to focus.
Yeah. Let's just do super chats.
There was one part I wanted to play, and then we can cut it here. I think it's around this time code.
And it does feel like there has to be a way to give Palestinians autonomy and rights and prevent decades more of this and cycles of violence.
And I don't think Hamas is a terrorist group.
Yeah. And is that, well.
Okay, that's insane. Excellent pick.
They engage in terrorism, right? I mean, it's a terrorist thing.
What does that mean? It's such an arbitrary term. I want to be clear about what we're talking
it's arbitrary.
It's such an arbitrary thing. I mean, you could just look it up and look up any fucking standard definition of terrorism that, you know, we did on stream. You know, and say, hey, look, they did this thing October 7th, 100% qualified as terrorism by every fucking definition of the word. But no.
Qualifies as a war crime, too.
Yeah.
Can't just go out and kill civilians.
What does terrorism even mean anyway? I mean, what does it mean? I'm asking. I'm just asking questions.
That Israel's engaging in it too. Anybody who's engaging in the type of stuff that we're doing. But I think when you go to a music festival indiscriminately killing people, that seems to be terrorism, right? If you kidnap children, that seems to be terrorism, right? I mean, it doesn't. You might say they don't have the military to engage, but when you're hitting soft civilian targets, as Israel's done, so I'm not absolving them, to me, that's kind of the definition of terrorism. It's like soft civilian. Now that means like there's a lot of armies that you could say are but I wouldn't say Hamas is not a terrorist group because their aims, you know, seem to be to inflict terror on the Israeli population. And the same way that Israel, in the way that it's behaving now, seems to inflict terror on. So I don't want to absolve one group and say that the other group, because they both seem to want to do the same thing. You know, I mean, Israel's doing it with a military, but that doesn't mean that it's not terrorism, right? And I mean, that might.
Oh my God, look at this. Tim, stop being such a beta, okay? Let her answer the fucking question. Hold her feet to the fire when she says that Hamas is not a terrorist organization.
He's doing the girlfriend thing again.
He is, yes.
Did you just say that Hamas is not a terrorist organization?
He's like, well,
baby,
I mean,
you're going to get fired.
You know, maybe.
Might mean that all war is terrorism, but I wouldn't want to absolve Hamas. I don't know what Hamas wants for Gaza. That's part of the hard thing, right? I don't know what Hamas. I know that they've taken a lot of money from Qatar. I don't know what they've done with it, and I don't know if they have the best interest of people in Gaza at heart. I don't know that.
Hamas wants Gaza for a military staging area to destroy Israel. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. That's why they built all those tunnels.
Right.
So, I mean, easy peasy.
That I know that they want the Israeli occupation to end, but I don't know enough about them to know what exactly. Are they good at governing Gaza? Are they a legitimate? Because it seems like they're not good at that.
Well, it's hard to govern a population that's under blockade.
Right, but
you
would
don't
they
allow
be?
clean water.
Would they?
I have no
be?
idea. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing, as you look at the world and you look at places like
Yeah.
Egypt and other places in the Middle East, and it's a lot of repression. And it's
Yes.
Wait. What was the question? How is Hamas not terrorist organization, motherfucker?
She's going to skate away again. She's like, see you, sucker.
Sucker.
Ask me a question I don't want to answer. And then
Oh
you
my
talk for 45 minutes. I'll just sit here and look at you.
Right.
what would this region look like without U.S. interference?
I don't know,
What
but
would
there's
it
a
look
ton of
like?
oil wealth. There's a ton of
A ton
money.
of oil wealth, and that
Yeah.
strikes at the heart of why it's such
Yeah.
an important colonial outpost for the U.S. I don't know
For
if you just
sure.
saw this clip from RFK Jr. actually just explicitly laying bare the utility of Israel for the U.S. empire.
Yes.
I've never actually seen someone.
I've seen it. But
Say
I think
it.
that's an open seat. People know that.
People know it.
People know it. Yeah, for sure.
But so I think that like also debunks the whole
Is
like
any-
why do you
yeah.
care about Israel so much? It's like it's the U.S.
Yeah.
outpost in the
But
Middle
is
East.
any of that repression all
I don't think we need resources from elsewhere in the world. America could be completely energy independent if they want. The only reason we want military bases in other places is to deal with security issues. After September 11th, it became obvious that we can't just be isolationists.
Right.
It's not about resources. It's about protecting the homeland.
also religious? Is any of that religious where you go, this is something that is just inherently based in religion?
But what has allowed the religious repression to flourish? It's stemming
America.
and subjugating populations
For sure. And a
to
lot of bad
create
policy.
the pockets where religious
Right.
fundamentalism has
But then you have
flourished.
countries like Saudi Arabia that are incredibly wealthy and incredibly powerful.
And who is
Of course.
preventing any sort of sanctions or international
But
laws
Saudi
to apply
Arabia,
to them?
MBS is kind of opening that society up now, right? Little by
I don't
little.
think so. I
Well,
think
he
that's
seems to be.
That's a PR campaign.
Well, they've certainly made a lot of advancements.
Well, whatever. Okay. So obviously she doesn't answer the question.
She doesn't answer any
She
questions.
just totally dodges. So
This was so frustrating to listen to the first time through because of that.
dodge,
Because I
dodge,
actually
dodge.
labored under the delusion that she was going to answer a question once.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Anyway. Jay for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says Abby Martin, quote, I can't think of a single plan that would allow these people to live together. Oh well, YOLO, bigot. She should be living on the bottom of the ocean. There you go.
Yes.
The denseness of the bottom of the ocean would match the denseness of her thought process. Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Says Iran has two courts, one for Muslims and one for Christians. A Muslim heads the Muslim court. Guess who has the Christian court? I'll give you a hint. It's not a Christian.
It's a Muslim.
Her complaining about child courts is a dodge.
Wow.
There you
That's
go.
interesting.
There you go.
I'm leaning towards a one-state solution, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that a two-state solution is actually going to work.
What would the one-state solution look like?
Israel governing everything.
Well, but are they going to grant every Palestinian Israeli citizenship?
They would have to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to do that, though.
They don't want to do that because they'd get voting rights and be a voting bloc that they'd have to contend with.
That and security reasons.
But they'd be better equipped to deal with the security if it was in state, because they could incarcerate people that committed terrorism. They're under Israeli law.
That's
So
true.
it'd just be a matter of rounding up all the criminals.
That's true, but they'd also be afforded the rights that Israeli citizens are granted. Presumably, I don't think Palestinians.
Yeah, but if they were legitimately committing terrorist acts, they'd have them dead to rights anyway. So what does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, that might end up being what happens.
They They couldn't complain about being incarcerated in Israeli jails without due process.
Well,
because they'd get due process and they'd be incarcerated.
Well,
for
not
terrorism.
necessarily, because they could still be arresting people that are Israeli citizens through that detention mechanism of saying that we can't reveal the sources.
Well, I'm thinking that wouldn't be as big an issue. Well, maybe it would be because they'd still have people, officers and whatnot, going undercover.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I think the issue with like what you're saying might very well come to pass. I think the issue with it is going to be, I mean, you're still going to have, a subsection of a large subsection of the Palestinian population that's just going to continually do terrorism and cause violence.
Yeah, but you incarcerate those people.
Okay.
I mean, that's the plan, right?
I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That might be exactly what happens, but it's going to be.
Well, look, with the one-state solution, they're going back to square one. They're letting all their terrorists to go back to Gaza right now. They're letting thousands of them go back.
What do you mean?
They're doing these prisoner swaps.
Oh, right.
Where they're swapping for, some
sure.
innocent hippie from a kibbutz, and they're
right
giving up 25 hardened criminals.
Right.
That's not sustainable.
Yep, that is not.
What do you think those people are going to be doing? Jihad.
Nothing good. Well,
that's probably the direction that they're going now. But they got to get Bibi Netanyahu out of the picture. That guy's...
Sure. Okay.
What if Bibi Netanyahu is reelected?
I mean, that would seem very unlikely. Though I don't know, they have that weird I don't know how their weird prime minister coalition shit works, but
if his poll numbers start going up and he gets reelected, I'm going to come back to this stream and I'm going to be like doling out major I told you so's.
Okay. Fair enough.
There'll be a lot of I told you so's going around.
Fair enough. If that happens.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Let's see. Times of Israel.
Do you know what fraud? Like, supposedly he embezzled a bunch of money.
Yeah.
From the state, so.
Yes.
Do you think that was very bright?
I mean, he wanted to make money, right? Thought he'd get away with it. Right.
You think it's risky to do that?
Of course it's risky, yeah.
Some guys are just high risk.
Let's see. Says Poll finds Netanyahu would be trounced by Gantz. Wow, the anime Gantz would trounce Netanyahu if elections were held today. Look at that.
Really? Well, I'd rather have that outcome than be right anyway.
Says before October 7th, Likud advisors, former politicians, and Israeli political analysts predicted that Netanyahu was betting both his liberty and his legacy on cinching a U.S. brokered normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. The deal, some analysts predicted, could lead the public to forgive Netanyahu for plunging Israel into 9 months of turmoil with his government's bid to shackle and politicize the judiciary, as well as the ongoing corruption trials. However, obviously that is all changed now because of this situation.
This guy, he's being tried for corruption.
Yeah.
And he's trying to do some sort of judiciary scheme where the judiciary doesn't have the power to, I don't know, prosecute him for fraud. I don't know what the scheme is, but I mean, this guy's a hot mess.
He seems like a huge corrupt piece of shit that needs to be immediately exorcised from the government. But so, gotta get rid of that guy. Let's see. It says on the polls, asked who was suited to be prime minister, 49% picked Gantz, only 28% picked Netanyahu, the rest undecided. So Not great. Not good for him. So only 27% of Israelis see Prime Minister Netanyahu as the best choice, says another survey. So, okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know how they get rid of him. I don't know if is it like, can they get rid of him early? Is it just like a time thing like here? I don't know anything about how that works, but they should get rid of him. Get rid of him immediately. Philip Heisler, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stuck. What are you laughing about?
David in the chat.
Oh.
I see what you're doing, Adam.
What does David do? What were you doing?
My stirring the pot on the Netanyahu stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm just thinking, I'm like, maybe he had some general that was supposed to sweep in and save the day. And that general was like, fuck you, Netanyahu.
Well, see, here's something that would help.
Like so many different angles.
Right. There's a way that you could say, okay, that you could say like maybe he did know about it. But the circumstances had to be different. Like if there was some Israeli force that was waiting nearby, right? And then it didn't mobilize or mobilized, but they were not enough because they vastly underestimated the amount. Then you could say, oh, well, maybe, right? That could play into that. Yeah. To my understanding, nothing like that happened at all.
You got to see the movie, The Contender. That movie's so good.
Mm-hmm.
I think I keep telling, well, we should do a, I don't know.
What does it have to do with anything?
Because this is exactly what happened in The Contender. Well, look, I don't want to spoil the movie for you. Well, I guess maybe you're never going to.
Yes, you already did.
Why?
Someone does a false flag or allows an attack to happen.
It's similar to that. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
To basically bolster his political position. But it goes completely haywire.
Right.
It totally gets fucked up.
Right.
And they end up sniffing out, figuring out the truth. And I mean, look, that's kind of a wild idea. I'm not saying
sure
that's what happened, obviously. Look,
full Watchmen, right?
Yeah. I know other people have floated the idea. Look, I don't really. Why are you so against the idea that Netanyahu would even?
Because it just seems absurd to me. As I said, he has to be either a fucking retard or
he is a fucking retard. What are you talking about? Look, he's done all this fraud and stuff, and I guess.
Well, I've already laid out the argument, so there's no reason to rehash it. But
right.
Stug for 20 months. Thanks so much for the 20 months. Says if Adam finds money in a forest and the government isn't around to tax it, does it cause inflation?
If I find money in a forest and the government is not around to tax it, yes, that would cause it. Well, no, actually, it's already in the economy, right?
I mean, it's a joke.
But someone obviously lost the money.
Right. Dalbin for 3 months says cheddar makes everything better. True. Mm-hmm. That is true. Xerxes for 19 months says, was Sitch doing his deep research on the lady of the hour today, Mia Khalifa? No.
He was up late.
That's true. I was, but not doing any research on her ass. I never really, listen, I don't like the big fake tits. I think they look kind of gross. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know.
Never been a big Mia Khalifa fan, even before I knew that she was like a psycho.
She has fake boobies, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And they don't look great.
Oh, wow.
I do know that much. I've done that well of research.
I have not seen them, so I wouldn't know. I've only seen her Twitter timeline.
There you go.
Which I find very distasteful.
CT for 2 Canadians says, where's my audio Sitch? Very funny.
What's that about? Oh, that's for the
lady ballers.
Did you say we were going to do a video on that?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You already told her audio's on the way?
No, that was the joke. She was like, where's the audio? Listen, I'm not gonna do any audio. I don't know if you know this. We're just gonna use a AI to do a Sitch voice and an Adam voice.
Yeah.
And then CT can just type the script into the AI, and then boom, got him.
That is exactly right.
Filthy Casual for $5
CT.
says, I reviewed Lady Ballers on my channel. Oh, look at that. Saying I wish the movie had been just funny and not overtly political. Getting crucified in the comments now. Wow, look at that. It's unfortunate.
Crucified how?
For saying that he wishes it was just funny and not overtly political.
What is... Maybe we should run over to his comments and look around.
Right.
We got to tailor our review so we don't get savaged.
There you go. That's true.
Hold on. What do you want our review to look like? What ingrained bias do you want us to confirm for you guys? Come on.
A good question.
What deep-seated need do you have that you want us to come up with arguments so that you can continue to believe it?
Mm-hmm. You know, Lady Ballers must be bad. You know why?
Why is that?
There's like no one's talking about it.
Look, I don't have I could have been great. I don't know.
No, but I'm saying like if this movie was like good and funny and everyone thought it was good and funny, there'd be like so many reviews and people like talking about how awesome it is. But I just doesn't seem like that many people are talking about it.
Let's see. Are you just talking about on Twitter?
No, I just put it in the YouTube. I was looking at, like,
so
the
you
types of
did
video.
look. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Spoiler warning, it's not good. Spark7907 for 5 Canadian says, it's hard to take someone seriously when I've seen them have a train run on them and have so much egg on their face they could cosplay as an omelet. There you go.
Wow. That's a lot of egg.
I mean, that's not untrue, but Dr. Dealer for $5 says, what? Dr. Dealer for $5 says, A team pays off credit cards with other credit cards and has a shrine dedicated to Screech from Saved by the Bell to Stay Young. S-Class is the best class.
Screech died recently. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. His time ran out. Yeah, Screech did.
Unfortunate.
But none of that's true, guys. Don't believe anything.
Did you steal his life
Dr.
essence to stay young? Is that why he died?
No, don't believe anything Dr. Dillon
Are you sure?
says.
That sounds like something Adam might do.
Look at this. Sam Hyde on Daily Wire's Lady Ballers.
Oh, wow. What's Sam Hyde's take on it?
I don't know. I'm just looking to see who covered it. Greg, the Black Conservative Perspective, covered it. Triggered woke liberals cry bigotry over Daily Wire trolling them in comedy movie Lady Ballers.
Yeah, but did he actually see it, or is he just talking about people complaining about?
I have no idea. But obviously he's a conservative. His audience wants to hear, oh, it was amazing, and the libs are super upset about it.
He had a really weird video, which I didn't watch, but I read the title of. So I don't know if it's actually weird. The title was, in the title of the video, so I don't know if it's true, he called the GOP weak for expelling George Santos.
Who said that?
The Black conservative guy.
Oh, he did?
Oh, never mind. The full title, which gets cut off, says, while doing nothing about Jamal Bowman. Okay, so maybe that's not as weird as a take as I thought it was, but because I did see some people on Twitter who were calling Republicans weak and saying they shouldn't have got rid of George Santos, which to me is like a wacky fucking position. So, but anyway,
is Pop Culture Crisis the guy in the chat, in our chat?
I mean, his name is Filthy Casual. I don't know what his YouTube name is. I'm assuming it's also Filthy Casual. Cocoa Beans for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says, this is random, but I was just curious because you guys talk about moral foundations so much. Have you heard of the Enneagram personalities?
No.
Enneagram. The 9 Enneagram personalities are, let's see, the reformer, the helper, the achiever, the individualist, the investigator, the loyalist, the enthusiast, the challenger, the peacemaker. I believe I've heard of this, but I don't really know anything about it. Those categories seem familiar. Oh, you know, we got to remember to do, maybe on Tuesday, we got to take the woke test on the stream.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fun.
See how woke we are.
I hope I'm super woke.
Jack of Spades.
Just for like a reversal of fortune.
You heard that? Clip it. He hopes he's super woke.
Everyone's always accusing me of being woke anyway.
There you go. Jack of Spades for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says, how dare you two make fun of the paragon of Islamic modesty that is Mia K. There you go. True. Or even Christian modesty. Magnus the Red, thanks so much for joining the Order of the Enlightened. Thank you. Brick Nose for 5 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you. Says, so sorry, mommy and daddy, but I have to drop my subscription level as I deal with some tight finances. I want to shower you in dollars, but I have poor financial sense. A-Team is best class and S-Class reigns supreme.
Sweet.
There you go. Well, listen, don't worry.
But yeah,
if you have any financial problems, you know, don't pay us at all. Take care of yourself first. Okay. Put your own your own air mask on before you put on anyone else's. So,
yes. Yeah.
Wish you the best of luck. And we thank you because I know you've given a lot of money in the past, Brick Nose. So thank you. Stuck for $5 says, with the way the dissident right constantly agrees with the radical left, I'm not sure leftist anti-Semitism will be enough to kill wokeness, to be honest. Well, the thing is that when it comes to anti-Semitism, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be enough on its own, but it's definitely created a massive rift. It's definitely alerted the mainstream left to the danger of wokeness that they had been asleep on. They thought it was just annoying kids. They didn't think it would ever impact them in any way that was substantial. And now they're sort of waking up and be like, oh shit, it is important. It is impacting, you know, us and our messaging and our branding. And we are seeing that there's a bunch of crazy fucking assholes here. So.
Yeah, it's hurting their message. It's very hard for them to say, look, we're about helping people, helping marginalized people. And by the way, they're all in favor of terrorism.
Yeah. And you don't really need to get the dissident right on board because the dissident right doesn't have a lot of power in America anyway. You just got to get the mainstream left and right on board with the thing. The mainstream right already hates wokeness. The mainstream left is starting to realize the dangers of wokeness. So we'll see going forward. Dwight Baldwin for $10 says, Sitch and Adam, have you tried to contact Abby for an interview? Would be an interesting conversation.
No, I'll reach out to her though.
Sure. I'd be interested to ask her why she didn't ask Mia Khalifa about why did she not ask her about her tweets that were actually incendiary. So Adam Unfriended for 11 months says, we know the answer, guys. The Romans should have a holy land, not Muslims, not Jews, not Christians, for the Roman Empire and the great Emperor Nero. There you go. True. M8566 for $5 says, A-Team is A tier. What S-Class is S tier?
Yeah, we figured that out.
True. You like that?
No, obviously not.
Casey Anderson for $10 says, I feel like I'm drowning in bimbo soup. The great thing about the internet is anyone can have a platform. The terrible thing about the internet is anyone can have a platform. There you go.
I mean, she is attractive. I understand why people like looking at her. So,
right.
Unfortunately, sometimes people believe attractive people just because they're attractive, even though they're wrong or liars.
Sure.
Right?
Yep. I mean, that used to be why Hollywood stuck attractive people in all their movies.
Of course. Malcolm Gladwell, that guy who debated Matt Taibbi and was a big giant jerk, he wrote a book about this called Blink. And he has a chapter where he goes through all these people in history that were rich and powerful because they were attractive, but they were totally stupid.
Really? That's hilarious.
Exactly. And how they just fuck everything up and no one could ever see it because they were just
they're hot,
lulled into.
Do you remember? I'm curious.
Charismatic
who
charms.
Like, people is.
I don't remember, obviously. Yeah.
Right.
Because they're not like big historical figures.
No one, like,
yeah,
famous,
exactly.
Right?
Well, I mean, obviously they're famous, but just not famous.
Right.
Not household names. Like, it wasn't Abraham Lincoln.
Well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln, well known for his hotness.
One of them was a president, though.
Who was our hot president?
I don't remember.
Ronald Reagan. Who's our hot president? Let's see. Moondoggy for $10 says the brown fetishizing by the left gets really sickening. True.
Yeah, it is a little disturbing, isn't it?
Stug for $2 says kids can't fall for propaganda. Also ban the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a good. There you go.
I mean, this is why they're trying to get to the kids early. They don't want them to turn out to be anti-LGBT.
Yeah. WTF 1A for $5 says this is why people should know about the Western best. Oh, about the website Best Gore would wake a few people up. Oh, is that like a gore website where they show a bunch of people getting like fucking murdered by like? I guess all the terrorist videos would be on the website. So yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched many of those things.
Try not to watch that stuff because I never liked any of that stuff. Jay for 60 months. Thank you so much, Jay. Says it's absurd that Mia is simping for Hamas when her country of origin was destroyed by Islamist Palestinian refugees. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like when she was talking about the war, I was kind of like skimming through the old Wikipedia page on like the conflict, and it definitely doesn't seem like it did any favors to her country. So.
But she's here now. It's helping her get ahead now.
There you go.
Look, she's getting invited on these shows. If she didn't have these incendiary takes, no one would be paying attention to her.
Right. Thoughts Apprentice for $2 says CT's gonna kill you for not liking Godzilla. Listen, she knows I'm not a big Godzilla fan. Okay, it's not a surprise. CT loves Godzilla. She's a huge Godzilla fan. Tal Saps for 15, I think, shekels. Says Abby Martin is a liar. She made a documentary in Israel where she asked people questions. She clearly edited the answers of people. Oh, interesting. I didn't even.
This is probably the documentary.
Right. It's possible. I'd be curious to see if there was some information about that. So. And thank you. It says it's your third ever super chat. So thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wish we could figure out if it was the third super chat on our channel or just the third super chat in general.
I'm assuming it's our channel, right?
I don't know. Why would it be?
Because the whole point is it's trying to promote people to donate money to the various YouTubers.
Right. Okay.
Right. So
look,
I would guess.
I'm going to pay attention next time it's the first one, and I'm going to make a note.
Okay.
Supposedly 3 more. Look, I do remember that little shekel symbol popping up from time to time.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple other people do shekels. But thank you, Tal.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm going to put his down right here.
CT says, I'm still going to make you watch -1.
If it comes back.
I don't know. The reason I don't like Godzilla is I've never been into the big disaster movies. This is the only reason. You know, like Day After Tomorrow, you know, asteroid movies, Deep Impact.
But people are saying this one's good though.
No, I'm not. It could be great. I'm just saying I just never have been I've never been interested in the genre of like the big disaster movie. You know, here's a city getting all fucking
You didn't
blowed
like
up.
Independence Day?
Independence Day is not real. I mean, I guess it's like sort of the line between disaster movie and like science fiction action movie. Does that make
I mean,
sense?
they're all action movies. All the disaster movies are.
No, it's not really. I don't agree with that at all, actually.
Really?
So, yeah. I think Independence Day. I know that Royland Emmerich, or however the fuck you say his name. I know that he does all the disaster movies. I think Independence Day is like on that threshold between disaster movie and not disaster movie.
Independence Day is the only movie he's done that's any good. I haven't seen. There's no Roland Emmerich movies that I like other than Independence Day. They're all just trash.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, Independence Day is kind of like not edited.
It's
I mean, not
little
not,
cheesy.
Not aged well with time since the last time I've seen it.
Oh, really?
So yeah,
you got to see 2012. That movie. That's the disaster movie.
He did that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is literally it's a disaster.
Oh my God, he did do one good movie.
Yeah. You can't find another one, can you?
No,
You're
it's
like,
not Independence Day.
You're like Sphere?
No. He didn't do Sphere. He did Stargate.
Oh, he did?
Isn't that shocking?
You know, I'm not sure I've even seen Stargate, to be honest.
Oh, it's good.
Honest with you.
He did Stargate. Stargate's good. He directed but did not write The Patriot, which I remember liking when I saw it. I don't know how it is now. It feels very Royland Emmerich now that I think about it.
Roland Emmerich?
Roland Emmerich. I can't say his name. Roland. Yes. Roland, like from The Dark Tower. He did the old Godzilla movie. Godzilla 2001.
Oh my God.
Or 1998. I'm sorry.
Did you see Moonfall?
I did not see Moonfall. No.
Oh my God.
He did Moonfall. Yeah. He did The Day After Tomorrow, which I did see. It was very lame.
Moonfall is hilariously bad.
Yeah.
Day After Tomorrow, hilariously bad.
Yes.
2012, hilariously bad.
Yes.
Look, the entire world is falling apart. They're showing these scenes of like you can't even drive down the road without just all of the infrastructure falling into a crack, right?
Yeah.
And there's people in the movie that are in different places in the world and they're calling each other on their cell phones. And I'm like, what the fuck?
How are they doing that?
How do they have cell phone? Like they're literally showing like satellites crashing and shit. How the fuck do they have cell phones?
Well, I was gonna say maybe they'll have satellite phones that don't need towers, but then you said the satellites are crashing, so I get this like about it.
Like it's so horrendous.
Wait, why are the satellites crashing?
Look, everything is falling apart.
Oh, okay. It's literally everything. Gotcha.
In
2012, like, why is everything blowing up? Do they even explain it?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Does it matter? It's just an excuse for disaster porn, right?
Look, I was kind of half watching. Well, first of all, I start watching all movies intently interested.
Yeah.
Roland
and
Emmerich
then very slowly over time, you're like, oh,
well, no, they have this. You're supposed to be in an action movie, right? And it's like he does this thing with these characters that are having some sort of midlife crisis or
of course
some sort of family drama is unfolding. And you're like,
yeah,
what the fuck, man? I'm here for an action movie.
Well, there has to be some emotional core of the movie, right? Like Independence Day, there's, Will Smith has his little struggles. His wife has her little struggles. Jurassic Park guy has his little struggles. All the different characters, they'll have their own personal struggle, right? So there needs to be something there.
I guess maybe he just had better actors in Independence Day because I don't remember that stuff being so obnoxious. But I do remember it being super obnoxious in 2012 and The Day After Tomorrow. The Day
2012
After Tomorrow
starred John Cusack.
Yeah.
I think he can be good. Amanda Peet. I mean, it's not no Will Smith, no prime Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum. So And what's his face? The guy was president. It was really good too. In 2009, American geologist learns a new type of neutrino from a solar flare is heating the Earth's core. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
In 2010, 46 nations begin building 9 arcs in the Himalayas in Tibet, storing artifacts. So there's a neutrino in the Earth's core that's heating it up, and that's why everything's going to blow up.
That sounds plausible.
Okay. Sure. All right.
Let's see what it scored on Rotten Tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
39%. Audience score is 47%.
Well, whatever. Never going to see it. Don't care. Okay. Stuck for True says a neutrino heating the Earth's core. What? Listen. That's what it says. Okay.
What is a neutrino?
It's a neutrino. What do you mean?
A neutrino.
Yeah, it's a neutrino. You know?
No, I don't.
You don't know a neutrino? It's like that thing.
Neutrino detector. Neutrinos are the most abundant particles that have mass in the universe. Every time.
Yeah, but this is a neutrino from a solar flare, Adam.
Like in the sun.
It's a solar flare neutrino. Okay.
Okay. Just one?
I mean, I don't know. I was reading the Wikipedia article.
Even a banana emits neutrinos.
Yeah, but it's not from the solar flare of a sun. That's a strong neutrino. Okay.
Okay. It's a solar flare thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That must be what takes out the satellite.
Right.
That solar flare.
Okay. Where, oops, I accidentally refreshed the page. Matrix 070112 for 500, for 50, Kazarkazark says, wouldn't Mia Khalifa here be an example that ethnic allegiance trumps everything? I mean, it could be. I think it's her personal trauma trumps everything, but definitely it could be spun or seen through that lens. So she's definitely not doing herself or her people's, quote, that she was talking about earlier in the stream, any favors. She's definitely helping perpetuate sort of negative stereotypes about people from the Middle East. So
I'm dying to know the details about that checkpoint, though.
You can ask her.
Maybe. I mean, I don't. Who knows? Maybe her dad's a drug runner or something.
My God for $2 says, I was a huge fan of Abby from her show on RT. Well, I'm sorry that she has fallen so hard off the wagon here.
Is that a was or an is?
I was a huge fan.
Because the show ended or because Abby fell off?
I don't know.
Oh my God. We need to know.
Seki Jokes for 451 for £5 says, but Sitch. The Germans were merely liberating themselves. Yeah, there you go. God, at this point, Hamas is going to start hiding in Mia's tunnels if she simps any harder. I like it.
Oh, wow. They'd be welcome.
It's funny. Angry Man for 16 months says, just got back from vacation in Florida. Hey, look at that. Did you guys see that Vosh and his fans are dropping second thought after his authoritarian video? Yeah, I saw that Vosh made a response to it. I didn't watch it, but I saw he made a response criticizing it. So,
really?
Yeah, I do give Vosh credit for calling out. I believe he was calling out correctly. Second thought is a tanky piece of shit. So, there you go.
Him doing the authoritarianism is not that bad.
Yeah, we might still watch the video at some point. Second thought is an insane video simping for authoritarianism.
So tanky just means you're willing to use violence to implement your communist fantasy, right? That's what a tanky is.
It's supposed to mean someone who says that the USSR, that Stalin and Mao were actually like based.
Right.
That's what it's supposed to be. So
yeah, because they used violence to implement their Soviet fantasy.
right. The IJP Mexican for 15 months. Thanks so much. Says y'all should bring up the children's TV show made by Hamas. It's super messed up and more people need to know about it. Legit grooming. I saw one of those like a long time ago. I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about, but I've seen some of those in the past and they're pretty fucking wild. So
I saw one clip going around where they were asking kids questions about Jews and they kept saying, yeah, Jews are evil and
yeah,
all the crazy shit that they do. But the thing
kids can see through propaganda, Adam.
Oh yeah, obviously. The thing is, I don't speak Arabic and it was subtitled and I thought they could just be saying innocuous things
sure,
and I
right,
wouldn't know it. Yeah.
Right. It's possible. Sure.
Don't you hate that level of skepticism that you have to have about everything?
I do. But that's part of why I really like the community notes on X are so based, is because
someone will catch it.
Yeah, like if that clip was being dishonestly subtitled, like in that if that tweet has like a bunch of interactions, a bunch of likes on it, there's no fucking way that no one would have called that out or that it wouldn't have been noted, after some period of time, at least a couple of days or something. But
I didn't bookmark it. I should have bookmarked it because I think I saw it on Twitter.
Right, we can go back, find it. Lives in Dev's balls specifically for $5. Dev, he never responded. I don't know what's up with that. Dev never responded. Week 2 in Dev's balls said goodbye to 100 million good men today as they embarked on the greatest journey of their lives. Godspeed, my friends.
Are they men yet? Or, don't they have to find a partner before they become a man?
They're potential men, okay.
And they're potential ladies, right?
Right.
Some are Y, some are X.
Right. Chicken Little, the racist chook or kook. Not familiar with what that's referencing. But for 5 Aussie bucks says you must forgive poor Mia as her brain cells have been systematically replaced by sperm cells. Wow. Gross.
Oh my God, that's so horrible.
Lucy Lundbug, thanks so much, Lucy, for the 5 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty sticker.
Right.
Daily Dose for 12 months says, I've seen the video of her going through the checkpoint. Those TSA agents were rough. Oh, wait, one girl. So maybe you're talking about some porn or something. 1 year of gifted membership. Thanks, Jay's class. I assume that means J-Mac. But thank you, Daily Dose. Darling for 4 months says, I wonder what kind of drink this absinthe is. Did she say absinthe or something instead of something else? I missed it. Have you ever had absinthe?
Yeah, of course. It's great.
Really? I thought it tastes like shit.
Yeah, it doesn't taste great, but absinthe has opium in it.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
You could put it in there, but it's not normal in there. It's just a type of alcohol. Yeah.
I swear the absinthe I had opium in it though.
Wow, you fucking took absinthe with opium in it? Jesus
Absinthe explained.
Oh my God.
Oh, look at this. Absinthe right here. Genuine absinthe alcohol with wormwood.
Yeah, wormwood, but not with opium.
Does absinthe have opium in it?
Whatever. I tried it once. I went out of my way to go get some because, you're like, oh, it's like makes you hallucinate. It's crazy.
Oh, shit.
All this shit. I'm like, oh, okay, we gotta go find it. Go to some fucking liquor shop, go around, find some absinthe. It's overpriced. You drink it and go, this tastes like dog shit and is not making me hallucinate. This makes me feel gross. And it's like, no, you gotta like melt sugar in it. I'm like, okay, let's melt some sugar in it. Oh, it still tastes like dog shit and it's gross.
Absinthe, mysterious and misunderstood. Absinthe has never had opium in it.
Yeah, see, okay. It's like there's like all this like weird, I don't know, there's all this weird lore about it. That it has like hallucinogens and shit. I have no clue where all this lore comes from.
Absinthe, the cocaine of the 19th century.
Yeah. There's some like marketing campaign that tricked a bunch of people into thinking it was just like some amazing thing when it's just not, just gross alcohol.
Let's see. The 5 biggest absinthe myths. Bet you don't know what they are.
I do because I have that page open.
Guess what number 1 is?
It's hallucinogenic.
Absinthe is hallucinogenic.
Yeah, I know. It's like that's why I got it, because I thought that was true. And then I'm like, this isn't true, this is a lie.
Absinthe was banned because it was hallucinogenic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absinthe in the US isn't real. Absinthe is from the Czech Republic.
Okay, I'm unfamiliar with that.
Absinthe should be served with a flaming sugar cube.
We're supposed to like put sugar in it or melt sugar in or something. So, I mean,
Look, I was drinking absinthe, and someone told me that it had opium in it.
They were fucking with you.
Yeah, I think
Did
they
you
were.
feel like crazy, or did you get high when you were drinking it?
Not really.
Well, then it didn't have.
I was like, this is really shitty opium.
Yeah, okay. So they're just crazy or wrong or fucking with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I think they might have actually believed it.
Yeah, they probably thought, yeah, maybe they thought it was true. They believed the myth. Anyway.
No one's covering lady ballers.
I told you.
Nobody cares. You're right. Oh, wait, here's one. Lady Ballers movie review. Oh, 17 hours ago, 124 views.
There you go. There's one.
That's unfortunate.
They said they loved it.
I'm going to listen to it. I am curious what he says.
Stug for $2 says, Adam, release the hookers. There you go. Yes, Adam.
Look, that's...
What is this release the hookers meme coming from?
Yeah, no hookers.
Did I say something? Did Adam say something? It's forget.
Coming from Sean's super chat.
No, he said it after
thanks
this.
for the $10, but
he said it after this. So he was relating to whatever we talked about on stream. I kind of vaguely remember saying something about hookers. Like 70% of the things I say on stream, I forget by the time the stream's over. So
70%?
Yeah.
Wow.
Listen.
I remember everything I say on stream.
I'm impressed.
Forever.
I'm impressed.
Sometimes it's difficult for me to place exactly what stream I said it on, but I remember it.
Doug says, I have no idea, but Sean told me. Oh, then I guess I didn't say anything about it. Sean just came in here and promoted it. Promoted the hooker propaganda. There you go. Well, thank you, Sean. Doug for $2 says, Adam, release the hookers. Lives and does well specifically for $5 says, Adam, release the hookers, please. I'm running out of room here. There you go.
Oh, no.
Sketch for $5 says, release the hookers, Adam. We need more players for blackjack.
Did that really just rake in a bunch of super chats?
It did.
Wow.
Listen, Sean is a good person who likes to get us money. Okay.
You guys really want me to release the hookers, huh? Guess what? I'm not going to do it until we hit $500 in super chats, okay? Those hookers are going to die here. Only you can save their lives. Look, and these are nice. These are nice hookers too. They're virgins, okay? They're saving themselves for marriage. They're only the hand-holding type of hookers.
I was going to say, these are no hookers I've ever heard of. They're like the professional cuddler hookers in Japan.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
For $50, they'll hold your hand for 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Every day, a hooker is held in captivity by Adam Friended.
Yeah.
Please donate $1 a day to eventually release them.
You guys could literally save these hookers' lives tonight.
In the arms of a hooker.
but you're not going to do it. How evil. God, you guys are worse than Hamas.
There you go. I mean, not you for holding them captive, but you know.
Look, what was I going to do? They were oppressing me.
Yeah, I was going to say you live under hooker occupation.
Look, Los Angeles literally does have a hooker occupation.
There you go. There you go. It's true.
What is this?
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, my elephant says, free the Skid Row hookers despite the lack of evidence. From the river to my pee.
Oh no,
there you go.
Am I getting in trouble for the hooker thing?
No,
now I have
fine.
to look at chat. Hey, that was
Sammy
a joke,
G says,
guys.
I need to clip that and edit it into a video and add the music and everything. There you go.
Oh, please don't, Sammy. Actually, I just started looking at chat to make sure you weren't in the chat.
She still needs revenge against you.
What?
What?
I was being nice.
Okay.
I was sharing her beautiful artwork and stuff. You know I was.
You know, Sammy did give me some more amazing artwork that she explicitly told me not to show.
Oh, did she really? That's hilarious.
But it's so good. I feel like I have to show it.
Don't show it. Come on.
Well, when I say
nice.
explicitly told me not to show, I mean in the drawing she's saying not to show. But it's so good. I mean, did she say not to show it, or did she just say, Adam, you should not show it?
Look at this.
Theodon.
What is this?
She says, no, stop in the chat.
Oh, so she doesn't want you to show it.
I haven't sent it to Adam just yet. Okay. It is art. It's beautiful. It's hilarious. Why don't you want people to see your hilariously amazing art, Sam?
Sammy G is funny. She is very funny.
She is, yes.
Most women are not funny.
Wow. Look at that.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why women who are funny are so special. They are. Don't laugh. It's true. You know it. You're too politically correct to say it. You're going to do well on that woke test.
Most women are not as funny as men. That is true.
Oh, here's another one.
That is true.
Third super chat. Theodon, king of brothers, brothels. I don't know. It's like cut off for me. Adam, you were probably thinking of
Brohan.
Oh, Brohan.
Yeah.
Adam, you were probably thinking of Laudanum.
Loudlum?
Which I looked up. Laudanum.
Oh.
Or it's a mixture of opium and alcohol.
Oh, maybe that is what you were thinking of.
Yeah.
Well, no, someone told you it had opium. That's why you. But maybe they were thinking of.
I thought it was absinthe, though. I got the bottle in the kitchen.
There's a myth. Laudanum has it, but there is a myth that absinthe has opium or some kind of hallucinogenic or whatever.
Some sort of hallucinogenic, yeah. Right.
So I sent you a picture, Adam. I don't want you to bring it up.
Oh, I won't bring it up.
But I want you to read to yourself the last panel. Oh, that's pretty funny.
I'm only allowed to read it on stream, though.
No. Read it silently to yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
The last panel?
Yeah.
Do you have like a super chat to read or something? Or are you just going to sit in silence?
I kind of want to just sit in silence because it's funnier. But, Sammy G says, Sitch is literally my mother wanting to show my art to the world. God damn it. I mean, there you go. Listen, if only there was a funny picture you drew, Sammy, that expressed that opinion.
Hasn't this been on? I feel like we've already showed this one.
No, I don't think so. Oh, no, maybe we did. I don't remember. Whatever. It was a funny picture.
No, I like it.
Yeah. Basically, Sammy G was threatening Adam if he showed the art.
I kind of feel like she's trying to use reverse psychology on me, though. I feel like she wants me to show it.
Is that what you're saying?
Don't you think?
You hear this, Sammy? Adam thinks you're using reverse psychology. Okay. I told him, listen, Sammy, I told him not to put it up, and now he thinks that you're using reverse psychology.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I won't put it up unless Sammy says she wants us to put it up.
Okay.
I'm going to honor her wishes.
Wow.
Even though you shouldn't have shared the
Simp.
private DM with me.
Okay.
Well, look, if this is a private DM, you shouldn't have shared it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is it? Look, I simp for Sammy G. Okay, I like Sammy G.
Okay. Look at
what does simp even mean?
Look at him. He's afraid. He's afraid of Sammy. Look at this. He's trying to get back in her good graces. Wow.
I've always been in Sammy G's good graces.
Okay.
Sammy and I are pals.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Where was
Drew the Dogman for $5. No one on the left /MSM is covering Lady Ballers because it's from the others.
Right.
No one would even dispute it. A-Team reigns supreme. That's right. Drew knows how to spell it.
There you go.
Look, maybe we won't do maybe we shouldn't do a edited video on it. Maybe we should just do like a recorded video on it. Because I do want to talk about it.
You don't think it's worth it?
Not now that I look and I see no one's even covering it.
Okay, you could be right. Maybe we'll just do a normal recorded video about it.
But we'll record a video tomorrow and we'll talk about it and give you guys our thoughts.
Sammy says Adam will be spared one more day. Look at that.
Oh, look at this.
You bought yourself a day. Okay.
Women, Sitch. I mean, sometimes everything they do is a test. You just gotta think it through. You gotta be like, okay, this is a test.
What am I being tested for at this exact moment? Yeah.
Is it the reverse psychology test and she wants me to put it up?
Right.
Or Sitch is sharing DMs and he shouldn't be.
Right.
And he's the one that failed the test.
Mm-hmm.
And I nailed it again. Look, you failed the test. I passed the test.
Right. Okay. Lives in Deswell specifically, or the one. Casey Anderson for $5 says, if your plane is going down and you have to choose either Mia or Abby to pilot it, who do you choose? Embracing death isn't an option. Oh my God. That is awful. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm going to die either way. None of these idiots knows how to pilot a plane. So,
well, look, I would go with Mia on the odd chance that she had done the flight simulator for the September 11th attacks. So maybe she's had some training. Right?
Wow.
I mean,
awful.
She is Arab, right? I mean, come on.
She was like,
let's be real here. You know, she's done some flight simulators.
She was like 11, I think, at the time.
You know, sometimes you got to gamble.
Wow. Okay.
Look, that was a very distasteful joke. I only did it because she's obviously a racist and
yeah.
a total piece of shit. So
true. Giroflex says Mia because when we crash, she can be used as a flotation device.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Okay, well that's pretty good too.
That's pretty good, yeah. Okay. John Smith for $5 says this conversation is reminding me why S class is. Well, thank you, John Smith. I don't know if that's the original John Smith or the sequel John Smith that we had later.
I mean, that John Smith had a wrench, so I think it's the original.
Oh, you're right.
John
That's
Smith.
the original John Smith. Well, hey, good to see you, John.
Yeah. What's up? It's been a while.
Equal for $5 says, Mia, you're free to leave America and join your compatriots in Palestine. I'm sure they'll take well to your lifestyle and or Christian upbringing. There you go. Nice brings up a good point. He says they all skipped the landing training because there was no point. Yes, that joke.
I do remember that.
I remember that. Yeah, that would even help.
Look, it's a gamble, right?
I mean, you got to make a decision, right? You got to hope. Maybe something sunk in.
Right.
Dr. Dillon for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says, I had a funny message I wanted to send, but YouTube is so cucked, I couldn't find a way to edit it without making it illegible. Streamlabs stay winning. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube's so fucky, wacky. But I'll read your Streamlabs.
Yeah, someone tried to super chat, they couldn't even say bomb.
It's really weird because it seems like some people can and some people can't. So I don't know what dictates it. It's like dependent on the person.
How are you supposed to do a bomb threat through super chat if you can't even type the word bomb?
Well, there you go.
That's probably why they don't want you to do it.
There you go. A very dead horse for $2 says, I mean, I don't have a lot of regret faps, but there you go.
Uh-oh. Someone's regretting the Mia Khalifa compilation on their computer.
There you go. They're regretting that mass expulsion, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no. No, you didn't.
Tater Pictures for $4.20 says, blaze it. Thank you, Tater.
Oh, yeah. I gave her she's getting all tripped out, so I gave her a blunt for a little bit.
Nice.
She deserved it.
John Smith again for another $5. Thank you. Says, why does Abby Martin get all of this so cartoonishly wrong? Is it just America bad, or is there something else that would influence her opinions? I think it's just America bad plus, oppression, hierarchy, lens. It rots your brain. It really does.
Yeah, it's super weird.
Or she's getting paid by Russians and Iranians. I don't fucking know. I'm guessing probably not. At least not directly. Stug for $2 says, add context to the list of worthless words. True. Mr. Tickle Trunk for $2 says the only time she says the word context is when she's defending Hamas. Also true. Stug for $5 says, Abby learned what Gohan never could. How to dodge. True. Every time she would dodge, or you would say she would dodge, or I'd say she'd dodge, I'd see in my mind, I'd hear Piccolo's voice yelling dodge.
We might have to listen to that other interview that Tim did that pissed her off so much.
Yes, I'll listen to it.
It's probably super great.
Probably amazing. Mr. Tickle Trunk for $2 says, probably they scream Jew hate here in the West. True. Mr. Tickle Trunk for $2 says, but in Palestine, there's maybe some. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Solo Doge for $2 says, Adam just watches too much Watchmen. That's all. Yeah, Adam, stop watching Watchmen.
Wasn't that the plot of Watchmen?
The false flag attack?
But yeah. I don't know that it solidified his power or anything.
Well, it wasn't. He was doing it for, even though he was evil even though he was fucked up in the head, he was doing it for altruistic reasons. He wasn't doing it to get power for himself.
Right.
He thought he was actually helping the world become peaceful.
Yeah, the argument is Netanyahu did it to shore up his power base.
Yeah.
Which didn't work.
Too bad that TV show was so fucking trash. Oh my God.
Yeah, they made it all woke.
They did.
They made it all about racism.
The first episode made it seem like it wasn't going to be woke because it literally features a cop. So in the Watchmen TV show, in the future, the cops have to get clearance from the dispatcher to get their gun released from their gun case in their car. Right? So cop doesn't have the gun on his body. It's in the car, and he has to have the dispatcher release it so that he can use it. And so because it takes time and the dispatcher was fucking around, that gets a cop killed in like the first scene of Watchmen. So I thought, oh, maybe this is kind of like making fun of wokeness. Like, oh, everything's so PC, the cop has to like call in to be able to use his gun and get them killed. But then it's like, no, that was just that one scene. And then everything else is just the most wokest, like woke, everything's racism nonsense. Like, it's so bizarre. It's so weird, so bad.
I think I saw an interview with the writer or the director or something.
Yeah.
And they were going on about the moment they had the epiphany that Dr. Manhattan had to be black. And I was just like, oh God, why?
That was a really bad choice. So like, this character who is literally white and then becomes blue, let's make him a black guy. Like, what? All right. I remember the directors or writers of the show saying something like, they said, listen, the original Watchmen is about how the world could be destroyed by nuclear war. And they said, what kind of level threat faces the world now? Racism. I'm not joking. That's literally what they said. That's why that was the reason for making the show about racism. That was comparable to nuclear fucking war was racism in America.
Right. Yeah, no. Yeah. They couldn't just make a good sci-fi show.
Yeah.
A good superhero show. They had to drag racism into it. Look, Derek Bell has the powers of Dr. Manhattan. How scared are you?
That's not good. That's not good. Yeah.
That's like terrifying, isn't it?
The plot of the Watchmen TV show was a group of white nationalists are trying to absorb Dr. Manhattan's powers so that they can create America as a white ethno-state with Dr. Manhattan powers. I'm not joking. That is the fucking plot of the Watchmen TV show.
Oh, word. Oh, my word.
Yeah. And the only reason like it had any level of interest beyond the woke stuff is that it's one of those shows that does all the mystery box shit where like there's all like there's all this like super fucking weird stuff happening in the first couple episodes, and they don't give you any context to understand what is going on.
Yeah, why did she have to call in to get permission to use her gun?
Well, no, that's not even one of them. Like there's this whole side plot where like Jeremy Irons, who's awesome, is Ozymandias, which is awesome, but he's like living in this like really bizarre constructed place filled with clones, and you're like, what the fuck? And it's just like they drip you the information so slowly. You're so confused as to what the fuck is going on. And then when you find out, it's all stupid, of course. But the whole thing's ridiculously stupid. Anyways, enough about that. Let's see, read that. Eli for $5 says, by the way, she lied about the back to Auschwitz recording from the flotilla too. The IDF never admitted it was fake. It was authenticated later. Yeah, no, I said that she lied. When I looked it up, I noticed that they said that they edited down the recording, not that the way she makes it sound like is that they admitted that they edited the audio to say something it didn't say, which is not what they said. So there you go. Very true.
Like they said, get back at one time, and then 2 hours later they said, ouch. And then they said, I'm at my wit's end. And
they also then they said, I love Jews, right? And then they cut like all those different things together to make it like the Homer Simpson, tape. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew
Go
Haskins.
back to Auschwitz.
Yeah, right. There you go. Somewhere you're getting the out there. There it is. There it is. Andrew Haskins for 11 months says, I get it. They think Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel are one nation or like states in the US. They literally have no clue about the situation. True. It's just Avi for 2. Aussie Buck says, did you guys see Peter Zahan leaving Twitter? We did.
We did, yeah.
How do you feel about
that? I didn't think it was fair for him to call Elon Musk a Nazi.
Yeah.
I thought that was very unfair and un-Peter Zahan-like. It made me question his credibility on other things. So
yeah, I understand his complaint about bots and shit, because it's like definitely that has increased a lot in my opinion. And also my opinion is I have seen a lot of anti-Semitism and racism has definitely increased, but I don't think that's why you should leave the platform. And I don't think I agree. I don't think it's fair to say Elon is like some, anti-Semite or whatever doing this for some racist reasons.
Yeah, I listened to the whole interview, or the same interview where he says, go fuck yourself to Bob Iger. And I mean, he makes some sense in that. And he doesn't come off like a racist or anything. And he explains his logic for the tweet. Ultimately regrets doing the tweet. Says, I'm a human being. I do dumb shit. And that was a dumb thing to do. So, yeah. If you just watch the bit at the beginning where he tells everyone to F off, he looks like an insane person, but he pulls it back together.
I mean, I don't think he looks insane just for saying F off.
No, the part that looked insane was the Earth will decide.
That was.
You were like, what?
I think it was insane. I just thought it was like stupid, but
he said one thing in there that made an impression on me. I was like, okay, Elon's my guy again.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I see a lot of people that put a lot of effort into looking good, but don't put any effort into doing good. And fuck those people. He's like, I want to be one of those people that does good.
Right.
I don't care what it looks like. Yeah.
Right.
Which I've ultimately agree with that sentiment. Too many people do spend too much time trying to, make themselves look super magnanimous, but they don't do shit for the real world.
Yep.
Elon has done a lot for the real world.
Mr. Tickle. Yeah.
Look at this thing. It says right under the super chat, it says, let's celebrate their third super on a live stream.
Oh, interesting.
Why couldn't they just make it on your live stream?
Right. Well, live stream it means that it's anywhere, right? Not just YouTube.
Well, look, it could be it could be,
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it doesn't actually say.
It doesn't. It's not clear.
Yeah. Clarity.
I know.
Mr. Chickletrunk for 5 Canadians says the Watchmen show is so woke. A soldier comes home. He holds the baby while his wife holds the gun to defend them. And Dr. Manhattan gave away his balls.
Mm-hmm.
True. They fundamentally did not understand Dr. Manhattan's character. So, but I understand Dr. Manhattan is probably maybe one of the hardest characters to ever write. Because it's like, how do you write a character that can do anything and knows everything, essentially? Like, how do you write that character into some sort of drama? But they wrote him as like a nihilist, which is a misunderstanding of his ability to see the future. Especially after his revelation in the Watchmen original source material. Let's see. We're not. Yeah. Anyway, Stug for $5 says, "Well, mainly I'm saying that the dissident right, or whatever it's called, more or less being anti-Semitic, scares a lot of people right back into wokeness." Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a potential possibility and a problem in terms of defeating wokeness. Not Gay Ben for 20 months. Thank you so much. Not Gay Ben says, I am pause. Not gay.
Perfect.
Well, thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks.
99 IQ, near perfect score. That's a funny username. For $2 says, quote, word thinking is the Latinx of connotation. That super chat might be too big brain for me. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Word thinking
is the Latinx.
Is the Latinx of connotation.
Of connotation.
Right. Okay. I mean, that sounds smart.
There is a lot of connotation in word thinking, that's for sure.
Yeah. Stuck for $5 says, I don't get super fussy about physics and movies, but it'd be nice if they would make any effort at all. True.
Yeah. 2012 is one of the biggest offenders. Also, I guess Roland Emmerich just doesn't give a fuck about physics at all, because that moon falling, same thing.
No, obviously not. Automata for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Free Will Seeker says, more disinformation from this stream. Sitch, how is feeding a population nothing but toxic? Sitch, how is feeding a population nothing but Taco Bell? Any type of cleansing, ethnic or otherwise. Listen, you're definitely cleansing out your colon if you eat nothing but Taco Bell, right? I mean, it's going to be you're going to be empty eventually, right? It's going to be all go right through you.
Clean it up.
Clean it right out. Might not be an ethnic cleansing, but it'll certainly be a colon cleansing. Rebellion Mark for $10 says, you can use my super chat as a test case. I've only ever sent one other super chat, and it was to this channel. The only other message was from my memberships. Well, there you go. But there's a 3 there.
I know this is.
There's a 3 there.
Look,
so
someone's either you super chatted to another channel,
or it might have counted your membership message.
Oh, really?
Well, if they've only given one super chat and they had one membership message, and this is the third thing they've ever sent, and it's a 3.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So, I mean, it doesn't really answer the question, but thank you. Thank you, Rebellion, for the $10.
I've only sent one other super chat, and it was to this channel. The only other message was from my membership.
Mark the Cyborg for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says, just do Mario mushrooms like a normal person. There you go. True.
I think that's a solid test, though.
Let me read the Streamlabs. Well, no, you'd have to have someone who knows that their number is about to come up for 3 or 5 or whatever the thing is, would have to use that to super chat a different channel that they've never super chatted before to see if they get the 1 or. Well, I guess actually all you have to do is you have to actually, this is a very easy way to test it. If you know that you've super chatted other people, all you have to do is super chat a different channel that you've never super chatted before and see if you get the number 1 or not.
Right.
So if you're listening to us right now and you've super chat, you know for a fact that you sent other people super chats, but you know for a fact you've never sent us a super chat, send us a super chat right now.
And you'll see if it's the first one.
And then that's how we'll know. That's how we'll know.
I wrote down that last one.
Okay.
I'm keeping track of everyone that tells us it's a number.
Right.
From now on, I'm on it.
Right. I have a feeling it's probably actually, I said this otherwise, it's probably
just for this channel, yeah.
Design. Because I feel like if it was just for this channel, we should be seeing a lot more people with like numbers pop up.
Well, unless they've just super chatted, like a lot of these people have super chatted dozens and dozens of times already. What's it going to say? Like, this is your 56 super chat.
It should. There should be a 1, a 3, a 5, a 10, a 20, a 50. You know, 75, 100. Why they should do all the denominations.
Do you think that would inspire people to super chat more or think, oh God, I've super chatted too many times, I need to stop?
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. That's why they wouldn't do that, because they would.
Well, no, it's difficult for me to say. I mean, maybe it's like, look, you're trying to get to 100 super chats, right?
Yeah, would that incentivize people to super chat? Like, oh my God, I've been 100 super chats, I better stop, right? Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. It might have the opposite effect. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good point. CT for 2 Canadians says, I just heard I was supposed to super chat. Stop it, CT. Stop it. Yes. Rebellion Merc for 5 months says, I'll super chat EFAP next time they're on. Science must be done. Well, thank you, Rebellion.
Look at that. But isn't that...
And make sure in your super chat, you ask me, say, in my super chat, does it say, do I get the number 1? Like, this is the first super chat that I've ever sent.
Was that your 4th super chat? That is your 4th super chat, right?
Well, if it counts the membership as 1, then that would be 4. So then when he sends one to EFAP, it should say 5 or 1, right?
But it didn't come up.
What do you mean?
And look, they do these things at random. Who knows? Maybe it won't do a 1 thing.
Well, here we go. Maybe we have the answer. William Griffith, thanks so much for $20. Says, this is my first super chat for this channel. Free the hookers. Well, thank you, William. If that's true, then it is for YouTube overall, because there's no magical number 1 next to your name or anything. So that would answer the question.
Right.
So there you go. It's just for it's for all of YouTube, not for individual channels.
Okay. Look at that.
Interesting. It should be for channels. That's a weird thing. Anyways, Dr. Diddler. Wow, Dr. Diddler. I had a lot to say. Thank you, Dr. Diddler. Double D for $2 says, I agree with our host here. I'm also surprised the media or really anyone cares what Mia Khalifa thinks. Does getting fucked for money give you enlightenment? No, it does not.
I mean, you don't know, right? You've never been fucked for money.
That's true. Well, are you sure?
Have you?
I'm just maybe. Who knows?
Oh, okay.
Who knows?
Interesting.
Haven't you seen Magic Mike?
No, I didn't go rush out to see that one. Sitch, how did you like Magic Mike?
It's based on me. It's a true story. What are you talking about?
Was Magic Mike one of your favorite movies?
There you go. No, I've never seen it. Double D for another $2 says, if your movement is led and instigated by the youngest generation, it's wrong. Yeah, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign.
Oh, it's not.
You Suck Mine for $2 says, my first super chat here. Well, thank you so much. No number 1. So again, that suggests and should prove and should show that, in fact, the number system is for overall super chats on YouTube, not for individual channels. So thank you, William and You Suck, for letting us test that.
That's awesome.
Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, it's so awful that people are discriminating against Arabs like me by assuming they support Islamic terrorism. Anyway, back to me openly supporting Islamic terrorism. I mean, true.
Yeah. Although she'll never recognize that.
No.
Because they're just fighting oppression. It's not terrorism when we do it.
Right. Double D for another $2 says, racism is evil. Punch a Nazi, etc. Unless you're the one of those cute little brown people who are too dumb to help themselves. Right. Dr. Dillon for another $2 says, have we ever seen a confirmed case of crisis actors? Not that I'm aware of.
I guess we haven't, have we?
Yeah. Whenever I hear that, I kind of assume that it's bullshit. So.
Crisis actors. Give me a break.
Double D for another $2 says, sucks. She went through that as a child. Unfortunately, that's not a good justification for this shit. You could use that logic to justify invading the Middle East to kill Osama bin Laden and fight terrorism. Very true. Very true. Dr. Dillon for another $3. Thank you. Says, I have a theory for why people are so racist towards Arabs. I think it might have more to do with the fact that most terrorism happens within the Middle East and 9/11 than the Jews said so.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that, like, obviously after 9/11, racism against Muslims increases. And then, like, for every year that there's no terrorist attack by Muslims in America, obviously the racism starts to die away, which I think is what happened. So I think it's because the Jews said so. What?
I'm laughing at Lucifer's super chat.
What do you say?
I know I joke around about it, but when is the comic going to be sent out? Lucifer, you didn't get your comic? Oh, man.
Lucifer, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Thank you. Thank you so much. So wait, you didn't send Lucifer's comic?
Wow. No, look, I sent all the comics out, but I've been holding Lucifer's hostage.
Wow.
Look, the hookers needed something to read, okay? Give me a break.
You chose Lucifer specifically.
I chose Lucifer's comic.
You said specifically, like, listen, hookers, I got to give you one of this comics that someone bought. I'm going to give you Lucifer the Doberman.
No, look, the comic is coming out. I'm super close. I'm working on it nonstop. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to get it, Lucifer. Don't super chat anymore about the comic.
Thank you, President Trump.
Well, no, I feel bad taking money.
I understand.
Obviously.
Right. Domus for $20. Thank you. Says, Adam, do you think it would help Netanyahu, thank you for spelling it that way, get elected again if he released his hookers? Adam, why won't you release the hookers, Adam? Like, seriously, what's up here with this?
Look. No, it'll probably help Netanyahu if
he doesn't.
Hookers.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah, of course.
Why won't you release them, Adam? Why won't you release these hookers?
At this point, I'm keeping them to help Netanyahu with his political aspirations.
Mm-hmm.
Just so I can say I told you so to everyone.
Okay. Crooked Smile for $5. Thank you for another first time super chat on this channel. Says, I loved your explanation of Gamergate, Sitch. Well, thank you.
You know who didn't like your explanation of Gamergate?
Was it Brianna Wu?
You answered correctly.
She was not very happy with my Gamergate video. No.
Yeah.
Just come as a shock to no one.
Look, you weren't really involved in Gamergate or anything, right?
I don't know if you know this. Here's some Sitch lore. Okay. I was Gamergate, Adam. I'm actually Zoe Quinn. Okay. I felt so bad about the fact that I caused Gamergate that I transitioned into a man. Okay. And now become very anti-woke.
Very transphobic. That's not a funny joke, but
yeah.
You, in all seriousness, like you had nothing, you weren't posting online or harassing women or anything, right?
No. I wasn't doing I had nothing to do.
Right. You just did a video on Gamergate.
Right.
After the fact, right? You're basically just saying, here's what Gamergate is for people who might want to know.
It was, I mean, and my video was like, I think it was like 2 years after Gamergate.
After Gamergate, yeah, exactly.
It was just because there's a lot of articles that were like, Gamergate is why we have the alt-right. That was when that narrative was like real popular. So.
Right. So you're just out there debunking that narrative, right?
Yeah.
Because this is Brianna told me that my co-host was a Gamergater. And I laughed out loud. Because I was thinking, what? Just because you made a video on Gamergate doesn't make you a Gamergater.
I'm a Gamergater.
Look, and my intuition was correct. I was like, look, I think he just made that video as kind of like a video about Gamergate. But
I mean, I remember at the time it was going on, I was like following all the drama, but I didn't have any internet presence. I wasn't like doing anything. I was just like listening to people talk about it and going on like seeing what people were saying about it.
Wait a second here. So you were a Gamergate.
Oh my God! What is a Gamergate?
I know you open up a whole bunch of other questions now. Like, what is a Gamergater?
I'm assuming like you would meet someone who is somehow involved in doing something related to Gamergate.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I was not.
Yeah, you're just paying attention.
There's a video. Oh, God, I gotta see if I can find it.
I never even made a video on Gamergate. Look, I didn't understand what Gamergate was. I heard people talk about Gamergate, but until I watched your video, I was just
like, what is this?
But then I watched your video and I thought, oh, this is silly.
Yeah.
Your video basically lays it out as something silly. So
it was silly, but it still had a lot of impact on everything. So, okay, I sent you a tweet. That's a video. Let's watch it. It's only a minute long.
A tweet video? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It says the gay guys are becoming anti-woke is what the tweet says.
Sounds based. All gay guys or just the anti-woke ones?
Well, that's a good question. Rebellion Mark for $5 says, guess I don't need the Super Chat EFAP now. I probably should since they are the only reason I ended up here instead of staying in Tim Pool's sphere. Well, there you go. Well, you know what's interesting? You didn't get a 5 for that right now, so that means it doesn't count your memberships as towards the thing. So maybe you must have snuck in a Super Chat somewhere you forgot. But yeah, listen. We like our EFAP brothers.
Hell yeah. We love those guys.
Pinkwashing is a term that angry, jealous, purple-haired girls like to throw.
Okay, ready?
Oh, you got it up already?
Yeah. Ready to rock and roll. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Pinkwashing is a term that angry, jealous, purple-haired girls like to throw around anytime fabulous gay guys get along with Jews. Call me crazy, but I'd rather be at a circuit party in Tel Aviv getting head than in the Gaza Strip getting beheaded. I love my Jewish friends, and I love my Israeli friends, and I'm going to remind them of that every single day, and there's not one goddamn thing you can do about it. You're in the streets ripping down posters of kidnapped Jewish babies in your little Yasser Arafat scarves, doing your little Jihad Jane cosplay. I'm a gay guy. I know that if I'm going down with the Jews. That's how it works. First they come for the Jews, then they come for the gays. They had the Star of David, we had the pink triangle. But that doesn't matter to you purple-haired Hamas lovers, does it? Because you're not actually gay? Something tells me if they started targeting my people, your purple hair would turn brown pretty fucking fast.
True. 1000% true.
So, is there anything that he said that was racist?
Anything that he said that was racist? Let me think. No racism detected by me. Did you pick up on any?
Well,
there was he was pointing out a lot of hypocrisy.
Right. Because the person, I don't know if it was the first person that originated this video, but someone put this video up and they accused this person of being a huge racist, bigoted piece of shit.
Right.
And so I just replied to them. I said, he's based and fabulous.
Right.
And apparently it's caused a bunch of people to reply that I'm racist and hate Jews, or I'm a bigot, or he's racist.
You hate Jews?
Someone just said that, yeah.
Because you said he's fabulous?
Well, no, someone looked at our channel and they said, based on the fact of the names, the titles of our videos, that they are amazed that we don't hate Jews.
They're amazed that we don't hate Jews.
Yeah.
Oh.
They said, I'm amazed that this guy doesn't hate Jews and responds positively towards a gay person. It's very off-brand.
What is going on with our channel here?
Well, because we have like wokeness in the title, I guess, and
because we were pro Kyle Rittenhouse
and pro Kyle Rittenhouse, so that means that we hate gays and Jews, I guess.
What everyone missed about Elon Musk, how David Pakman is audience captured and smug about it.
Yeah.
How Sam Cedar hates Tim Pool over cultural Marxism. Yeah.
Oh.
You can't say woke. People hear the word woke and they think, oh, you're just a right-wing grifter. That's what they think.
Also, that person who tweeted that out and I said the guy is based and fabulous, they immediately blocked me, essentially. Like they're so fragile at me just saying that. They're like, block.
Oh, the gay guy?
No, the person who was insulting the gay guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very mad that I said he was base and fabulous.
Ketchup. That's what it's called. Ketchup. Saucy news, culture, memes, viral videos, and commentary.
Dr. Dillon for $2 says, oh, I get it. Mia isn't her name. It's a description for her brain. Get it?
Mia.
M-I-A. Missing in action. Gone.
Okay, that's good.
That's good. Dr. Dillon for $2 says, Sitch, I'm starting a movement here. It's called ARCA or ARICA, Anti-Rape, Anti-Cancer Association. Our official position will be the opposite of whatever these dumb fucks think, and if they disagree, they're pro-cancer and rape. I like it. That's a good idea. We should do that.
Yeah.
Here at the Sitch.
Go ahead.
Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we officially support ARICA.
Yeah.
The Anti-Rape, Anti-Cancer Association.
ARICA.
ARICA.
Has a good ring to it.
I guess it'd technically be ARICA, but I think ARICA sounds better. Dr. Dillon for $2 says, so obviously if you're a peace organization and hypothetically, if your definition of peace is genociding all of Israel's Jews, you're anti-peace if you don't support them. Idiot. There you go. I like it. Dr. Dillon for $2 says, is Abby aware that Muhammad and his successors in the caliphate were literally conquerors? Do they know that the Middle East wasn't majority Muslim until they were colonized? She probably doesn't know that or care. Dr. Dillon for $2 says, you can make the argument that Christians represented by the U.S. and the Jews, you can make the argument that the Christians represented by the U.S. and the Jews are overthrowing their oppressors by reclaiming Israel, but only if you're not a brain-dead chimp like Abby and consistent in your beliefs. And Dotems for $2, thank you, Dotem, says, I think it would be useful in both good and bad faith interactions to get everyone to lay out their perception of the percentage chance of each possibility of whatever you're discussing could avoid a lot of misunderstandings.
Probably.
There you go.
Can lay out percentages.
Yeah. I mean, there's a 100% chance I'm right.
Was that your percentage chance that Netanyahu knew of the attack beforehand?
No, mine's on 0.
Right.
0.000000000000000
percentage chance that you knew that?
I'll give you there's a 1 in there.
Okay. Well, I got $500 that says you're wrong, but
oh really?
Yeah, on the Trump thing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna.
I literally have $500.
I got excited. I was like, yes, now I can negate my $500 Trump loss.
No, look, I began that conversation saying this is something we won't know for 20 years. Like if he knew about it ahead of time.
Listen, we'll push it back 20 years.
That shit's not going to surface immediately.
We'll push it back 20 years. Okay. I won't have to pay you $500 for 20 years.
No, it'll be. No, I'm not going to bet something that's like 20 years out.
Okay. Edward Sr. for $5 says, you know, the racist Jordanians booted the Palestinians out after the Palestinians assassinated their prime minister. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Look, these people, all they want to do is wage jihad.
Yeah.
If it's so weird. It's so weird.
Look, there you go. Rebellion Merc for $5 says, yeah, this is super weird. This says it's my 5th. Maybe it doesn't denote all of them after a point and then it becomes milestones, I guess. I don't know. It is weird how it works, but it definitely seems to be based on YouTube as a whole and not individual channels. But thank you, Merc, Rebellion Merc, for helping us test all this out and for all the money.
Look,
so
that it does say 5.
It says on a live stream, which, I mean, that would go in with the idea of it being like just any live stream as opposed to like our channel.
So, but Rebellion Merc had, I wrote it down. They had a third one, right?
Yeah.
But then they did a
membership.
A membership, which would have been the 4th, right?
Well, if it counts memberships, then they sent a 4th super chat.
Right.
And then this is the 5th. So this would mean that it doesn't count memberships.
Right.
Or does it seem to count memberships? So maybe you sent a second one and you don't remember or something? Or maybe it's fucked up. Who knows? But
yeah, but you did the 3rd one on the channel. You did one that was the 4th that it didn't say anything about, and then you did a 5th.
Yeah, well, there isn't 144. It's like 1, 3, 5, and I think there's a 10 one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't know if there's any other. I don't think you've never seen a 10?
Seen a 10. No,
did I just make that up?
I don't ever remember seeing a 10.
Maybe it's just 1, 3, and 5. Maybe there's no more than 5.
Look, everyone just super chat 5 times.
Everyone just super chat. No, it's not working. Everyone just super chat 10 times. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't actually do that.
Yeah. Look, I'm feeling bad already.
Right. You could be correct. Maybe it just stops at 5. So. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, "This is my first super chat. What does it say?" Ha ha ha. Well, thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Definitely not your first super chat, but
Dwight Baldwin for $10 says, "You should try to get Ryan Grimm on as a guest. He's currently on a book tour about the Squad."
Ryan Grimm?
Interesting. I don't know anything about Ryan Grimm. According to Wikipedia, he appears frequently on Majority Report.
Okay.
Nice. Exciting.
We're supposed to talk to Kathy Young on Tuesday.
Cool. What are we talking about?
And the Vanguard boys. I don't know. What do you want to talk to her about? We gotta.
I don't know. That's your job.
Come up with something. Yeah, I know. Look, especially after this live stream where you've done like a ton of work. Obviously, this lady manufactures lies like crazy. So
Mia, not Kathy, and Abby.
Abby, yeah, Abby's the one.
Right.
Well, yeah. Obviously we talked about doing talks that were more along the lines of what people want us to talk about. So I'll think about it tomorrow.
Cool.
Hit her up.
Anyways.
Oh, is that it?
That's it.
Holy cow. Look at this. Are you exhausted?
I'm very exhausted and hungry.
So am I.
Anyways, let's bring up Sammy's fan art. Just kidding. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you so much for all the money you've given us today, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you for all your amazing fan arts. Even your non-fan art Sammy. And thank you. You who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true protagonists of reality. You are the true people that have way more brain cells than Abby Martin and Mia Khalifa combined. In fact, I think every individual person in this chat has more brain cells in their pinky finger, despite there not being any brain cells in their pinky finger, than the combined brain cells in Mia and Abby Martin's heads. And thank you, Rebellion Mark, for another $10 saying, it would have to include my membership message. I checked my Google Pay history, and I only have my memberships to you and my super chats to you, no history of super chats elsewhere. Well, if that's the case, Rebellion, then I don't know what the fuck is going on here. It's a complete fucking mystery, but thank you so much for helping us get to the bottom of that mystery. Anyways, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.